Please have a seat. Is there anyone in the conference room? All right. Madam Clerk, who's assisting you today with the meeting? Okay, no, I just wanted to know if they were out there. I just need another council member in here so we can get started. No, I think Councilman Rivera is inside. I need to begin this meeting. Madam Clerk, I'm going to be removing the list, the sign-up list, at 7:15. I'm sorry? Right, but people are going to sign up in the wrong one, so this is why I see people just writing names. All right, so good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. We have a very long agenda. We actually have an emergency meeting that is going to be held at 7:30, so we'll have to kind of suspend the workshop, go into our emergency meeting, and then we have an advertised special meeting where we need to take action on certain items. So please bear with us today, as there are various sign-up sheets, but they pertain specific to either the emergency meeting or the specific emergency meeting and the special meeting. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for Municipal Council Workshop Session, August 4th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Khan, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Khalid, Councilman Mendez,
Good evening, Paterson, President and Clerk.
Councilman Mims, Councilman Rivera,
Here.
Councilman Velez.
Welcome, everyone. My vote is yes.
Madam President.
Present.
Thank you. Continue.
Madam Clerk, I don't have my write-up here.
Yeah, maybe, I guess they didn't bring everything. Yeah, I'll continue with the statement of compliance. Okay. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020 to 2021. Meeting date August 4th, 2021. Time 6:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021, or about July 1, 2020. A schedule of the regular meetings, July 1, 2021. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2021 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Quisquator International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and the Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the municipal council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'll take a motion for payment of bills.
So payment of bills for August 4th, 2021. We have total bills of $21,549,923.67, of which we have $13,829,399.89 of county taxes. Total payroll for this period was $4,394,339.03.
Discussion. Oh, sorry.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Rivera. Moved by Councilman Rivera, second by Councilman Kalik. Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Council President, is there any waste management?
Yes, there
payment?
is.
It is? I just want to ask a question to administration. Through the chair, Madam BA, when are we going to go out there and get and put this process of competitive bids for garbage collection?
Thank you, Council President.
Madam Mayor, my apologies.
That's okay. Thank you, Councilman. Yes, this is, remember this, earlier this year, we extended the bid using the last option year that we had on this contract. And this year, we will be going out to bid, or actually for the following year in 2022. I don't know if our purchasing agent knows the exact month, but I do know that we still have some time left on this contract, which we extended. And we're also doing the study as well at the same time with our consultant, Wayne DeFay.
So, Council President, the reason I'm saying this, how much is this contract every year?
$4 million, and it's until June 30th. We have until June 30th of 2022.
Correct, ma'am. Is discouraged to see I'm not gonna say all of them, but I receive a lot of complaints regarding people don't wanna take their garbage, or employees don't wanna take their garbage because, unless they don't tip them. And that's a little bit discouraged when the taxpayers pay for that. So we need to be a little bit diligent on that and making sure that whoever comes to Paterson, make sure that treated like Beverly Hill. So,
Thank you very
thank you,
much.
Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilman Velez. Councilman Rivera.
So real quick, I made a recommendation a while back to put cameras on the back of those trucks.
Correct.
It's not that costly to do so, and I think it's worth it. That way we can monitor what these people do. That's one. Two, I've already been on this council for over 3 years. We continuously put a plan together year after year to improve services, throw more resources, more money. So I want to make a recommendation. I'm not saying we're moving in that direction, but it's the responsible thing to do. I want a study done to look at the possibility of how we could improve many of our departments, but specifically DPW, and what it would look like to privatize the whole thing. And yes, I said it. I'm hearing from our residents 3 years after, it's unacceptable. We're going to be approving a budget that every year is the plan to provide the services for the residents, and they're not getting the services. When I got elected, I said I wasn't going to play with people's lives. Sometimes some things are not said here because of votes. I gotta stand by the people, by the residents. And please, Madam BA, I know I mentioned this in finance, but I wanted to put it on the record publicly. I need a study done to look at the possibility of privatizing the whole thing, DPW department.
Council President.
Madam President.
Council
One
President.
second. Thank you very much, Councilman Rivera. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Madam BA, I would like to request a list of all the fines that we've been issued to Roselli since we had the conversation and we received the honor of Roselli in this chamber a couple of months ago, way before June, because it's definitely unacceptable, the type of service that they are providing to our community. It's very disturbing to get all the calls from my constituent, not only the third ward, but citywide, about the performance that they're doing. We have a conversation, and the administration promised to hold them accountable. And so I need to see the list of all the fines that Roselli have been received from the city. And also, on top of that, just for the record, Madam BA, we didn't have time to talk about the overtime on DPW, but the overtime is getting out of control. And the most concerning part is that the service are diminishing every single day. Our taxpayers are getting less and less services, and we continue to spending more and more overtime. We start with police. We didn't have time to go into the DPW, but I mentioned before at the finance committee, and I would like to put it on the record. I need an overtime analysis by department within the DPW and in all the department, because something has to be done with this overtime. Thank you, Madam President.
Council President.
Thank you very much. Before Councilman Velez speaks, Corporation Council, I know that we've had various conversations specific to this, and I do know that there was some action taken in terms of, I guess the word was used that they were fined, but I think it was more of the removing of certain amount of money. So to Councilman Alex's, to Mendez, his request, I don't know that you're necessarily going to see it, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong. This is why I'm putting it out there. You know, when he's asking for specific fines, if it's an actual something, a ticket given, or was it something where they were sanctioned and in their whatever pay that was being put forth through the city, there was deductions done. So if you can clarify that quickly.
Yes, thank you, Council President. And that is a fair distinction, both for legal and other reasons. It wasn't necessarily a fine that they had to pay us, but we're entitled under the contract to deduct from whatever we're paying them certain expenses that include, if they're skipping houses and it costs us time, manpower, and other expenses to pick up that trash and remove it, we can bill them for those expenses. So you're correct in that it's not a fine per se, but it's more of a deduction in terms of what we would pay them as a result of their reduction in service.
Something that I do want to also put out there, it is clear to all of us and anyone that lives in this city and drives through the city that we have issues, okay? And specific to what a lot of us have witnessed in terms of when they're picking up garbage, how they're tossing the trash cans, how, you know, if garbage drops out, a bag breaks, they're not cleaning it up. That's all clear, said and done. I don't think anyone here can say different. I am going to say this though, because I like to be fair also, and I have seen somewhat of a difference, not what we need more and we need better, but I want to also put on record that at least I took it a point to call Rosalie myself. Right. And I said, this was not done. And the owner said, what do you mean? I actually was on one of the trucks. And I said, well, were you in this area? He said, no, I was doing the other area. I said, so then please get in your truck again or your car and come. And he actually came himself to the area and saw, and obviously got it done. And obviously those were sanctions for his employees. But, you know, I know we attack the company a lot. I'm not here, I'm not raising the flag and saying I'm a cheerleader for them, but I also want to be fair to say that, you know, as business owners, you know, they're not everywhere, they don't see it all, so it is important that what we're saying here, when constituents call us, you know, that we are informing them. But clearly, a better job has to be done, and I'm with, you know, my colleagues, you know, in terms of that we need to look at what we're doing next, and in terms of, you know, when we go out there, you know, for bids, you know, to make sure that what you already know we need addressed gets addressed. Councilman Velez and Councilman Cott. Councilwoman Cott.
Thank you, Council President. You know, one thing is the I could say mismanagement, the way the private company collect the garbage and et cetera. But one thing I have to say, I'm not in favor of privatizing the DPW completely. We're talking about 200 and plus employees that live in Paterson. that they gave him second chance to make sure that they live in the city and take care of the city. Now, if you go out there and you have boots on the ground and you talk to those employees, they have outdated trucks, they have outdated equipment. They even had to buy their own gloves to be able to perform the job. So there's a responsibility in the administration to make sure in all level of public service, employees, police, fire, DPW, Board of Health, every employee in the city has the necessary equipment and their morale get lifted up for better perform in our city. I concur with some of the statement, but I disagree with others
Okay.
when we cannot kill, because it's Council President. Then it's out there in the newspaper that he said that want to provide DPW, and then everybody shoot us that we want to agree on that. It's hard to say that we could privatize social services and other places that probably they're not rendering the same
Councilman
service that they
Douglas?
are working on. So I'm not here to rebuttal with him, but when they're talking about the hardworking people that live in Paterson, listen, let's lift them around. Let's give them what they need so they could perform the right way in our city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council
Thank you
President.
very much, Councilman Velez. I'm going to reiterate something here today. Today, we have a very serious meeting, and I am going to respectfully ask, let's stay on topic. Let us not rebuttal one another. We can agree to disagree, and that is okay. You can make a quick statement. I need to repeat, at 7:30, we have an emergency meeting. At 8 o'clock, we have a special meeting where we have 11 items that we need to take action. We will have to suspend the workshop and then reopen it after we're done with the special meeting. So I'm respectfully asking every one of you to be short with your responses. Do not rebuttal against each other. If you agree or disagree, just hold it till you are able to have your moment to speak. But right now, we are with the bills. I'm going to allow Councilwoman Cotton, she did ask for the floor. Madam Clerk, after she is done, I'd like to take action to move for roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you. I know the topic should have been payment of bills.
It is payment of bills.
But then they started talking about DPW and they started talking about everything else. But the topic,
Councilwoman Cotton, that's why I made the statement.
right, yeah, I mean, you can't get off a topic. We got to stay on it. We're talking about DPW, let's talk about DPW. But I just want to say too, real quick, that I've seen what's happening. If we're going to start looking to that, let's start making homeowners who got 8 units or more have their own garbage pickup. I personally said one day to Roselli, do not take that. It was all in little bags. It was spread out all over the place, and it was just so messy. I still get calls every weekend because homeowners with 8 units and 10 units and 16 units are not putting their garbage out. The house next to them got to endure that smell for 3 or 4 days before the truck comes back again. So let's look at making sure that them homeowners, apartments, 8 units, 10 units or more, they need to pick up their own resource of having their garbage picked up, because they're now getting these houses and they're not taking care of them. They're not putting the garbage out. They're not doing a lot of things. And Roselli, they are having a hard time with some of this stuff because apartment buildings with 20 units, 30 units, we should be picking up their garbage.
So,
It should be
Councilwoman.
private. So I just
Thank-
wanted to put that out there.
No, thank you very much for making that statement, but I'm also, let us be careful, because those individuals that have those apartments, they pay very high taxes. Okay, so the same way a homeowner of one household or 2 family pay taxes and they want services, if they also have, and they're paying high taxes, they also deserve services. But
Well-
the bigger issue here also, and let us not get off topic, I foresee that a lot of the issues, it's
Yeah.
our people. We're tossing garbage on the ground. I've seen it with my own eyes. They
right.
open the window and toss garbage out. I mean, so a lot of it is the individual. So we need to be look at ourselves and, what we're doing before we also start pointing fingers. I know that I said Councilwoman Cotton, but I am going to give the floor quickly to Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President. I'm not going to sit here and complain. Madam BA, I'm going to give you, sometimes you got to look at contracts and how we could get the most out of it for our residents. And I looked at a couple towns in the surrounding area that the garbage company, it's $12 million, millions of dollars in contracts to the residents. It's a big contract that they get. The garbage companies provide the households with a container, a garbage container. Right now, they don't do that, right? So the next RFP that goes in there, whoever wants the contract, should be providing our residents with those gallon containers, right? Well, you go to the borough, East Rutherford, all these other towns, Flemington just approved something. Don't look shocked. They give the homeowners, just like how we give recycling containers, the homeowners will get a container. These go for $70, $80 a pop at Home Depot, and we expect our residents to buy them and not get the service. That's something that, as a council person, I could control when that contract comes in front of us. In the RFP, let's see if whatever company comes in, they have to provide the households and the buildings with garbage containers, so we could put them in there, so they're not out there, and each household gets it, and now we can hold them more accountable than what we have. So that's the one thing I've researched and saw in other towns that they do that, and I think that's the least we could do for our residents. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. And, I am also going to say this, we do have quite a few developers, and it is my understanding that there are various developers that do have, buildings, 10, 20 apartments, and that they also have their own, private companies pick up their garbage. So let us not think that everyone that has, developments of 8, 10 apartments that are not doing that already. So that's a good point, Councilwoman, Councilman Abdelaziz, and everyone here. Madam Clerk, roll call on payment of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call and payment of bills in the amount of $21,549,923.67. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm very brief before my vote. To all the residents in the third ward and all the phone calls that I've been getting about recycling, let me just be specifically clear. In order for the recycling department to do the job effectively, they need 7 trucks per day, driving on each truck and 14 staff member. We're only getting out 2 and 3 trucks. That's the information that I'm getting. It's impossible for the DPW, for the recycling department to do the job effectively. And that's the responsibility of the administration to provide the staff that they need. I present a recommendation to the administration to hire a staffing agency to control the personnel, make sure that they have enough manpower to do the job. Enough is enough. We cannot continue giving excuses to our taxpayer. The city is filthy. Once you don't pick up the recycling and stay there 1 or 2 days, what's going on at the end of the day, at the next day, the block looks so filthy. So garbage is a real problem in our community, and it's my hope that the administration take action because they have the resources that they need to provide the DPW the equipment and the recycling department the equipment that they need and the manpower that they need. We just have to vote on this, but I want the taxpayer to understand specifically clear the responsibility of the administration to provide a service. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I had to say something. Let's give some respect to those DPW workers that sometimes they had to go out of their way to pick up the garbage that probably that private company do not pick up. And if any concern or whatever, we have a committee, please write it down, bring it to the committee, we will discuss it and make sure that we work together to improve our city department. So, and Council President stated something real important. Yes, there are developers out there that bring their crew to clean their sidewalks and surrounding the property. So I commend them for doing that. So my vote is no, because I'm not going to support a company that is not delivering what the taxpayer are paying for.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera? We're doing payment of bills, sir.
Sure.
Continue with the bill.
We vote on the payment of bills every meeting, workshop, and regular meetings. It's not just the garbage pickup, it's everything. It's all of our services that have not improved. And that's why I never said we were going to do anything. I said we're going to look at a study. That study is going to tell us if we should go that route or not. That's the responsible thing to do. People are paying to get services that they're not getting. So, and this is what I say. This, some of my colleagues, I respect their comments, but you could tell when people are making, campaign speeches. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Okay, council members, we have approximately 25 minutes, so we're going to continue with the agenda. So, Madam Clerk, in terms of the 2 discussions, I'm holding off on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Second reading ordinances 5 will go for second reading, 6 second, 7, 8, 9 will go second reading, 10, 11 will go for second reading. Number 12 will go on regular. Number 13,
Council President, number 12, you said it's going to go on regular?
yes.
Is there a discussion? Any questions?
Would you, no, if you have, you can go ahead. I mean, I'm just making a point that it's going to be on regular, but if you want to have a discussion right now, we could.
No, forget it.
No, if you have a question on
No, I
something.
was just saying, because at a workshop session, I thought the consensus when you got on that, we'll discuss items,
Yes.
and if, any- you know, and if there's no issues with it, it'll go on consent,
Would you
so
like?
our
okay,
meetings,
So if anyone here would like, I, on a personal, because when it comes to, this is to solicit proposals, for a grant writing service specialist, there's always some council members that may decide, well, you know what, let's have it on regular, so that way we can vote on it separate. Some may not, so that's why I'm saying that, but if it's a consensus of this council right now for it to be on consent, I'll put it on consent.
I have a question, Madam
I
President.
got
Okay,
questions.
so 1 second. Councilman Abdulaziz, are you done?
See what you started,
yeah,
Councilman?
I give the floor, you go.
See what you
Okay.
started, Councilman?
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam President. The question is, I know that this grant writing services for the administration, this is the first time that we're going out for, for this type of proposal. It was my understanding that we used to work in collaboration with the parking authority and use the grant writing of the parking authority. So it's important that the VA elaborate in this and bring some clarity to make sure that we move in the direction that we decide to at the end of the vote on next week.
Sure, Council President, thank you. Councilman
Madam
Mendez, yes, in the past, we have worked as a sort of shared service with the parking authority, and that also means a shared time. And at this point, the volume of grants that we're applying for and actually receiving has increased dramatically. And in particular, we now feel we're very competitive for a lot of federal grants, which used to not be part of what we'd apply for. So we would like to have a dedicated grant writer just for the city so that we can focus on more grants and more funding for all the different departments, including more complicated federal grants.
But,
Thank,
but I'm sorry, but Madam BA, but why we finish that? What make the administration? I understand the amount that you mentioned, the amount of the value of work that we have, but is this the very specific reason why we're getting out of the shared services agreement with the parking authority? Because by having that shared services agreement in place, we don't have to spend the money hire this company.
No,
Yes, correct. And it's because I'm sorry, Council President. Can I?
I know that he addressed you, but Councilman, that's not necessarily true. I do believe that the city will be able to go out for a bid, try to get someone specific just for the city of Paterson, so it could be dedicated to just Paterson.
No.
And we can,
Regular.
Council President?
Council President?
one second. Madam BA, you can finish answering
Yes,
Councilman Mendez.
in particular, what has changed is that there's not enough time for the person who is supporting the work of the city to do both for what we want. And we don't want to get to a point where we have to not apply for certain grants because there hasn't been enough time because we're sharing a grant writer. We do feel we're very competitive for a whole new set of grants because of improvements that have been made, and just some of the grants that we've recently gotten can be complemented by future ones.
And
Thank
Madam
you very much.
President, just in closing.
Councilman Mendez, I need, there's 2 other people that need to speak, and we need to move on. Councilman Abdulaziz, Councilman Rivera.
All right, go.
Council President, very brief, and to my council colleagues, I brought this up just so we have an efficient meeting at our voting sessions, but I just want everyone to look, we're not awarding a contract This is just for them to go out and see what comes in. It's shopping. It's shopping around. You're walking through the aisle. You see something, then it comes back to us. I mean, we don't know what's going to come. I guess when they're ready to award the contract, we should discuss it. That's why I'm saying this is just simple. We're going to go out, see what we can get, and we come back to you if we want to award or not award. And that's why I would suggest go to consent, and
Okay.
efficiency is better.
Council.
All right, so Councilman Rivera, Councilman Kalik.
So first of all, when we do, what we're doing here is with the intent to hire. So the line of questioning is okay.
Right.
We have the intent. You cannot go out if the money is not budgeted for. That's one. Two, although you say we have a shared service agreement, we actually never had a written shared service agreement. I question how is it that the entity that was providing the service to us, I was questioning the legality of them writing the grants for us when we never contracted them, or we didn't have a written shared service agreement, by the way. And three, the line of questionings you asked, we asked in finance, and the explanation that was given was acceptable. The amount of work have increased tremendously. If I'm that entity, I would not continue to work for two agencies for the same amount of money.
Yeah.
So we gave the green light to the administration to go and pursue a grant writing company, but we have to do it the right way. That whole agreement was never written. It was by word of mouth. So legally, I questioned it in the past, and I just hope you guys move forward whatever you're planning to undoing.
Thank you very much, Councilman Rivera. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam President. Previously, our director of each department used to write the grants, correct? Apply for the grants.
Councilman, possibly before my time, but since
Let's say
2018.
2 years ago or so.
Since 2018, we've had a grant writer supporting the work.
So
Department heads are still actively involved, but they don't do the actual, the final presentation and writing and preparation of the grants for the most
So
part.
in other words, we are just bringing in extra burden on taxpayers. Because previously, these jobs were done by the department heads.
But the
I just need a
amounts-
clarification.
But we were not applying for the same amounts of grants and the same numbers of grants prior to having a grant writer.
But they are
Department
trained-
heads might have
but-
been
but
doing
they are-
some.
I believe they are trained to do so, the department heads.
I mean, they support, we were doing sort of simple grants that we would do every year, Clean Communities Grant, DOT grant, department heads would do those. But to put together a grant for opioid, federal DOJ grant, no, department heads weren't really able and didn't have the experience and didn't have the expertise that we have.
I don't
that
know
we've
if
been doing now.
if we needed full-time grant writer for the city. I'm not sure about that. Probably we should look for a part-time or something as a necessity to help our department heads with this grant writing. And that's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilman Kalik. So to that point, this is the reason why I said regular, because not everyone has the same idea. On a personal, I believe I work in an entity where someone was hired specifically to do grants. They are full-time, and they've bought millions of dollars into scholarships for our students. So I'm a firm believer that if you have someone that is their job, okay, people go to school, get master's degree to become grant writers because there is money involved. And I agree with Councilman Rivera. I will not be working for two entities getting paid, peanuts, and I'm bringing in millions of dollars into, a municipality. So that's okay. We have different ideas. We can agree to disagree. So, Madam Clerk, item number 12 is going to go on regular because it's
If I have-
obvious to me that there will not be a consensus to allow the administration to go out and solicit to see, who.
Madam President?
Council President.
Just in closing, because I started the argument, and I would like to close with it. It will take me 30 seconds,
Councilman
Madam
Mendez
President.
and Councilman
And
Diaz.
I think, Madam President, this discussion was very healthy, because my understanding as a responsible legislator, we got to look out for the taxpayer.
Right.
And if I know that the parking authority has a grant writing that is working with the city also as well, I have to question the administration why they're going to hire another grant writer. So with that being said, we got the explanation. So we put it on regular, and we all clear, and we will take the decision that we need to take at the point.
I agree with you. I just want to correct you in saying that we no longer have that individual. That's what I was trying. There is none. Okay, that person no longer is there. okay?
The-
That person that was chosen to work is no longer working for the parking authority, okay? Councilman Jackson?
Council President, if I could just clarify, that person is not
Was
there.
hired in the city as a city employee now.
Right, but that firm still has another person who helps the grants for the city of Paterson and the parking authority.
Okay,
There's someone else, yeah.
okay. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. Just want to give an opinion on this as we have an open dialogue. I don't see any issue with the city having a full-time grant writer if there's a benefit to the community.
Right.
So one of the things that the members of this administration talked about when he came in was doing performance evaluations. And Madam BA just referred to the number of grants that's being applied for, and or I don't know if that meant that we've been recipients of the awards, but where's the performance report? Where's the performance report over the last year or 2 years on the job that the grant writer has done? And ultimately, because it's what we're here for, how has the community benefited? If we're gonna write grants just to go pay somebody a salary, a six-figure salary, then I'm not in favor of that. But if we're writing grants that's bringing forward some relief to taxpayers, that's providing, additional services, because if we're seeing all this additional money, and from my perspective, Council President, this administration has received more money than any other mayor in probably the history of Paterson. Talking about the $160 million in tax credits, the first go-round of COVID money, now the next 63 or whatever, $64 million in COVID money. We've given them a great deal of concessions, the sewer utility that has added another $9 million to the budget. So we're seeing all these millions of dollars. Where's the benefit to the community? The community is still as dirty as it's ever been. The crime rate is through the roof. They don't even announce the crime statistics anymore. We're talking about shootings each and every night. And I'm gonna just say this because it's embarrassing. We've already been relinquished. We was already awarded the $30+ million in COVID money. We didn't even buy one case of water. And please correct me if I'm wrong, because as a matter of fact, Ms. Fisher, you're there. But the agenda or objective to derail all of the locations for National Night Out. Now, I was out of town, but I heard it went beautifully. I mean, there was an assumption that the violence was going to be so rampant, and we don't want to support the locations. But how much of that money was delved off into the community for National Night Out? When you talk about initiatives to curb violence, the money is obviously there was an allowance there to utilize it, but the agenda to have grant writers and procure or obtain all this additional money, and we're not going to see a benefit to the community is pointless in my opinion. But I appreciate the time, Council President.
Thank you very much. Okay, so, council members, like I said, it's going on regular, okay?
And Council President, if I could just respond here. I just
Council-
sent the entire
Madam
council,
VA.
I just sent the council the July 2021 grant report that shows all the details, the grants that we've gotten for this year, and I could, after the meeting, send the one from 2020.
Thank you very much, Madam BA. So, Madam Clerk, item 13. will go
13,
on
consent.
Consent. 14 will go on consent. 15, I am going to put on consent.
Yes,
Yes, 15 is going to go on consent.
consent. 16, consent.
Hold on a minute. 16 is going to go on regular. 17 is going to go on, this one we're going to do on regular.
Regular,
Okay. 18,
put a regular,
I'm going to put it on consent.
okay.
I'm sorry? Okay, Corporation Council, please add number 18, please add as a co-sponsor Councilwoman Cotton. 19 is gonna go on consent. You'd like 19 on regular? Okay.
What is 19?
Madam Clerk, 19 will go on regular, so 18 on consent, but 19 on regular.
Okay.
Okay? Bear with me for a minute. The next I'm going to do is Community Development 2021, but bear with me
Regular.
for one quick
Right.
minute.
Oh.
Uh,
2021, you say?
'42 will go on consent.
What is 42?
42?
42 is going to go on consent.
Hold on, Madam President.
That's good.
No, I'm
We'll
going
do
to
now.
do that next. Just give me a second. I wanted to try to do like all of the bizarre licenses and all those things that have already been reviewed through finance. I'm just trying to get those out of the way.
41, you could put on consent.
Council members, that's, Madam Clerk, 41 will go for first reading.
Oh, okay. Oh, the agenda is all up now.
43, and I know this was discussed, 43 is going to go on regular,
Oh, yeah,
and
definitely.
so is 44.
Oh, yeah.
45, Councilman Velez, you want to
Yeah,
put that
you-
on regular or
Yeah,
consent?
you could put a consent.
Consent, 45 consent. Okay, so I'm going to exercise my authority as the council president. This is a workshop meeting. Council members have their duty to do and present to the administration through legal, get resolutions drafted, ordinances drafted as well. Councilman Velez, I know that you reached out to me. Actually, you didn't reach out to me. You went directly and did your due diligence with item number 46.
Where is it?
But I am going to ask Corporation Council that resolution is being sponsored by Councilman Velez, Councilman Mendez, and Councilman Flavio Rivera.
And where's the resolution, ma'am? They took it out of my folder?
Just 1 second. Okay, I am not going to be a sponsor of it. Okay, I could be a co-sponsor. Item 46 is memorializing the life and legacy of Juan Dios Ventura Soriano, which is known as Johnny Ventura. Johnny Ventura was
tell you,
a singer,
he's
a
getting
icon to many Dominicans, and because of that respect that I have for our council members here, I believe that they should also be sponsors of it. You know, Johnny Ventura came here back in, I believe it was 1989. Councilman Rivera, was it 1989? He was the Grand Marshal to the Dominican Parade. He was very active, and I see no reason why not to memorialize and have this, but I do want to have our council members be part of the sponsorship.
Council
Okay?
President?
Councilman Velez?
Yes, we had this thorough discussion regarding 46, and we're not going to go into debate on it. That's why I took the courtesy without even asking them to be co-sponsored. But the president with authority to put or not put and who's going to go here or whatever, I agreed on that. I came in base to do that in public because I did a review on it. And once again, this is not a resolution to just be critical and going back and forth. This is to honor somebody that impacted not only the Dominican Republic, around the world. So thank you, Council President, for not using the gaggle and
Thank you, Councilman
Okay.
Velez. So, council members, how would you like to proceed with
Regular.
46? Regular? Okay, very
Yes.
well. So, Madam Clerk, 46 will go on regular.
So, Council President, just for the record, I just need to just have this resolution will be sponsored by Councilman Velez, Councilman Mendez, and Councilman Rivera.
And co-sponsored by me.
And you're the only co-sponsor.
Actually, you know what we could do? The rest of the council,
yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be Velez, Flavio,
Yeah.
and Mendez.
And the rest of the council.
The entire of the council.
Okay?
Let the record reflect,
Okay,
so
very
put my
good.
name first. Just kidding.
Hold on a minute. Hold on, Councilman, I got you. I do. can't do that. Okay, 53, Madam Clerk, regular. Okay. Director? 20 and 21. So, Mr. Chair of the Community
2021,
Development Department.
2021?
20 and 21.
Council President, Director is here. She will give us a little brief about
Okay,
those board
if you can be
items.
quick, I am going to please, council members, remember what I said. At 7:30, we have an emergency meeting, so I have to suspend the workshop meeting.
You're supposed to get this.
Director, you have a few minutes.
You have this?
You can't hear
Or
me.
this one?
Can you hear me?
It's on.
Oh.
Tap it,
I'm sorry, yes.
tap it. It's on.
Okay, so for 20, it's the money that we actually pay back from the 2019 audit. The city reimbursed the federal government the funds of $545,000, which we never, I don't want to say encumbered, we never actually applied it to our budget. We actually paid it, and HUD says we still have it. We never actually received it. We paid it back to them, and we're supposed to receive it. We never did. So that
Okay.
money is still there.
So, council members, if you're okay with that, we can put it on consent. Does
So-
anyone want to put it on regular?
Yes, we're gonna use it,
How-
yes, we could put it on consent, but this money, Councilman,
I need a question.
Hold on
we're
a minute.
gonna use,
So I
we're
have a
gonna use it for,
Okay,
It's already been
one
told to
second,
HUD.
1 second. Councilman, you're saying consent, but I have others saying no. So if there's one person that says no, then it goes on regular. Councilman?
Before we continue with this discussion, we heard your version, but you were a little with the terminology.
Yes, the terminology.
So I want to hear from the CFO.
Okay.
So
the
what
money-
happened here?
The money was never appropriated in the community development budget.
So we got an award letter,
No.
right, or an allocation from HUD,
No.
but it was never included in our budget. But the statement,
It is not, it wasn't an award letter. We actually paid back from the audit, and we actually had to appropriate it. We never did.
you paid back to who?
To the HUD for the 2009 audit. We
Okay.
We owed $2.7 million. We
We
paid
pay-
back $439, $413 every year for 5 years. The last 2 years, we never appropriated the money.
Still a little confused, and I work with this every day.
Yeah.
So that's why I want to hear, it just,
So,
simplify it, please.
Yeah, please.
I think we paid back the 439 every year. And
Every
from
year.
that, I believe HUD let us
keep the
almost
money.
not pay back the last year, and that's why we
But
have
we
to
paid
appropriate.
it.
Correct,
Paid it.
So they're basically saying you didn't have to pay us that year,
correct.
you could have that money back.
Yes.
Did they send it back to us yet?
It's
No,
there.
it's
It's been
there.
there.
It's
Okay.
in their system.
In
It's
their
in a
system,
fund.
got it. You just got it, okay.
And it's been listed in the action plan.
So we're reallocating that
Yes.
funding right now, all right.
Council
So
President.
council members, okay, Councilwoman Cotton?
I see here, Barbara, that, this is from 2009. You got Paterson Homeowners Rehabilitation Program. Who is that?
That's the program we're using now.
Yeah,
The
but-
homeowner rehab program.
What name is it? Like who's?
Patterson Homeowner Rehab Program.
That's
Is it
what we're gonna
Habitat?
use this money
No,
for.
Patterson Homeowner Rehab Program.
And who is it? That's what I'm saying, like, who
That's
is
the
it?
That's the
agency
name.
that does the rehab for homeowners.
For what?
For homeowners.
Oh, you talking about, like, Mary Jo can apply for the money? Constituents out there, there's 530-something thousand
Yes.
in there that for homeowners, and they don't have to pay it back.
Let's-
Unless they lived there for 5
Yes.
years.
Yes.
It's stipulations.
Yes.
But you can apply for some money to fix your homes, and you have to live there for a certain amount of years, and you do not have to pay it back.
Yes.
That's that money.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. So that item is going to go on regular, correct? Because I had one person say no.
Number 20, regular?
Number 20, council
That's, I
members.
mean, it's like, it's fine.
Consent?
Yeah.
All right,
should
is
be
everyone
consent.
okay with consent?
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, consent, 20.
20 consent?
Yes, 21, you have 1 more minute.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So 21 is the homeowner rehab consultant that actually runs this program. We actually asked for the council to give us an extension during the pandemic. The extension ended in February of this year. We still have 5 homeowners who's waiting for their house to be fixed. We can't move without having a contract for them. We also needed more money to give for these homeowners, so We're asking for a 9-month extension, which will last until December 31st.
Okay, so 21, if you guys are okay, we'll go on consent as well.
So it's for 267,000?
No,
What is it? Oh, that's what we got in there.
that's how much they had now. They're not getting any of that 545,000. This
Okay.
is their money.
Okay.
Okay,
That could be consent.
thank you very much.
I'm sorry,
It'll
Council.
go on
Council
consent.
President, just a quick question to,
Wait. No. 7:30 is right now, so I have to apologize.
that's okay, I email you.
Please. So, council members, as I've repeated since I began this meeting, we now have to suspend the workshop, and we're going to go into an emergency meeting. I need everyone sitting down, please.
At this time, may I have a motion to suspend the workshop
Second.
until after this emergency meeting?
First, move,
Move by council, move to suspend the workshop by Councilman Velez. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam
To
President.
suspend the workshop and begin the emergency meeting.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to suspend the workshop session until after the special emergency meeting. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes, my apologies for being late. I'm just coming from the airport.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The workshop session is hereby suspended until after the special emergency meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the special emergency meeting of this municipal council. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for Municipal Council Special Emergency Meeting, August 4, 2021, at 7:30 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Khan. Councilman Jackson.
Here.
Councilman Khalid. Councilman Mendez. Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera. Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Oh, yes.
Yes, Melinda is upstairs, so she has to hear as well. She's taking notes. Thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, you don't have to read the votes. Okay?
No, I don't, but
Okay.
you
So,
can
Madam Clerk, can you
guide me.
please read the special emergency meeting notice?
Yes, Madam President. At this time, I'll read the notice. Notice of meeting without 48-hour advance published notice as an exception to the ordinary advance notice requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act. Be advised that the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson has scheduled an emergency meeting for Wednesday, August 4, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. to be held in the Council Chambers, 3rd floor, 155 Market Street, Paterson, New Jersey. Public portion. The normal notice requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act has not been met. It is necessary to call this meeting by vote of 3/4 of the council members present pursuant to NJSA 10:4-9 because of an urgent situation that has developed, specifically, 1, resolution to amend the calendar year 2021 budget, which has been approved but not yet adopted. Formal action may be taken. Pursuant to NJSA 10:4-9B, such meeting is required in order to deal with matters of such urgency and importance that a delay for the purpose of providing adequate notice would be likely to result in substantial harm to the public interest. This meeting was called on Wednesday, August 4, 2021, and on that day, notice of this meeting was given by posting the notice at City Hall, 155 Market Street, Paterson, New Jersey, by filing it with the city clerk, and by sending the notice by fax to the Herald News and the Record, New Jersey Pulse, the Paterson Press, and other newspapers used for public notices as required by NJSA 10:4-9B3. This meeting will be limited to the discussion of and/or action on the above described emergent matters. Madam President.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we already did the roll call to open do I have to do a roll call again?
Yes, Madam President. This time, I will have to ask for a motion to hold the emergency meeting to discuss and adopt this resolution.
Move.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilman Velez and second, I didn't hear who seconded. Who seconded? Councilman Jackson.
Councilman Jackson. Okay. So at this time, Madam President, I'll do the roll call. The roll call to hold the emergency meeting to discuss / the adoption of the second amendment to the calendar year 2021 municipal budget. Councilwoman Cotton?
Madam Clerk, it seems as the council members don't have the item. I know this was an emergency meeting that was called out by the administration at literally
Yes.
an hour before the meeting, so.
I'm sorry. That's why I have the ladies here, because this was a last minute thing, so they're going to hand them out at this point. So I'm doing the roll call. Councilwoman Cotton?
Okay.
I'm gonna pass until I get the paperwork, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Councilman Jackson? The reason for this roll call, I have to have at least 6 council members, based on what I read in the notice,
This
to
is roll call.
approve.
To do what, though?
To approve to have
This
this
is to
meeting, not
approve,
to adopt.
to have the meeting, so you understand what the discussion
To
is going
hold
to
the
be.
meeting.
That's not what you said, Madam Clerk, that's why I thought you was rolling. I was looking for my.
No, not for
paper.
approval, no.
Okay, just to have the meeting. Yes, to have the meeting.
To hold the emergency meeting
Okay.
and to discuss and adopt the second, what is on the agenda. That's what I read.
Okay.
To hold the meeting.
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Yes. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Let's have fun. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 2 absent. 1 absent. We can now continue with the discussion.
Thank you very much. So, Madam BA, we're gonna give it to you. I know the CFO, so if you can please quickly let us know the reason why the request. Mr. CFO?
For the budget, there's a budget review process, and the reason for the request was the budget review process finished today with the state, and the state told me I had to break out the revenue. I had it all in a Comtra line, and it had to be broken out in the 4 different lines. Comtra, energy receipt, watershed aid, and Garden State Trust for budget.
Okay, Mr. Mr. Finance Chair, would you like to add anything? I know this was discussed today in Finance.
Yeah, it's a simple adjustment, but I would like to ask, total section B, state aid without offsetting appropriations. There was a fluctuation there from to, you see the amount?
Yes, $200,000.
So what was that?
It was additional aid.
They gave us?
Yeah, I believe it was, they have it in the Comtra money, but it was additional 200,000.
So you didn't have that figure until they did the review?
Correct.
All right. How come the revenue section didn't increase?
The municipal part went down.
Got it. You don't want that to increase. So you actually brought it down, okay. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions? Council members?
Council President,
Councilman Jackson?
so is this budget ready for adoption? When do we,
No.
when?
At a special meeting at 8 o'clock today.
Tonight, the budget's ready for adoption?
Correct.
Very good.
Okay, anyone else? All right, Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam President, if I may,
I'm sorry,
There's a
I'm sorry.
public-
Is there, and I know that there's gonna be some confusion, but for the emergency meeting pertaining to this item, is anyone in the public, does anyone want to address this issue?
Move to close season 1.
Second.
Okay, So, Madam Clerk, we opened up the public hearing on this item.
Yes, public
In the
portion.
emergency meeting, the public portion, seeing none by Councilman Velez, move to close, and second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion of the emergency meeting.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion of the special emergency meeting at 7:30. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public portion is now closed for this
Thank you very
7:30
much.
special meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on
The
item
next-
number 1.
Okay.
in the
Next
emergency
item is
meeting.
item number 1, which reads, resolution to amend the calendar year 2021 budget, which has been approved but not yet adopted. Finance Resolution 21408. The motion?
Moved by Councilman Velez,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Madam President, at this time, we have a motion and a second on the floor, and before we take action on the resolution, our CFO will read the amendments into the record.
Okay. Mr. CFO?
Miscellaneous revenues, Section B, state aid without offset appropriations. Contra from $32,732,520 to $6,407,140. Energy receipts from 0 to $26,578,311. Watershed aid from 0 to $329. Garden State Trust from 0 to $6,088. Total Section B from $58,456,636.25 to $58,715,984.25. General revenues, Section A, local municipal purpose, including reserve for uncollected taxes, from $160,540,640.49 to $160,270,486.32. And total general revenues from $268,343,690.43 to $268,343,690.43.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President.
Roll call.
This time, I'll take the roll call on item number 1 for approval. Councilman Cotton?
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Let the record reflect that this item was discussed in the Finance Committee meeting. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
This is to receive more money, so my vote is absolutely yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted.
Move to close special meeting,
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
emergency meeting, sorry.
Move to close the emergency meeting, seeing that there's only one
Madam
item.
President, if I may, for one, just for the record, this second amendment will be included at the 8 o'clock meeting when we are adopting the budget with the other amendment.
Correct,
So this
Madam
was
Clerk.
just for the record.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you very
So
much.
there's a motion to close the emergency meeting? and-
Yes, we do, by Councilman Velez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton and Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the emergency meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. Roll call to close the special emergency meeting at 7:30 PM. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Special emergency meeting is now closed. We'll just continue to our workshop session, Madam President.
Yes, I was going to say, we're going to continue with the workshop session. Just know
Yes.
for the council members that just arrived, that we have a 8 o'clock special meeting, so I'll have to suspend the workshop and go into a special meeting.
So, Madam President, may I have a motion to reopen the workshop? We may have to just
Second.
open for it.
Everybody said at the same time. Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Mendez and Jackson, was it? Jackson?
Okay. Okay.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll
To
call
reopen the workshop.
To reopen the workshop session. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Cotton?
I'm sorry.
Councilman Cotton, we're closing, we're opening the workshop.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. We will continue with our workshop session. So we were at 21, Madam President.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, and I apologize for this, but 16, Councilwoman Mims has agreed to put it on consent. We don't need to, 16, if you can correct 16 to consent.
16.
Okay, and Councilwoman Mims, 18, you want it on regular, right?
Yes, and to add Councilwoman Cotton as a
Yes,
co-sponsor.
we actually added
Yes,
that. Okay.
thank you.
So Madam Clerk, you kind of like switched, 16 on consent and 18 on regular. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, so I have my finance chair here, so bear with me for a minute. I know all these items were discussed. If anyone, councilman of the first ward, doesn't have any issues with and Councilwoman Cotton in the fourth ward, I'd like to go items 22 as consent, 23 consent, 24 consent, 25 consent, 26 consent, 27 consent, 28 consent.
Wait a second. Madam Clerk, Council President.
Yes, Councilwoman Cotton.
Where's 26 at? They don't have an address.
26.
Oh, below.
That's-
That's the one below?
Yeah, that's held in, that's the
below.
Oh, okay.
laundromat.
It's
Okay.
below.
That's the laundromat. It's right in the bottom.
Uh-huh.
Does anyone have an issue with that? Because I want to continue.
Yep.
Which one is that?
26.
26.
Oh, that's good.
All right. 29. Council members? Consent?
It should be consent, Council President.
29 consent. 30
Consent.
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 31
31?
regular.
Regular, yep,
This is purging taxes, regular.
yeah.
Okay. 32, I would say consent.
Yes, yes, we discussed it in
33 will go on consent. This is to solicit proposals.
the, correct.
And
Also,
34 will go on consent.
Thank you,
Correct.
Jack. 34 consent?
Yes.
Thank
So
you.
32, 33, and 34 consent.
Thanks, Jackie.
Yes. To continue with fire, regular, this is to award a contract. Actually,
Which
you
one
guys
now?
are all right with, I mean, it's awarding a contract. This is for the firehouse roof replacement?
That's
You
47.
guys want it on consent or regular?
consent, it was clear enough that was,
Mr. Chairman, Finance
number?
Chair, you want it to go on regular?
47.
consent.
Yeah.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, 47 will
Is
go on
that,
regular.
is that 47?
Yeah, 20, I thought we were gonna do 22 through 30 on just a regular. Just no more, it's just licenses.
I know they were done already.
We already did all
We
those.
did
Those are all on
those.
Oh,
consent.
so which one we're on? Oh, 47.
Are you okay?
Yeah, he's okay.
I was reviewing the budget. We're gonna vote on it. So
Okay,
47.
no, I was talking about 47.
Then we
'Cause
went to
we were doing
47.
fire, so I figured,
Yeah, that's fine. So a lot of people bid, just put on regular. You went to
okay,
the lowest
so
bidder.
Madam Clerk, 47 will go on regular. Okay. And then we have,
35 all the way down to 40, Council President. If anybody
minute,
has
hold
an
on,
issue,
hold
we
on,
could
hold
go
on,
to consent.
35, Councilman, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40 are always regular things that comes to DPW, so they could go on consent.
Any council member have any question on any of these items? The director is here, but please be mindful, at 8 o'clock, we'll have to suspend and go into our special meeting.
So 35 through 40 is consent?
Correct.
Anyone have any questions? Okay, Madam Clerk, 35 consent, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. We'll go on consent.
Just let, can I ask one quick question?
Yes,
Council
Councilwoman
President?
Cotton?
On 37, why are we going back out? This is phase 2 part of it for Barley Field House? Did the
Yes.
first phase was done already?
Director, can you please answer that? It's on.
First phase is about 99% done. This
Okay.
is for the second phase.
Okay. You
Anyone
said
have any other
99%
questions on
done,
that?
right?
Council
Sorry,
President.
99% done?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and Council President, just to, for the record, and the reason they doing phase 2 with phase 1 is because the grant and the money that was honored for that contract had to be expended before the end of the year, so, just,
Okay.
yeah.
Are we okay to move on?
Yeah, we good.
Okay, very good. So we have item 48 and Madam Clerk, number 50, we'll go for first reading. Is the director here? Well, actually, Madam B, if you can. God. Is director. 50 is going to go to first, but I'd like him to let the council know what item 50 is.
I have it.
It's gotta be, I'm gonna put it in the drawer. I know.
Director?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Council.
Because it's kind of cold in
So this item is exactly what it reads. It is a dual guarantee that's tied in with the Ward Street project that's associated down here at the train station. This is a project with the Parking Authority, and so the County Improvement Authority has allowed us to move forward with this project by using their bond rating. So this is a good financial opportunity for the city to save money through the Parking Authority to the tune of about $6 million by using the county's Improvement Authority's bond rating.
Which one number is this one?
32. I mean, I'm sorry, 50.
50.
It's first reading ordinance.
This is the one that we,
Council President.
Council President.
One second, Councilman Velez and then Councilman Kalik. Councilman Velez.
We had done this before, correct?
We have done this similarly with the Visitor Center.
Right.
What we did with the Great Falls Visitor Center is that we went through Passaic County Improvement Authority and that they required, it's like co-signing for a loan. So it's the same thing with this, but this is at Ward Street for the mixed-use parking garage that'll be for about 730 parking spots right here downtown.
Correct, Council President. As a statutory chair, we had a thorough discussion with this guarantee, so we need to move forward to demolish that parking to move forward with the new project coming there, so it looks good.
Okay, anyone else? Councilman Kalik?
Yeah, I just want a clarification. This $32 million bond.
Guaranteed.
Right, guarantee. City of Paterson is not backing this bond at all, correct?
So the way the guarantee works is that the city and the county are working in partnership to monetize the $30 million in tax credits that we've allocated to that project. So it's a $30 million project that's being paid for on the back of state tax credits. And the way the ERG tax credits work for Paterson, because Paterson has very unique tax credits that we allocated, it's 100% tax credit. So what that means is there won't be a big gap to be filled for the project. So the risk that's associated with the project is extremely de minimis.
I understand, but who, if this project doesn't go right, who would be responsible for this money fund?
The county first,
County
correct?
or the city
The
of
county
Paterson?
first, and then the city is a guarantee.
Let me hear it from him. It isn't, I don't think it's the county. Why would we co-sign a project where we're giving out even tax credit for this, whoever doing this project, developers or
The county's
any other entity?
requiring it in order for us to be able to use their bond rating, which is much better than the city of Paterson's. So, and the parking authority is basically a conduit of the city in order to do things like create parking opportunities, not the least of which are in high demand areas like downtown. So the county has required us to do a dual guarantee. And so I think the point is everyone's both on the hook with regards to the project should something fail. But again, it's not a super complex project. We're really just building a parking garage right downtown. And because the state tax credits are 100%.
Is it safe to say that city of Paterson, the taxpayer, are backing this bond?
No, I would say the state taxpayers are
But city of Paterson is part of the state, so.
Council President.
Councilman Rivera. Councilman Rivera.
Thank you.
So,
Councilman Rivera, Velez, Mims.
so we already did this for that project that's by the falls, correct? What's going on now is because of COVID. Every debt that was issued by the parking authority in the past was guaranteed by the revenue. Because of COVID, the revenue have been, down. Now, from my understanding, in the past, going back many years, the city used to guarantee the debt of the parking authority. Remember, this is an entity that we created. With 6 votes, we could also dissolve it and take over all the properties, right? So they're independent, but it was created by us. Now, I don't see much risk in doing this, but we also need to develop our city. The decision was made by this administration, not the council, to allocate those credits for that project. Now that what we have before us is, we have an entity that's associated with us that needs our help. It's not gonna affect our net debt. The only way it would affect us is, for whatever reason, if they cannot pay. Now, the way the budget works is, they have to budget to pay their debt before the budget for anything else. But let's just play worst case scenario. Let's say that they cannot meet its obligation to pay the debt. Then we have options as council members, right?
Correct.
We could dissolve the whole authority and every parking lot, I'm not saying we're gonna do this, but I'm just saying, every parking lot in the city of Paterson and every property will be owned by the city. And we could do as we please, we could sell it, we could do, I'm just giving you options, not saying we go in that route, but I'm just trying to point out the risk. It's not that much risk associated, and I don't think that entity will come before us if they had any other choice. So what we have before us, we have the risk of losing these tax credits because they were already allocated for this purpose, or we could assist an agency that was created by us to make sure that this project come to fruition. We need to develop the city, and I'm in full agreement to proceed with this.
Council President.
Thank you very much. Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Jackson, and then Councilman Abdulaziz. Please be aware,
Yes.
please be aware, it is almost 8 o'clock, okay?
Thank you.
Councilman Velez, quickly?
Yeah, thank you, President. I just have 30 seconds to ask just one simple question. I know that we had a thorough conversation with Tony Perez and also you. Based on the history that I have seen the project sponsor or made by Parking Authority have been successful ones. You could go around the city, you could see them. But I have just one simple question that never was answered to me because it was a time restraint. What happened with the developer?
Why haven't we what?
With the developer?
Why haven't we developed the site yet?
What happened with the developer? What's going on? Where the
What
developer
happened-
stand?
What happened with the developer?
Right,
who
the
was
person that
involved?
you presented as the person that was going to be doing the project.
Lacanti.
Well, that was a different, so there's two elements to that site, right? There's the parking garage. The parking authority owns both parcels of land. So the RFP that the parking authority did with regards to that site, they're waiting until the garage can go forward. They're kind of connected because the garage has to come down that's currently there. It has to be demolished. And the way that the parking authority is thinking through developing the site is by repositioning the garage so that it opens up developable land adjacent from the train station. So this needs to happen. This project needs to get out the gate, both in terms of demolition and construction. Then we can do the RFP project.
So we're gonna be dealing with the same developer?
I can't say for sure, but that's they're the ones that won the RFP.
Councilman Velez,
yes.
Councilman Velez, if you
Yeah.
heard, right
it's
now,
kinda separate
we're
project.
specific to the parking lot. Right now, this is specific to that.
So no, this is
So I don't
specifically.
wanna go into
No,
the
no,
other
no,
part of the
No, this
project.
is specific to move forward demolition, to be able to move forward with the development of the parking lot. I understand that. But we need to be clear because developers comes here, they present a nice, beautiful plan, and then we end in bonding, we end in, things like that. So, but I'm okay. Let's get
Okay.
moving.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Mims?
Just a quick question. So, it's always good to do these type of partnerships because we know the city's bond rating is low. So I just want you to state on record the variance of difference. What is the city's bond rating? What is the county's bond rating? And then what is the variance of difference that we will save because we're partnering with them?
I could look to Javier to talk about what the city's bond rating is, but I believe it's a BA. It's much lower than the county's, and the net savings there is approximately $6 million.
So is that accurate or just hypothetical, Director?
That is accurate.
CFO, can you confirm that? The question was, I know you were out, what was the variance of difference? We're partnering with the county, the city has a low bond rating, so it's good to do these type of arrangements because it saves the city. So I'm asking, what's the bond rating for the city, what's the bond rating for the county, and what's the variance of difference of savings for the taxpayers?
I believe our rating is about I believe it's 0.8, which is really low, like BOA1. And the county's rating is really good. And I believe that the $6 million number is correct.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put it on record, because both were saying, I believe, I think, so can you just send that in email format? I would like to see that. It's a good thing, I'm not against it, because I think it's definitely a way to go when it's like having a co-signer when you're trying to get back on track. So I just wanna see what that dollar amount looks like, and how it helps the taxpayer base. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Jackson?
Yeah, I'm gonna be as brief as possible, Council President. So, Councilwoman Mims, you're absolutely dead on. In fact, I was just getting ready to raise that concern. One, this council has to learn how to be a little bit more responsible. How do we have an allocation of $35 million that was set forward 4 or 5 years ago that's being allocated for this project that we don't even have a presentation on the plan? The previous presentation, we talked about mixed-use property with potential residential, it was talks about partnerships with some of the local colleges. Now we're using 100% of the tax credits for a parking garage, which, to Councilman Rivera's point, at least the parking authority does generate some revenue. Now, just for a point of clarity, just to the residents, there is no such thing as partnerships with the parking authority. All of the properties that the parking authority has the authority over are owned by the city. The city placed this parking authority to manage them. So these properties are owned by the city. The revenue that they generate, the income or whatever the case might be, it's directly has an impact on the taxpayers. So the fact that we have this thing being pushed forward and then the CFO makes a statement like, I believe, and I don't know, like these are valid questions that should be readily answered. I mean, I think the only thing that really encourages the amount of support is the fact that the way the parking authority has done business in the past and Mr. Perez and his ability to manage certain things. But we still have to talk about the fact that this is a failed project. This is probably the most important parcel in the city of Paterson. It's walking distance from the train station. There's opportunities for all kinds of growth and development, and we're just not realizing it. So just to knock down the garage and put it back up, I mean, I know that at this point, we have no other choice because of the fact that the roadblocks that the administration put forward when this project was on the table before. It was on the table to move before, and I'll rest it there, Council President. These types of items don't need to come before us with like a rushed agenda. We need to have very thorough, these are monumental decisions, $35 million of tax credits. These are things that we need to really weigh in on, have a full discussion, and be a part of the planning. People who don't even live here, they're doing all the planning of what's going on in our communities, and we're going to complain after it's built. I rest there, Council President.
Councilman Abdulaziz, and please be mindful, I'm getting ready to close.
Thank you, Council President. So to the director, and I just said a side note to the council. So there is risk with this, right? It's just like you have a mortgage and you co-sign on the mortgage and they stop making payments or something goes wrong, you have to make the payments, right? At the end of the day, this garage doesn't go as we plan. The construction guy goes, whatever happens. We've seen failed projects before. At the end, the city will start the year picking up the debt. So out of the $32 million, if we have to pay $600,000 a year in debt payments, which we have that in many of our budgets, we would have to pay it. But if the project goes up successfully and it's running smoothly, it pays itself, and as the council says, it builds. I have one little question here on page 1, from the bottom up, the third whereas, and I hope my council colleagues, whereas the city anticipates, the city, not the parking authority nor the county, anticipates it will contribute approximately $2 million to the financing of the parking authority project. We're paying $2 million for this?
So,
Mr. Finance Chair.
we had that conversation in finance today. I asked a question. So the state actually allocated $2 million. If you look in the back of the budget, capital improvement fund, there is $2 million. The $2 million are going to come out of there. I was told by the administration that the state basically allocated $2 million for that purpose. So it's not coming from the taxpayers of Paterson. It's allocated from the state. It's passing through us.
So
the $2 million.
This is a $2 million allocation in the state budget?
For the
It's
demolition.
number 52 in the agenda.
And yeah, and Council President, this is part of the amendment during the special meeting. It's this supplemental transitional aid that the city got, about $4.7 million, $2 million, and it was earmarked for certain purposes, and $2 million was for that purpose.
Thank you.
Council President.
Thank you very much. We're going to finalize with your comment.
Just briefly.
Councilman Rivera.
Just briefly. Even if the project doesn't come to fruition, it's still the responsibility of the parking authority to take care of their debt. When they put their budget together, then we would have the conversation at that time if they're able to pay it or not. But just because the project doesn't come to fruition, doesn't mean that they're not obligated to pay the debt. So they're still obligated.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk.
Yes, may I have a motion again to close the workshop until after the special 8 o'clock meeting?
Yeah, but just so you know, item number 50 will go on first reading.
It's a first reading, yes. I do have.
Can I have a motion now to
Move it.
Second?
suspend the workshop and go into a special meeting? Moved by Councilman Mendez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Abdulaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to suspend the workshop session until after the 8 o'clock special meeting. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The workshop session is temporarily closed until after our special 8 o'clock meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, Madam President.
At this time, Madam Clerk, I'd like
It's
to
the 8
motion.
Right. So I can do the roll call when you're ready.
This is confusing me here. I have three different,
The
so
one
at
that
this
says-
time, Madam Clerk, we're opening up
The one that says 8 p.m.
I don't have one that says 8
You don't have the
PM.
8 p.m. one? Okay, I'll do the roll call.
Okay. I only have two, 6:30 and 7:30.
Okay. I'll just continue, Council President. Okay, the 8 o'clock special meeting, which was scheduled for on August 8th, is now open. Roll call for Municipal Council special meeting on August 4th, 2021 at 8 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz,
Present.
Councilwoman Khan,
Here.
Councilman Jackson,
Here.
Are we doing?
Councilman Kalik,
Here.
Councilman Mendez,
Present, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Rivera,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Present, Madam Clerk.
Madam President.
Yes.
May I continue, Madam President?
Thank you very
Okay.
much, Madam
Yeah.
Clerk.
Yes, I did the roll call. I completed the roll call.
Can you please read the statement of compliance?
Sure, Madam President. Meeting covered by 48-hour notice. Notice of the time, date, location, and agenda of this meeting was transmitted to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Pesquero International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. At or about 11 a.m. on July 27, 2021, such notices were posted on the bulletin board in the offices of the city clerk at City Hall. I'll read the special meeting notice. I have to read it in detail. Pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act, be advised that the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson has scheduled a special meeting for Wednesday, August 4, 2021 at 8 p.m. to be held in the Council Chambers, 155 Market Street, 3rd floor, City Hall, Paterson, New Jersey, for the purpose of discussing the following matters. Public portion. First reading ordinances, no public hearing is required. And item number 1 reads, Ordinance creating Paterson Code Chapter 172 to be entitled Cannabis Licensing and Operating. This item was tabled from the regular meeting of July 21st, 2021. Administration. Item number 2. Formal action will be taken. Item number 2, ordinance creating Paterson Code Chapter 172 to be entitled Cannabis Prohibition on Non-Medical Sales or Processing, and Paterson Zoning Code Chapter Section 500-5A to be entitled Prohibited Uses, Opt-out. Administration, formal action will be taken. Item number 3, resolutions. Resolution confirming this city continued compliance in calendar year 2021 with the 2012 U.S. EEOC guidelines regarding consideration of arrest and conviction records in employment decisions where such confirmation is required by the local public law. Administration Resolution 21399, formal action will be taken. Item number 4, public hearing is required in this item. Resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 223-225 Graham Avenue, Block 3506, Lot 42, Economic Development, Resolution 21400, formal action will be taken. Continued resolution, item number 5. Public hearing on the amendment of the calendar year 2021 municipal budget. And number 5 reads resolution on the adoption of the amended municipal budget for calendar year 2021. Finance Resolution 2021-401, formal action will be taken. Item number 6, resolution authorizing calendar year 2021 emergency temporary appropriations for the month of August 2021, Finance Resolution 21402, formal action will be taken. Item number 7, resolution setting the grace period for payment of the third quarter tax bills of the calendar year 2021, Finance Resolution 21403, formal action will be taken. Item number 8, resolution on the Paterson Code Chapter 129 bazaars addressing a license for East Side Neighborhood Association 2.0 to conduct a festival. Finance Resolution 21404, formal action will be taken. Item number 9, Resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaars, addressing a license for Event USA Entertainment to conduct a festival. Finance Resolution 21405. Formal action will be taken. And there's an amendment pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act to be advised that the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson has scheduled a special meeting for Wednesday, August 4, 2021 at 8 p.m. to be held in the council chambers, 155 Market Street, 3rd floor, City Hall, Paterson, New Jersey, for the purpose of discussing the following additional matter, which is item number 10, and it's a resolution. Resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaars, addressing a license for Jump Starts / Paterson Community Policing to conduct a festival. Finance Resolution 21406. Formal action will be taken. Madam President.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, did you collect as I
Yes,
requested?
I do.
Okay. For this special meeting pertaining to these 10 items here, 10 items,
For 8 o'clock.
do we have a sign-in sheet? Did anyone sign up on these 10 specific?
Sofa's behind you. I think there's some names there, but I'm not sure if everyone knew what they were signing.
This is why I was saying when I saw people writing that there were various lists and that I wanted that clarified.
So, did you wanted to just see if anyone wanted to speak?
One second, I need to
Okay.
know,
I
on the
have-
one that says special meeting, how many speakers?
7. This one that has 8 o'clock and there, it's 7 speakers.
7 speakers?
Yeah, 7
Okay.
speakers.
One more there.
We're not adding any more, no. Okay, whoever signed up, because we're gonna have a public portion, as soon as we finish this special meeting, we're gonna go into, and then I'm going to go, the first thing is do the public portion. I stated in the beginning, this is gonna be a tough meeting this time around, we have over 60 items, so.
Council
Show
President,
it to the council president. And this too.
Council President.
Councilman Kalik?
There might be a confusion with the signing list,
Yes.
that's one thing.
It is.
And another thing, most of the audience, the residents who is here for actually items on this special meeting.
Okay, so Councilman, that's why I stated, I was specific in addressing the clerk and asking about the special meeting, because it is true, this has been advertised, so
Correct.
the members that are there for the sign-in sheet, okay,
And,
they read special meeting, it says the time, all right? So this special meeting,
Madam
It's
President.
quite a bit of
okay, so
pages,
one
Council
second,
President.
Councilman Kalik.
It's quite a bit.
So,
It's not what I was given, there are more.
all right, so this special meeting has about 30 speakers. Okay.
So they might have signed.
Okay, 30 speakers. All right, so Madam Clerk, this is the way we're going to address this right now. Council members, you all had the opportunity this weekend to review your agendas. Okay, so there's various items here that I think we can do quickly. Why? Because they're bazaars, they're applications that have been processed. Now, yes, Madam Clerk, I see you opening your mouth.
No, I would just let my
Okay,
throat, no.
so there's stuff that we can take action quickly, all right? And that is, because I'm going to have the public portion open, all right? So Madam Clerk,
Yes,
I do
yes.
have a concern, when I look at bazaar applications and when I see that people apply, they want to do a festival, and they submit their paperwork and they say, oh, no, we're only going to have 100 people, no more than 100 people. We know that some of these entities have done various years after year, and we know that those applications are incorrect. So I want to make it, I'm going to put it here, so Corporation Council, item number 9 says that they're only going to have 200 attendees. Okay? And so, Madam Clerk, I want you to read number 9 so we can have the discussion quickly.
Yes, Madam President.
I'm also going to, just so you know, I am going to request to change the time. We should not be having festivals held all the way till 10 o'clock at night, because then after that, you have to clean up. If we've done it, that we do festivals for the Colombians, the Dominicans, the Peruvians, and they have to shut down at 8, we're gonna do our festivals to shut down at 8.
Council President, That's based on ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but that's why when I read an application that says 10 o'clock, we have to make it sure that when they pick up their license is going to say from 12 to 8. It's not going to say.
No, there's an ordinance state that until what time they could do the festivals.
Okay.
So
But when
to
I
be
look
able
at
to-
paperwork, that has a different time, that's what I'm talking about. So, Madam Clerk, can we please, number 9?
Number
can you
9, yes.
please read it
Next
into the record?
item, the next item on the agenda is item number 9. And item number 9 reads, Resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaars, addressing a license for Event USA Entertainment to conduct a festival. Finance Resolution 21405.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Who said second?
I did.
You said second, Councilman Kalik? I know you did.
Yes.
Okay, so moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Kalik and Mendez. Does anyone have a discussion?
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Council President, based on the statement that you made, that they say they're gonna have 200 attendees, I hope the police department, is this a contract from the police department here?
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yeah, they have to sign on.
Where is it?
It's in there.
The doc-
Page number 11.
Which one?
Page 11.
Oh.
Council President, if I may I read just something in the record from the license department? There's a memorandum attached.
Where is it?
It says all supporting documentations are attached to the resolution and they're in compliance.
No, this is, I want to make sure that, okay, I see it here. I want to make sure because they could go with the amount that they said, but I know the off-duty officer do a diligent work to find out the previous event, and they go based on that, so.
So, Councilman Velez, what
Yeah.
does the contract say? The police contract, how many?
The police contract in the back say, if this is the one I'm reading here, security for bazaar. It don't state how many people is gonna be there. I'm trying to find out how many officers is going to be there.
4.
How much?
Four?
How much?
4.
4?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Madam BA, we cannot approve a festival in a park where we know that in the past, there's hundreds of people, not 200, to only have 4 officers. So there needs to be an amendment to that contract.
Yeah, Madam BA, and this is something that a couple weeks ago, there was a new organization doing a family event, no alcohol, no nothing, and they was requiring 20 police officers. Thanks God that they worked something with them, they brought in 8, but they had to adjust it with community policing. So if they are contracting for, something had to say here where they're getting the other security, because the park is big, and we want to make sure that the city don't come back liable based on the security on the park. And I know this is being signed by the chief and everybody up in the high-ranking file, but it's created a little bit concern, the 4 officer only.
And council members, one of the concerns that I have with this item is that, you know, this entity tried to move forward to submit a contract to have a festival and had advertised it, and I guess didn't realize, or I'm gonna say he didn't know, but we only had 2 meetings, 1 workshop and 1 regular, and he came after the agenda was already set and we could not add this. And
Madam
so
President.
there were changes done. Once everything was reviewed and submitted through licensing, Madam Clerk called me up and I said, absolutely, let's move forward and put it, because again, the same thing, only 1 workshop, 1 regular meeting in August.
Madam President.
But I just want to make sure that we hold everyone to the same standard in terms of having these festivals. Some people say we're only gonna have 100 people, and then you have 1,000 people, and if you don't have enough security, and so some people have to pay X amount and have pay 20 officers and have constables and have sheriff officers, and so I just want to be fair across the board with everyone.
Madam President.
Councilman Rivera, then Councilman Mendez.
So this is another situation that I noticed that we don't ask. Every time, we have to have a uniform method to analyze all these applications, because I noticed that we could have 10 during the year, and we don't ask the same questions for each. I haven't seen any council member here, regardless of who this is, start drilling and start asking, well, how many people are gonna be there? How many police officers? Yes, those are responsible questions, but you gotta do it, if you're gonna do it, you gotta do it every time an application is submitted. And this has been my biggest complaint, that we need to establish a process, even in committee meetings, not just in public.
Right.
I have a concern when in finance, something is submitted, and the same thing might be submitted by two different entities. You start drilling one with a line of questioning, but not the other. I just want to add that.
So Councilman, you are very correct, all right? But it is our due diligence that we read these applications, all right? So sometimes some are not read, all right? And you are correct with everything you're saying. I'm just saying, if we're gonna hold, and we do this with certain and not with others, I'm just saying here today, this is the way we're establishing it, and this is the way it's going to be done.
Council President?
Council
And
President.
so, Councilman Mendez?
Council President.
Thank you, Madam President, and I do agree that when we vote on this bazaar, on this licensing, we voting based on Madam Clerk, statement. We all know that the Madam Clerk, she collect all the supporting documentation, and based on that, we vote. That's the normal process, so we don't question, the amount of police officer, even though there is a legitimate concern, but just for the public to understand that, that's what we voting based. We trust the clerk, she collect all the documents, but I think that this entity, they got this bazaar is around the corner, this festival, and I know that there's a concern, the amount of police officers, but I'm very sure that they could come out with constable, with the sheriff department, they could partner with other entity, and they could compromise to make sure that they have enough safety, on the festival, enough manpower when it comes to law enforcement. So I think that will be a solution for this, because, like I said, this festival is around the corner, and I think that we should find a solution and not just voting now on this item. So that's my take on this.
Council President?
Thank you very much. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Then Councilman Abdelaziz, and then Jackson and Cotton.
Well, everybody has the right to ask question. This entity has done many events. He will tell you 200 people, there are thousands of people show up. So it's everybody knows who's doing it.
Correct.
Councilman Mendez knows, Councilman Means knows, Councilman Velez knows. So is that person deceiving the city of Paterson? And look at the name. What's the name? Event USA Entertainment. He's using public property to make profit. This is not a community event. This is an individual. Just read the name. It's an entertainment company. And is it legal to do that, Corporation Counsel? Use public property for somebody to make money.
Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Council President. There's no indicia, based off what I saw in the application, that they intend to generate income as a result of this. I believe that would add another layer of responsibility, and they would need different licenses, perhaps entertainment licenses and things of that nature. But the application, as stated, doesn't implicate that. Again, Councilman Kalik is correct. Everyone is free to ask their questions, and the council are free to deliberate as they see fit.
Right. Well, I'm going to restart that. It's a bazaar license. The paperwork is in front of us. I have my one vote. I'll vote yes or no. And
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President. So I agree with Councilman Rivera. We've had many festivals, we could ask her questions, but when we pertaining to police and security, the question shouldn't even come to the applicant. This is made by our Paterson Police Department, right? We should ask the chief and the people that are telling them, you know, any applicant goes in front of the police and they tell you 4 officers. Most applicants are gonna say, no, add 16 more so I can pay another $20,000. No, they're like, okay, thank you, and they go. That's in-house. We should be bringing this up in Public Safety Committee, not to the applicant saying, go get this. You have your concerns. They put 200 and you've seen 2,000. Call the applicant back in and say, you know what? The police department has to have that. That's not the applicant. And Councilman Kalik, you stated something very, very, very important. We don't have an ordinance on the books for allowing our parks to be given out to profit entities. Most towns, and there was an ordinance up here for people to pay to use the parks, and this is the same reason why, when you don't put an ordinance that will protect private entities could come in here, put application, if it's not being used, we should charge private entities a fee. Almost listen, where I worked, when they came and take a gym, there was private entities, they paid a higher fee than a nonprofit or a resident. But right now, the city does not have it because this came from the council not too long ago, and we kicked it back and said we don't want to do a fee structure. But I will work with you, Councilman Cleek, to make sure we have that ordinance in place for public facilities, because at the end of the day, anyone could put it in there without having anything put in place. But when it comes to security, I think we should be questioning our police department as to how they got this number. There should be a formula. There should be a formula used, right? If I'm having 1,000 people and you tell me I need 1 officer, and then the next day a different entity comes in and says they're having 1,000 people and they need 10. There has to be a formula, but there also has to be, I'm going to wrap up, there also has to be some leeway to the experts. 1,000 people at a gospel fest or a Muslim event, a church event or a mosque event that's having a festival may be a little different than a concert or a teen bash. You know, the experts know what type of situation. That's crowd control management. We're not the experts on that. We should allow our police department to do that. Thank you.
So Councilman Abdelaziz, thank you very much. I think the other piece to this, and you're correct, if you put on an application that you're having an event and you're going to have 200 people, and you sat with the administration and the chief signed off based on the application that you submitted, that is why the person who handles how many officers is based on the amount of people. They put 4, they paid for whatever they needed to. I think the piece is, the officers are going to be there, so guess what happens? You put on an application 200. When it exceeds and you have 1,000, you either get shut down or you have to come up, which I think at this point, I don't think you can do, it's actually a shutdown. And Madam BA, I believe, because we've shut down festivals that have had 15,000 people. So to that said, because I have to allow Councilman Jackson to speak as well, I am going to say this. You know, when people go out there on Facebook, social media, and stand before you and hold cameras in your face so you can go back and lie to the community that we're blocking something, we're blocking nothing. Just do the paperwork and do it correctly. Do it right. There is no Councilwoman, Council President Davila shutting you down. There is no Councilman Kalik. There's nobody on this council shutting you down. Use it. Make sure you put it and blast it on Channel 43, okay? With that said, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to make a quick comment with regard to the scrutiny that's passed back and forth amongst council members. First and foremost, it's a legitimate question. When you see a large number of people and only 2 officers, it's a legitimate question. I've done block parties in front of my establishment where I've been required to grab more than 2 officers. That's the first thing. But the reason behind that I'm pointing this out, and the scrutiny of the concern of the council members, we all know, depending on who you are and who you know, who you're tied to. If you got a relationship with the mayor and the administration, somebody
Correct.
in the chain, you can get certain things passed faster and quicker than someone else. So there is a necessity for the scrutinization of various applications in this process, because ultimately, when the lawsuit returns, it's the council that votes on the check to pay the lawsuit. So just to point out how other council members are deliberating, deliberate the way you see fit, especially within your capacity. I mean, there's tons of things I can sit here and scrutinize on how, the city has paid a price for council members acting irresponsibly. But now we want to scrutinize the way a council person looks at something because they're in favor of something. Listen, let's keep it real, people. This city is being run rampant because there's favors being done all the damn time. So obviously there's a necessity for checks and balances, and that's the job of this council. Now, with that being said, for council members to say, well, we can ask the chief of police, that's not our job. Our job is to hold the administration accountable, and why aren't these things included in the packet? Where's the report from the police director or from the chief of police, who actually has to sign this document, and the director of DPW that says, I made a professional decision based upon my professional experience. This is the number of people that they're gonna have there, and this is why I did that. Where's that included in this report? Is there? Okay.
I see the, the fire, which is the EMTs. I see that there's two, there's a contract
I'm talking
there.
about police.
No, I know, I'm just going through every page. and
Page
I-
11 is the security contract.
Right, I'm looking at the
That the police
security.
department did.
Right.
So page 11, it's there.
With that being said, Council President, I'm prepared to vote.
Okay, Councilwoman Cotton, and then Madam Clerk, roll call.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Council President. I just want to say to, we be voting on festivals, and, I say that if I'm going to scrutinize you, I got to scrutinize all of them. We just had a festival this past weekend, and I know one thing, my phone was ringing off the hook. The streets was closed, the cars couldn't get across. You come from Passaic, Clifton, Paterson, the parade is still in Clifton. Why you got the roads closed in Paterson already, when they're always still in Clifton? Let cars come across, if the parade is still far away, let them come across. But we're gonna scrutinize and making sure, and I think that we, like Councilman Al said, maybe we need to put something in place for everybody. Because I'm not gonna scrutinize you and then don't scrutinize the other one. I really didn't even see the contract for the one we had just past Sunday. I hadn't seen it. I'm not, it came through us, but I'm not sure how many police officers there was. I'm not sure how many EMTs there were. This was a 3-city parade that ended up at a festival down here on Memorial Drive that you couldn't get through. It took you hours to get from one side of town to another side of town. So if we're gonna scrutinize, let's scrutinize everybody.
So
Everybody.
Councilwoman,
Yeah.
to what you're saying,
Yeah.
just the same way, there's an application here, there was one, and if you want to know that, you can ask the administration, they should tell you. It is my understanding on that application, they had to pay for over 150 officers, 125, okay, so, and
no,
the
I'm
fact
just
that you
saying,
mentioned
yeah,
Passaic and
but-
Clifton, they had to pay Passaic, they had to pay Clifton, and obviously, and you are correct with something you said. Parades are set with certain times, and I do not know
See what I'm
what
saying?
happened, but
I
I
don't
will,
know.
I'm sorry?
I don't know what happened. It just,
No,
I'm
I'm
gonna
saying in
make
terms
sure.
of, I think there was a sense of, we're gonna reach Paterson at a certain time, and that did not happen, and that's where that, but again, I'm not part of that administration or that entity that had that parade. I was in it, but I was not at any way, shape, or form part of sitting with anyone
We
for
was
contracts
walking.
and so forth.
We was walking.
I still can't move. I walk 7 miles, but anyway, with that said, thank you, council members. Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
Roll call on item number 9.
Yes, ma'am. Roll call on item number 9 for approval, Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm saying to the bizarre people who wants to do this, I have to go by what the police department does, the fire department does. I have to go by what they've done. If they said this is okay to do this, then I have to say that it's okay. I can't pick and choose if I want to not do it for you and not do it for you and not do it for you. You know, I gotta go by what they put in front of me. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I slightly disagree in some regard to Councilwoman Cotton, because a lot of these people that make these decisions within the administration, they don't live here. So they don't have to be impacted by
You
it.
don't have to disagree.
But that doesn't have anything to do with this entity. I'm just talking about just whatever they say I'm gonna go with. No, it's not, for me, it doesn't sit that way. But I do know that this organization has done this thing in the past, and I don't anticipate any issues. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just before my vote, I would like just to make this quick comment. We definitely need a process in place when it comes to approving those licensing. There's a lot of valid questions in this. Personally, myself was not aware about the amount of police officers, but that's the police department responsibility. Whoever approved this licensing, they know the part, they know the event, they have to put the amount in place, because safety has to be the #1 priority for us. We just got to keep that in mind. Because like as I mentioned before, we go by Madam Clerk, and once we get this information here, ready to vote, is because we know that she did her part by collecting all the documents. But with that being said, the safety portion the department have to do a better job in making sure that they hire the amount of police officers that they need. But I will base my vote on their recommendation. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
So let me first commend this organization. You have done these events in the past. You also had a date, had to change it, was very patient in waiting to change the date to accommodate this event. Paterson, with the pandemic, we need unity, we need peace, we need music, we need laughter. And for anyone to put an event together, to bring the community together in a place of peace and unity and laughter, I'm definitely gonna support it. Paterson needs every bit of peace that it can get. So I commend this organization. We have 2 more that's on here for tonight. I commend this organization and the other 2 that we're gonna come through on tonight. So I don't know if there'll be questions for them, but there's 2 more in addition, right? And I'm not against people asking questions, because I ask a lot of questions. So I'm not against anyone asking questions. That's why I didn't ask any. But I just want to commend this organization and the other 2. I will say it again for the other 2 that are coming before us, because with this pandemic and so many people that are sick in the hospital and have died in the city of Paterson, we need a sense of peace and freedom and a place for laughter and a dance, if we can get it in or 2. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Rivera?
I'll make a recommendation before my vote, and it's not pertaining to just this application, this in general. We have off-duty police in these events. How about they provide a report at the end of every event that they're hired to work? That way, next year and the year after, you have a history of how many people attend. And the word is approximately. That way, the police department could evaluate every application. But right now, they got to go by what people are saying. So my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Well, let me bring a little bit of history here. In 2016, the past administration brought up a memorandum of understanding, and Madam BA is there?
No.
No? Corporate counsel could take it. Memorandum of understanding that obligated festivals and parade to chunk in 1%. This side of the council almost got killed because they say that we was the one imposing that. Okay? I'm bringing history. I sit in that side a lot of years, So a little history. 2016 memorandum of understanding, they obligated festivals and parades to chunk in 1%, increasing to a certain point. So I think we should look into this festival situation and look into the memorandum of understanding before issuing any kind of fees or whatever. And the other thing is, we need to amend this type of decision that the police be fair across the board, how much they gonna charge this identity, the purpose, and not go up and down on prices and put hostage any organization there. I know the gentleman is recording out there. Hey, sir, I want to say thank you for your community, for the contribution they do, the one that live here in town. Make sure if you do a lot of profit, get back to recreation, get back to the people of Paterson, do something for their Christmas or whatever, but hopefully the police knows if you put four here, hold on, I'm engaging you and I'm engaging you. The police knows and they're well educated and they know about public safety. Our concerns are public safety. Making sure that the insurance that you have here is enough to cover if something happens and do not come back to the city of Paterson saying that we did something not the right way.
Thank you,
so
Councilman
saying
Velez.
that, have fun. I will be there too. I want to make sure if I see a lot of people, I'm going to call the chief of police to bring more cops out your expensive. All right? Good? My vote is yes.
Madam President?
It's so great to hear some of the comments from my colleagues. It is, because you know what, I do agree that, there's so much things going on, and this pandemic has really left, families hurting, and I'm in agreement that, we need to have things in the community, and all communities. We welcome all. One of the reasons, why when a community came forward, a Muslim community came forward and wanted this council to support the Adhan prayer. Some of my colleagues at that moment didn't feel like it's unity time. So let us not pick and choose. I am in any sense against a specific community. But you know what's so sad? That within different entities, within a community, there's 3 or 4 different fractions. And so depending on who they cater to, that is how they vote, okay, or praise. This entity insulted me. This entity came yelling in the 2nd floor, saying that we were blocking. And I said, no, Madam Clerk is there and she can back me up that there was an issue with them submitting late. And there was only 2 meetings, a workshop and a special. I have to put this on record because when they go out there, they try to say, Council President Davila is blocking, and I'm not blocking anything. Do it right. You've done it year after year after year. Do it right. And guess what? The police department, the chief, he signs off on an application, and it is based on numbers. Numbers. So when Madam Clerk gets it, what does she look at? A signed application with all of the attachments, insurance, and so forth. Let us stop the lying, please. Let us stop telling the community different. Council President Davila has supported the Bangladeshi community even before I was an elected official, and I will continue to support. And with that said, because I am not against this, but I want to do it right. Council, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you,
for
Madam.
approval on
Thank you,
item number
Madam
9.
President. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 9 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, since there's a lot of people on the special, we're going to open up the public portion.
Can we do number 10?
No, we're not going to do, unfortunately. I wanted to do the others, but no. If we're going to ask the same questions, we're going to look at the other as make sure, although the one has community policing, it's actually, they're coming, so it's a different application. Madam Clerk, at this time, the public portion is open for the special meeting.
Yes, Madam President. The public portion is now open, and our first speaker is Christina Concepcion. Christina?
Cristina Concepcion.
Please state your name and address for the
Christina
record.
Concepcion, 582 East 31st Street in Paterson.
I can't hear you.
The mic, main,
Christina Concepcion, 582 East 31st Street.
Okay.
I don't know if I signed the right one.
you're good.
This is my first time speaking here.
Okay.
My council guy is Luis Velez, and I drive him crazy. He will tell you. He's an excellent council guy in my area, but I am having a big problem with the city of Paterson police. Street racing is crazy on my street. I call the police constantly. I have 16 cameras. You can come to my house. All around my house, 16 cameras, and I can pick up people license plates, okay? Because the police department has used my cameras for different drug actions. Police department is not doing anything. Why? The street racers is the police officers. They have radios on those street cars that are racing up and down. Enough is enough. The 3 houses on my block are all disabled families. We can't sleep. I lost my mom to COVID. Now I'm taking care of my dad. And Councilman Velez will tell you, we do not sleep in our block. It is bad. And I'm also here because we have a company across the street from my house. He'll tell you they have a parking lot. It's disgusting. They have been issued numerous tickets, and nothing is being done. The rodents, the raccoons, now we've seen the raccoons daytime. My 4-year-old son cannot even play in my backyard. I have a swimming pool. We can't even go in the pool. The raccoons are out in the daytime. I call animal control. They tell me purchase your own traps. Are you serious? What are homeowners gonna do constantly purchasing traps for raccoons? Our kids, it's COVID. We can't even go to the parks and stuff like that, so we can't even enjoy in our own backyards. Something has to be done, but the street racers, they have radios in their cars, because by the time I call the police, they're gone. And I know personally one officer who is off duty in those vehicles. And something has to be done, because it's 3 houses, and let me tell you, one person has died already on my street, ran right into the company. Nothing is being done. I have also contacted the mayor personally, put speed bumps, do something. All he did was be careful with kids who are disabled on the street, but we had signs on that. But Velez would tell you, I drive him crazy. Calling him, texting him, and I'm asking now, I know he's doing everything for us, but I'm asking everybody, please help him get something done on our street. It's bad. All right, thank you so much. And also, I'm also supporting Corey T. for Councilman at Large. He has helped me because I have a disabled daughter. She's going to Caldwell now, straight A student. She has a scholarship, and if it wasn't for Corey T. to help me get my daughter everything she needed because she's disabled, but she has a food ride, I tell you guys, he will help anybody who needs help. And I back him for Councilman at Large for the city of Paterson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam BA, I think, Madam BA, if the chief of staff can get the information of the young lady, please, if you can give your information to the chief of staff, Ms. Della. Okay. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, Kamisha Jones.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kamisha Jones. My address is 20 Mill Street, Paterson, New Jersey. I'm here to talk about marijuana, but I just wanted to add that you guys spoke for 47 minutes on one resolution. You guys went back and forth and still ended up passing the resolution. And I'm trying to figure out, like, do you guys realize how much time do you guys, and I'm gonna say it, and I hope you guys don't get offended, waste with the back and forth only to turn around and pass the resolution? We sat here for 47 minutes for one resolution, and you guys got over 30 people to speak today. I mean, we have to be more considerate in the way that we do things here. I mean, it's got to be a streamline or something so that we can consider the time of all these people here. And I'm wasting my time because I watch these meetings, I come here and I watch, this is all the time. And, you know, I don't want to be contradictory and do the same thing, so let me get on with why I'm here, you know? But remember that. I'm here to speak about marijuana. And I quickly want to say that a long-term resident here, 45 years, I've lived here all my life, and I've watched our city go from, good to not so great to where we are today. And I'm a social worker. So I work a lot with drug addiction, homelessness, and those things that plague our city. And so in my opinion, I don't think that it's a good idea for us to bring marijuana here in that capacity, in the way that it's, the idea that you guys have. What I know is that, and I know a lot of people like to argue, but the facts are the facts, that marijuana is the gateway drug to bigger and worse things. I know that we have a huge homeless population here. We have a huge drug addiction population here. And we also have a huge drug game here in Paterson. $2 dope, you can't go wrong here. And so now we're going to be the one-stop shop for drugs, for homelessness, for prostitution, for crime. And so I think that, and I said it before, all money is not good money. And I think this is money that we should pass up, and we need to focus on those things that are already ill to our city, which is homelessness, which is already the opioid addiction that has taken over our city. I just posted a video the other day of watching a man overdose on drugs right in front of us. Like, it was a time, and I'm not saying it was a good thing, but people buy drugs, they go to the crack house, right? This is the era I grew up in. And then we had now people doing drugs in the street. And now we're at a place where they're doing drugs in the street and they're overdosing right in our doorsteps. And what are we doing about that? But we're literally here, sitting here to talk about bringing legal drugs to our city. And I'm trying to understand why you think that's a good idea for our city. And I'm just saying no to it. I've been here 45 years, raised 3 children. I work here, I worship here, and I work in this community, and this is not a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, Mr. James Brown.
This happens to me all the time. How you doing? My name is James Brown, 232 Jefferson Street, Paterson, New Jersey. That's my niece. I don't know how I got to get behind her, because I'm totally against what she's talking about. First of all, I got a lot of things to talk about. I said it for 47 minutes like she said. I hope I can get 4 minutes. Rivera said that you should privatize DPW. After you privatize that, what you gonna do? Bring some people from out of town, come here to work? This is a second chance place for the people to get a job at that went to prison, drug addiction, all that stuff like that. A lot of people in prison count on DPW in Paterson. So when you get the private company out of Wayne or Franklin Lakes, who are they gonna hire? Is they gonna hire us? I think it's a bad idea. I just wanted to say that to you, my brother, and I don't even know you, but I just need to tell you that because you upset my soul by trying to get rid of the prisoners that I know that worked there, that came up and changed their life. That needs to stay right here in Paterson, New Jersey, with the people in Paterson, New Jersey. Just want to say that. Next thing, the marijuana. I think it's a good idea. I think there's only one person in here may know a little bit more about. That's Akbar McIntyre. We had a 40-year run in them streets, and I know about it. And you say that the community is the most important thing. Right now, they're not robbing people for heroin, they're not robbing people for coke, they're robbing people for marijuana. That's the highest drug on the street right now. The bum could go and get $2.50 and get him a bag, but the kid can't go get $20 and get him a bag of weed. And the stuff, everything that's in that bag of weed is in the heroin, the crack, the coke, the pills. Everything is in the bags that they sell in there. That's why they're doing so much crime. That's why there's so much crime. The juveniles going to jail. The dope fiend ain't going to jail no more. The one that's not on the street, he laying back chilling because he know he can get $2.50. The next person need $20, $40 for it, so they come and take it. I seen it happen before. Mr. Jackson, Councilman Jackson, always say about the community. That's another entity that could come in here to save the community on my behalf, because I'm looking at the people that's smoking 13, 14, 15 years old, and they look like they shooting heroin and cocaine, because the mind is messed up with so much fentanyl, Percocet, Xanaxes, and I just say back in the days, some good weed, some lamb spread. It had one name, it was skunk or whatever. You smoke it, you eat, and you go listen to some jazz and do something like that and stay calm. That's what they did in 75, 77. Now they smoking and talking about killing each other. Because the mind is messed up off all the stuff that they put in it. Like I said, I'm not a clinical person, I'm an experienced person. I got high from the age of 12 to 47. So I know about drugs. I am a clinical. I am a rehab. I am a stash house. I am a crack house. I have all that in my body, and I still survive, and the kids today is not surviving. I say bring it in and give some us, it ain't racial, some us in the community some jobs. Don't take nothing out of here. Peace and blessings to you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, next
Yes,
speaker.
ma'am. Next speaker is Mr. Teague, Corey Teague.
Corey Teague, 65 Prince Street. I'm here to speak on two things. First of all, this weekend we do have the Jamaica Day flag raising on Friday. Saturday and Sunday are also going to be two festivals. Saturday is going to be reggae night, and Sunday is going to be the gospel festival. So inviting everybody to come out. In terms of the marijuana, I'm trying to get some information. I have some questions that I've been trying to dig and look through some things. We know the clinical definition of pure cannabis. We know we can go on and on and on through Google and find all of those benefits. But what I want to know is why hasn't Wayne, Hawthorne, Clifton, Elmwood Park, and North Haledon accepted this program? Why do they send their people to Paterson? Our Paterson streets right now are filled with people from surrounding towns who don't want that program. Can anybody explain that to me? That's all I'm trying to figure out. When you look at, and I don't like calling anybody, people who are, let's say, less fortunate or financially struggling, or even those who like to rob and steal. A brother, somebody stole his money last night. He can tell you, right on Market Street by McDonald's. Those people don't live here. They're not residents here. I have personally seen officers from Clifton, from Wayne, drop people off on the corner of Route 80. I know people right now who their parents give them money to go to MoneyGram. We'll send you all the money you need, just don't come back home. That happens every day. I can take you to the pharmacies where they come. I could take you to the bodegas where they show up with their money. They can't even stand up, but they got their money. They have enough energy to take their ID out and sign it. And they can get as much money as they want, as long as they don't come back home. And we allow that stuff to happen here. So all I'm saying is, we talk about money. And I understand the need for money. Trust me, I struggle like everybody else. I understand that. But at what point are we going to decide what is it worth? You think we got problems now with everybody coming here. They can come here and buy crack cheap. They can come here and buy their drug paraphernalia cheap. And then they have legal dispensaries where they can buy weed too. You think we got a problem now with people coming from out of town and flooding our streets. Just wait till this happens. And if they open those dispensaries, they're not going to be responsible for what goes on out there. All they're doing is selling their product and going home. Whatever else happens as a result of that, they're not going to take responsibility for that. They're not going to pay for rehab for those people if they get mixed up with other different things in the community. They're not going to pay to clean these streets up. They're not going to do any of that. Trust me. Trust me. Be careful. Be careful when that pale white horse comes into town and says, hey, I got some money, because it could be a Trojan horse. If you don't know what the Trojan horse is, look it up. Everybody got a phone or an iPad. Look up what the Trojan horse is. All I'm saying is think before you make that step forward. I know about making bad decisions. 2003, I voted to move the school board election from April to November. Worst decision of my life. So I know what it feels like and the ramifications of making a bad decision because you feel like you're under pressure. All I'm asking is you guys think. From one elected official to a council, please think.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teague. Madam Clerk?
Next speaker is Elvis Durham. Elvis.
Mr. Elvis Durham. How y'all doing? 283 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. I came up here to speak about the National Night Out. This was a successful National Night Out. The mayor and administration, they gave nobody no money, and God still blessed. Not one fight, not one gun shooting. Just imagine, right? Just say, with all the sponsors that had sponsored the National Night Out, Yaminagat, just imagine we get that same sponsor to do a community center, a performing arts center. Paterson, New Jersey is the third largest city in New Jersey. And guess what? Some of y'all don't want to hear this, but listen up. Third largest city in New Jersey. And y'all, the elections is coming up. I'm going to ask y'all a question. What do y'all have to show for? Third largest city in New Jersey. Number one, the youth don't have no arcade center, no skating ring, no boarding island. Everybody have to go boarding, right? We don't have that in Paterson. A performing arts center. This is the third largest city in New Jersey. Why we don't have no Simply Hall? Something like Simply Hall. If this is not the third largest city in New Jersey, take off the website. We don't have no community center. We don't have no arena, a professional arena. We don't have no professional stadium. We don't even have no hotel. This city don't have nothing. So give me a reason, Council at Laws, and Mayor, why should the community vote for y'all? Give me what do this city have to show for? We got drugs, we got drug addicts robbing people. I left my wallet inside McDonald's. Came back, none of my money was in there. I had to borrow $20 from Corey T. People getting knocked side of the head in the downtown area. Senior citizens. Somebody had to go to St. Joe's Hospital to get 12 stitches in his head. What, 4 weeks ago? In the downtown area. People afraid to come in the downtown area. So what do y'all have to show for? The election is 2022. I respect everybody up here. But what did y'all do? Everybody talk, oh, I did this, I did that. But you did. No jobs. And then Florida want to go against the parking authority? You trying to take food off my table? You crazy? You a crazy little short guy. Yeah, crazy.
Mr. Durham.
Wait, let me finish.
No, just don't address anyone with the names.
Well,
please.
my bad. Well, parking authority create jobs. Create lots of jobs for people like me and other folks in the city. Okay? And you respect me, I respect you. Okay? It's like your bread is butter. You got a lot of butter on your bread. I just got a little piece of butter on my bread. Okay? Wait, can I finish?
No, I need you to wrap up.
Okay, I'm about to wrap up. The end of the day, we need for y'all to do better. For y'all to do better. You want our votes. This is the third largest city in New Jersey, and on this list, we don't have nothing. Some of y'all running for mayor. Aldis Mendez, you running for mayor? Mike Jackson, you running for mayor? Show us something.
Hey, you forgot somebody.
Well, show us something. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Rima Samo. Rima.
Please state your name and address for the...
My name is Rima Samo. I'm from Woodland Park, 14 Randazzo Lane, Woodland Park, New Jersey. Good evening, Council President. Good evening, Council members. Assalamu alaikum means peace be upon you. More recently than before, I struggle with the thought that peace is upon us. Part of Islam and my belief as a Muslim is that we do not inflict harm upon ourselves or lead ourselves to destruction. And this is exactly why I'm here today. Although this is a Muslim belief, I believe that it relates to every person here, whether we share the same religion or not, because this is not only one individual's issue. This is not only a family issue. This is every mother and father's issue. This is every grandmother and grandfather's issue. This is a community issue. This is your issue. If we invested in the growth of our community rather than in the things that numb them, we would raise together a stronger and healthier society. Marijuana is not the answer. Marijuana alters the mental state, and we normalizing it in our community is far worse than the COVID pandemic we're currently facing. Instead of welcoming marijuana into our communities and our homes, let's focus on rehabilitation of our communities, where marijuana isn't our people's first and sometimes only affordable coping mechanism. Let's focus on giving the youth of this community the opportunity they deserve to succeed. Let's push for more mental health clinics. Let's push for more rehab centers. Let's focus on the growth of our community. I speak for myself and on behalf of CAFA, which means enough, to tell you that enough is enough, it's enough. We will not vote for anyone supporting the destructions of our communities, for damaging the chances of our young adults, youth, and children have at building a bright, productive future. We deserve better. We are better, and we will rise, inshallah. That means if God is willing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Saeed Elabd.
Yeah, hi, my name is Saeed Alatab, 969 Main Street, Paterson. Yeah, I have a family, and I have 2 sons. I'm struggling with them every day to stop smoking marijuana. And I see the effect, the bad effect on marijuana on my children. I cannot communicate with them. They always sleep all day and they wake up all night smoking marijuana. And marijuana is very expensive. They need at least like $200 every week to get satisfaction from marijuana. You know, my family almost destroyed by drug addiction. Now we have this marijuana problem, and my son, after they get the legalized marijuana, they have become more easy access to marijuana. So I'm asking the city council to help the family of Paterson. We almost every family Paterson, we are all in trouble. We have a lot of troubles. Now we have the marijuana troubles too. How we wanna raise our children with the easy access of marijuana? The children, they become out of control. The kids, they become butthead. They cannot go to work. Or their mind is just smoking marijuana and playing games. You know, when you look at them, you look at like like crazy kids playing game and smoking weed. And that's why I'm struggling every day. If I talk to them, tell them, stop smoking marijuana, he cursed me. And almost I have fight with them, and almost he want to punch my face. So in the name of God, or in the name of Jesus Christ, or in the name of Prophet Muhammad, help the family of Paterson from our kids get drug addict from marijuana. It's very dangerous. Marijuana is very dangerous drugs. It's evil drugs. It's wicked drugs. It can destroy the family of Paterson. So if the city of Paterson doesn't help us, every family in Paterson is going to be destroyed. So please help us. That's it.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker is Linda Galishaw.
Linda Galishaw, Riverside, 3rd Ward, homeowner. I'm going to put my mask on for you guys. All right. You know Mrs. Galashaw didn't have that shot, right? Okay. I want to first thank my councilman, Alex Mendez. You did a beautiful job in Eastside Park yesterday for National Watch Night Out. It was great, it was diversified, and that's what we need in the Third Ward. We need to bring people together. We can no longer stand to be separated by our ethnicity or race. So you did a great job, and I wish you much continued success. I want to talk about what was just mentioned about the mayor's race, too. I agree with Corey Teach, I agree with Church Boy. Something's got to be done about the relationships and the politics of Paterson. We have people that are going to be coming out for that race. You know you aren't qualified, you know you don't stand a chance, and yet you're going to enter the race to knock the other. I hope that Paterson recognizes those people that are going to come out for the at-large positions, the ward positions, and especially the mayor. We have some contenders that have been going at it for a while. They should be respected. Michael Jackson, Alex Mendez, I expect to see you in that next race. And other people have free opportunity to enter. But when you're entering just to knock someone else out, we need to be aware of those players because they're not Paterson, they're not pro-Paterson. Luis Velez, please, don't come out for mayor, don't do it. Don't sell yourself short. Flavio, you've already sold yourself out. I voted for Flavio, I pushed really hard. I thought that his financial accounting backing was going to
Ms.
help,
Galashaw,
and it didn't.
You
It
can
didn't.
continue to speak, but don't address anyone by their name
Okay, I'm not going to address, but I can address the fact that I voted and promoted someone that didn't deserve the seat. And I'm definitely going to come out the same way to help remove that person from the seat. Okay, now I want to talk about the marijuana. Again, I am not in favor of it. I don't think we need those dispensaries. And Mr. Powell, if you really wanted to discuss economic development or community development, you would not be in favor of these things. Mr. Powell has done a very poor job about bringing employment services to this town and looking out for the residents of. You call his office, you can't get through to him, he never answers the phone. What are we paying these people for? Who's looking at this? We need to call for the removal of several seats, and that's one of them. That's one of them. So I'm riding this campaign because I am sick of the games that people are playing in these seats. You're elected officials, you need to be more responsible. And in this race, we're definitely going to call for accountability. I encourage Paterson not to be afraid. And I also hope that you are looking at the fact that we do not need that dispensary. We do not need that time. And I'd like to see more of our Board of Education members here also saying the same thing. Where are they? Yeah, right. We have drug centers in our high schools, our grammar schools. This problem is already out there. Where are our educators? Why aren't they up here advocating for the same thing? Something has got to be done. So I thank you for your time. And again, I wanted to say something else about the parking garage. When I ran for... I'm tying it up right now.
Yeah,
when I ran for a senator in 2013, that was the conversations that I was having with William Paterson, executive office, and along with Dr. Rose for the local college. I wanted that area over there to be a dormitory. I wanted all the stores that have empty spaces above it to convert to dormitories. We need to explode on intellect and stop giving in to ignorance, stop giving in to drugs. There are plenty of areas where we can grow. $35 million to be used for a parking lot? Why can't that be dormitories for young people? Let's build downtown area, let's make more intellect, and let's educate and grow ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Donnell Shern. Donnell.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me. I'm going to respectfully ask for 5 minutes because I have a little spiel that I'm going to give you guys, and I'm the one who provided you guys with the nice little envelopes with your pictures on it. Just for 5 minutes, I'm probably gonna be under that.
I'm gonna,
I'ma go
and I
under it.
apologize, we have a very long agenda,
let
but
me go
I
ahead
am
and
gonna say
start.
this, you cannot give everything has to be given to the clerk, so none of
Oh,
us
which I
have
did,
it.
which I did. She
Okay.
put it all on your desk. You should have it right before you guys.
I don't have it.
None of us have it.
Oh.
You can't do a presentation on my apologies.
Oh.
You have your 3 minutes, you can address us, you can speak, but I,
Let me go ahead and start, and then, and I'll
Madam
I'll
Clerk, if
wrap
you
it
can
up as I
start
go
the time,
along.
please.
Good evening, City Council, Madam President. My name is Donnell Sharon, and my address is 152 East 33rd Street. I am one of many residential homeowners representing the 3rd Ward. I come before the City Council to address grave concerns regarding the Paterson City Zoning Board Committee rubber stamping a rushed agenda regarding the approval of the Academy of Greatness Excellent Private Charter School in the middle of a highly condensed residential community in the 3rd Ward without any city code enforcement ordinance that has been proven to violate the quality of life for the city residents in the 3rd Ward. It was the City Zoning Board Committee through the Madam Chair, Ms. Janice Northrup, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't even think she lives in the city of Paterson, who questionably scheduled this July 29th public hearing remote webinar meeting while the school attorney, Mr. Mariconda Allen, intentionally disregarded my 4-page written request that was copied to the entire city board that you guys, city council, that you guys should have had a copy of. Regarding this webinar meeting to be canceled and moved to a live face-to-face public hearing process, just as we are having today. It was evident that Mr. Alan Mariconda's 1-page notice of public hearing letter and the school zoning board didn't even have the respect to invite our councilman, Alex Mendez for the 3rd Ward, and Mr. Louis Velez, who is a representative of the zoning board committee. These individuals wasn't even involved. Again, the webinar public meeting regarding its rubber stamping agenda was outright horrendous, disturbing, on seeing only 5 out of 13 zoning board committee members present who rushed to adopt and approved another charter school that was previously at that location, and the location is 747 Broadway. And if you go to the end of Broadway, it's the Jewish Synagogue Temple that crossed Broadway and East 33rd. That place is not equipped for a school. The residents of the 3rd Ward were unable to properly voice our concerns as a zoning board on several occasions attempted to disregard our picture evidence that you guys have before you. And the adverse effects of having a private charter school consist of the following: school buses and parents' cars blocking our residential driveways. Now the new charter school is saying that they're going to have school buses now. So let's do the math. 250 students, 13 passenger vans times 10. That's 130. So that means you're going to need 20 vans to transport kids from Teaneck in Richfield Park to come down here to the city of Paterson to go to a charter school, blocking up by East 33rd County Highway. So again, no city ordinance was put in place before they approved this charter school to be there. So now, if you look at the pictures, you'll see school buses blocking our driveways. The school, when they have lunches and everything, their dumpsters are not being emptied out. It will sit for a week. Residents have rats and rodents going inside their houses. I can go on for days. Tractor trailer trucks going up the one-way street because it cannot fit down on the residential streets. I'm gonna end on this note because I'm gonna allow everybody to have a chance to speak. I have 3 quotes for this board, and this goes for also the zoning board committee. These quotes say, "He who asks questions may be a fool for 5 minutes, but he who never asks any questions just may be a fool for life." The other quote is, "If it's not in writing, it doesn't exist." And the other last thing is, and this goes for everybody, common sense is like a can of deodorant. The people who need it most never use it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sharon.
President?
No, we're not going to speak, please.
Just a
Mr.
point of
Sharon,
clarity.
Mr. Sharon, we never have a rebuttal. We don't do that in the public portion. We still have another 20 people to speak, but I am going to just say this to you. I don't know anybody here that was aware of that.
Madam
I
President.
can tell you that I was not. It goes through different boards. You
Right.
continue to say the Board of Adjustment, where Councilman Velez is a representative. I just wanted to say there is no council representative in the Board of
I
Adjustment.
stand correct. Here's a
Okay.
copy of the thing with his name on it right here.
Okay, you
It
probably-
says,
You
Council Velez is a council representative of the zoning, this is all the zoning board.
Okay, so just so you know, I'm just clarifying something.
Okay.
I just need you to know that, He is not, and the planning board,
Okay.
not the Board of Adjustment, the planning
The
board.
planning board,
Which is commissioners appointed by the administration, by the mayor.
Okay.
All right, has a council representative, and that person
That's
is
who it
Councilman
is.
Kalik.
Okay.
Just so you know,
Okay, I appreciate
So maybe when this occurred, maybe that, you
They
know,
have to
could
update
have
this 'cause
happened.
his name is on the
Absolutely.
system.
And we'll
President.
look into that, Madam
Yeah.
BA. But, listen,
Council
what you
President.
said today, I'm gonna say this to you.
Yes, ma'am.
To me, alarming, just alarming, looking, I'm gonna look at all this stuff.
I appreciate you.
And definitely, I'm gonna ask some questions, but unfortunately, today, we are not able to have
I
that
understand.
dialogue. But definitely, we're gonna invite you back.
Thank you
Okay?
so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Can we get the pictures that, the color pictures that we left, Councilman Velez? One of the guys would like to bring it back. That's the only copy that we have from the
Yeah,
last
no. So these are all
charter
black and
school.
white. I
No,
don't know.
you guys keep the black and white, but he
Okay.
has the color ones right there. We're gonna
Okay.
need those back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Council President, just for a point of clarity, the gentleman spoke of Jan Northrop, who is the president of the planning board. He misquoted several times in saying the zoning board of
Okay.
adjustment, but he's correct. This item went before the planning board in front of,
Not the Board of Adjustment.
with the chairman,
Okay.
Jan Northrop, who, by the way, all of these applications are handled the same way. They railroad these things and do it without.
Thank you very
Madam
much,
President.
Councilman Jackson. No, please
All right, go
don't,
ahead.
please, I'm
Am I
going to,
close?
no.
Just go ahead. Am I-
Madam Clerk, we're
Go-
going
you
to
can
speak
continue.
later.
Go ahead.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Marcellus Marvin. Marcellus Marvin? Okay, here we go. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Yes, good night, council members. My name is Marcelo Marin. I'm a homeowner from 7 Linden Road, Paterson.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, my name is Marcelo Marin. I'm a homeowner located in 7 Linden Road, Paterson. I'm here supporting is the problem that we have as a resident with Mr. Donald Sharing. I have living in that place for the past 20 years, and I'm appealing the planning board decision from July 29, 2021, that approved the conditional use for the Academy of Greater Excellence Charter School located at 735, 747 Broadway, because the planning board violated the zoning ordinance section 500/5.1 by approving the application when there was a overwhelming evidence of the adverse impact and substantial impairment on the surrounding properties and the character of the surrounding area. The application did not comply with all the conditional standards and also violated the section 500/5.7 section B, which means the need of 2-acre minimum lot area for a charter school or any school in that area, and they only have is 1 acre. And also the section D minimum of 10 feet setback area, which these churches use next to home residents. Just for the record, on December 12, 2013, the Paterson Board of Adjustment denied permanently the certificate of occupancy for the Paterson Arts and Science School for not meeting the school zoning ordinance. And that was the case, Robert Kersey versus the Paterson Arts Science Charter School. Just to finish, as a resident, I have some enough evidence that as a resident we were unable to access in and out of to our house, and always buses obstructing 7 Linden Road. Linden Road is only one-way direction, but because of this issue, they were using it 2 directions. Always the garbage, it was unattended, and also the buses were unable to turn between Linden Road towards the Pop Road, and always because the location doesn't have as a recreation area, kids were always playing in the street and Linden Road, and also they don't have enough area for parking. And always also there was this evidence that there was some mall in the building. Everything is stated, and I believe you can access the record from that date that it was issued the revocation of the occupancy for that school mentioned in 2013. Thank you so much for the attention.
Thank you, Mr. Marcelo. Thank you very much. There's no rebuttal, so thank you, but I am gonna just say this. It is my understanding that that school, because we continue to say charter school, that is not a charter school, it is a private religious Islamic school. Just so, I don't know who the applicant was, I don't know any of the intricacies, but I do understand that that is not a charter school, it is a private entity. Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Jerry Garcia.
Good evening, councilwomen and councilmen, Madam BA. My name is Jerry Segovia. I'm a medical marijuana patient. I also work for the medical marijuana.
Your address, please.
828 Madison Avenue, Paterson, New Jersey, 07501. I've been living there my whole life, pretty much. I'm actually wanted to speak pro-cannabis because I feel like there's a lack of understanding and regulations-based knowledge for the people here in Paterson. Though I work for the medical cannabis industry here in New Jersey for Paterson, I learn a lot, and I also know that we have a lot of patients who are benefiting from cannabis. And I know that there's a lot of people who have epilepsy or disorders who have healed from these disorders through cannabis. And I believe that cannabis is the future for medicine and holistic alternative medicine for Patersonians. I'm actually a medical cannabis patient. I've got her in a real bad car accident, and cannabis actually helped me recover. I actually walk better. I used to limp a little, and now the pain just is completely gone. I don't even need the cannabis as much as I used to. I actually microdose now, and it's actually another way to be able to consume the cannabis. You can also consume the cannabis instead of smoking it, and you can help your body heal in many ways and relieve pain. And I believe that I currently have a team that I can probably work with the council and Madam BA so that we can work together to communicate to our communities and teach them and educate them instead of opposing right away, because we don't know all the statistics except for those who are involved in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Nader Lama.
Council President, we only have 4 here?
Next speaker.
Oh, I didn't see her.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker.
We got quorum here.
I didn't see Council President sitting there.
It looked like Saeed. I'm not sure. It's Atab. Saeed? Okay, he's here.
Saeed Washa.
Council President, would you like to take a 5-minute recess if you're...
Yeah, that would be good.
Do you want a 5-minute recess? Or?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, if
Are you all
so
right?
everybody could hear us, I mean, rather than, because we're missing a lot of people. It's up to you, the decision, of course. 5 minutes, or should we go on?
Continue, sir.
All right. Yes, good evening. My name is Dr. Saeed Washa, 6 Midwood Place, Wayne, New Jersey. I'm here to speak about the marijuana that I'm totally against it. I have been sitting here for almost 3 hours hearing and listening about the healthy discussion that you've been having, which is basically maximizing the services and minimizing the cost, basically. And in the same line of thoughts, I would like to share with you that we should also think about maximizing how we should be aware of the impacts of marijuana and what would be the long-term impact, the negative impact, and try to minimize the danger that we bring into our community. It is indeed fact that there are so many negative impacts. We only looking at the dollar sign, and as I mentioned to you, from a business perspective which is totally understandable, that you're looking at the maximizing the dollars and minimizing the cost.
Sir,
Don't get too close to, sorry.
Okay.
Don't get too close to the mic. Just
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. So, what I would like to say is that we also need to take into consideration when you make your decision, and I hope that the other councilmen and women are here to really hear this argument, that especially we have been sitting here for a long time to hear us, and unfortunately they're not here, which I understand, but that's a really, something that offended me, and I'm sure that offends a lot of people, because they want them to hear us as we've been here sitting and waiting for them to hear us, and unfortunately they choose not to, this is something that's very sad, but that's beside the point. My point here is that when you make the decision, there is a moral and ethical responsibility to all of us, not only to think about the dollar sign at the expense of people's lives. This is a true, I wouldn't see the short and the long term of what the impact would be. It's like a snowball. It starts small and then it starts rolling and then it gets bigger and bigger. And that is exactly, and I stood over here and I have stated previously that marijuana is the gateway for so much trouble in terms of social life. And I'm sure that you heard this over and over again, but I want you just to keep that in mind, that we all have the same voice, one voice. It's no for marijuana. Loud and clear that marijuana is going to impact so many lives in such a negative way. It might bring money to the city, but look at the long term of the public safety, the families that they will be impacted. I myself do volunteer at the Passaic County Jail here, and I'm going to wrap this up. And I see a lot of these young people that I go there as a Muslim chaplain, but I see also, and I welcome all different people from different religions. And I see that their pain, and they always say one word to me, that we want to be better. So let's not to get to that point when we make the decision that we don't want to get to the point where these people that they scream for a voice of help, we want to help them before we actually ask for help. I hope that once again you make that moral and ethical decision for the long impact, for the long negative impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Dr. Henry Balzani. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Henry Balzani. I live at 88 Independence Trail, Totowa. I did my training up the street in St. Joseph's. I've worked in Passaic for over 40 years, and I've worked in addiction over 50 years. I've worked with marijuana over 50-something years. I have a master's degree with marijuana. I also formerly was the medical director of the Passaic Beth Israel Drug Detox and Rehab for 15 years, treating over 50,000 patients. Now I'm still working in the field, lecturing and speaking. As a physician, I have concerns. I'm also a pharmacist, so I understand the chemistry of this drug. And believe me, it is a drug. Right now, we're looking at marijuana, and it's like tobacco in the 40s. We don't know as much about it. Right now, the chemical components, there are over 100, and we don't know, they're not studied. Just for instance, hemp, okay, it's legal. But what did they do? They changed a few things and they made Delta-8, which is now a legal psychoactive drug in every gas station around. Anybody can buy it. And there's gummies. And I'm not sure whether a 12-year-old can go in and buy legal gummies. And it's approximately a 5 or 6 hour high, and it's psychogenic. The purity and contaminants of marijuana are not known. California and Colorado have many contaminants in their medical marijuana industry, and they've been doing it for over 20 years. There's a lot of solvents, fungus, pests, bacteria, and heavy metals that are used in marijuana, particularly in the edibles and the concentrates. Now the dosing and the effects of this are crazy. There are two different types, indica and sativa. Now you mix these two in different amounts, and it depends on how much CBD is in this, which modulates the effect of this. So there's no way of knowing this. And nowadays, in the 60s and 70s, talking about marijuana, it was 4%. Now the average is 25% Delta-9 THC, and you can get 95%. 95% in a naive person is pretty much a psychotic reaction when they start taking them. Well. The edibles are another problem. The edibles have a longer onset of action and a longer duration. So it takes about an hour for an edible to start really producing a good effect. So what are kids and people going to do? Take 2 or 3. And if they had a big McDonald's meal with French fries and ice cream, because marijuana is fat soluble, and they take it Sunday night, they're going to be high until Monday something. The children have a simplified version. They think legal is safe. It delays and prevents maturity in the brain. Addiction, it is. There is addiction. There are anxiety, depression, irritability, chills, sweats, etc. And pregnancy, they're allowing to...
Please wrap it up, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Alberta Del Cuda. Alberta.
Councilman, Councilwomen.
I'm sorry, your name and address for the record.
Alberto del Cueto. I live on 8 Linden Road in East Side Park. So.
In Paterson?
Yes. My apologies.
Okay.
I'm here to speak about the school that is being installed in the old Temple Emmanuel. I have a friend who's an architect who has gone through and looked around the site. Besides easement concerns, the survey, there has never been a survey done on the property for fire egress, equipment, or even asbestos or lead. So none of that has been done. The place is bordering on all sides where there is no safe ability for students to offload and onload. They do not have a proper driveway that is large enough for a bus. It is barely large enough for a van. I live on the edge of the property. My property literally comes up against the school. There is no easement. Their building is up against mine. Their alleyway, which contains their trash, would be up against my house. There is nothing to deviate me from them. I also have concerns about there is no proper spacing for parking. There are 10 spots. They are getting a variance for 50 parking spaces. That doesn't include parents visiting, vehicles. There was never even a traffic study done to see if there's going to be effect on 20, 33rd, 4. These streets already have high density traffic. That backlog, 33rd with a Dunkin' Donuts backs up almost 2 blocks. I don't know what's going to happen when both directions are completely congested. These students wouldn't have access to any physical play area because the building doesn't have a gymnasium. It doesn't have a playground. There's no external place for them to play. There's no internal place for them to play. Besides that, following the rest of it, the building has structural issues. The portions facing my house, the mortar is starting to break, the windows sashes are starting to shatter. From my second floor, I can see their roof is filling with water. There is no drainage. It is inappropriate at best. I don't understand how anybody on the planning board just ignored everything that led to that. I'm just here to let the rest of the council know what is going on by us. We have a fairly heavily moving trafficked area that wants to add a school into a already limited access. There are 2 one-ways accessing the road with single-sided parking. The streets turn so steeply, there's no way a public bus can even swing that, much less a large trash truck. So I'm just here with the rest of the residences trying to hope for you guys to help us. Either they need to do something or they need to go. I am absolutely believe that there's something that needs to occupy that facility, whether it's destroyed and rebuilt or something uses it, but it cannot be to the density of 250 people coming and going. That's just the students. That doesn't include the faculty, the parents. The last time something came up with this, there were car accidents repetitively. There are students involved in car accidents. I don't know that the city wants to deal with that. Children struck by cars. I'm only here to help support the rest of my neighborhood. I only recently moved into the neighborhood. It has been a quiet and pleasant experience. I just don't want to see a building that is marked out as historic, which is fine, but turned into a school that it wasn't designed to occupy.
Thank you very much. Madam BA, I've heard various residents from that area. I, for one, am a resident in that area as well. Can I just get the information of when this was approved? Because my understanding that, when was it approved?
It's here, it's here. It's here, Council President.
July 29.
Okay, so just so you know, and I'm going to actually quote. Okay, there is a statute that you can appeal to the council, and I'm going to leave it at that. We can have a sidebar, but Madam BA, I mean, it's disturbing what I'm hearing, but again, I would love to hear more, why the board would approve such a thing in that area. But with that said, I'm not going to hold a discussion. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Nizar Shilbei. I'm sorry if I pronounce the name wrong. That person is at Melody Hill Road.
One moment, please.
Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the name again?
Nizar, N-I-Z-A-R, Shilbei.
Nizar. Is there a Nizar here? Okay. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Saeed.
That person already spoke. I guess somebody signed him up twice.
This person looked like Mohammed Felali.
Mohammed.
He's here.
Name and address for the record.
Actually, I wrote his name instead of writing my name. If you don't mind me, Madam Council President.
I'm sorry?
I wrote his name instead of writing my name, Muhammad Filali, which is that's supposed to be my name.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is
and address for the record?
R-A-E-D, last name O-D-H, right, Ode, 34 Wilman Ave in Clifton.
Welcome.
Council President, is he on the list twice then?
No, he clarified that he wrote the name that he runs the same name, that's why.
Is that name on there twice, Madam Clerk?
I'm looking.
Mr. Ode, did you sign up at another time?
No, this is the only time. I wrote Muhammad Filali, and I'm going to speak on his behalf.
No, I didn't see that name on here, Filali.
So then you can't speak, sir. You're not on the list.
You just mentioned the name. You just said Muhammad Al-Filali. Don't you say that? Didn't you just say that?
Yes,
What's
I did.
the name that you
I
said?
said Mohammed Filali.
Correct.
Mohammed Filali.
Correct.
Yes,
And
Madam
you're not Mohammed
No,
Filali.
I'm here to speak on his behalf. He's not here. I wasn't planning on speaking, but he texted me, he's saying he's not coming now.
Okay, so then I'm sorry. If he's not here, you cannot speak. Just like when somebody's out there, you cannot speak. My apologies.
No problem, thank you.
Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. This speaker from look like Lakewood Avenue, Abudodeh, A-B-U-O-D-E-H.
Abudi?
Yeah, that's all the person wrote. Not just one name.
Okay.
That person, is that you?
Is that you? Okay. Just clarify the name, please, for the record and address.
Yeah. It's Dr. Sufyan Mahmoud, but my name is Abode.
Abode, okay.
What did you say? I can't hear you.
Dr. Sufyan Mahmoud.
Sufyan?
Yes, Sufyan Mahmoud, 100 Shepherd Lane. I live in Totowa.
Totowa. Dr. Sufani. Okay.
I'm sorry, this person had Lakewood Avenue. The name that I just tried to pronounce has a Lakewood, 34 Lakewood Avenue. I'm not sure.
And who lives in 34 Lakewood?
That's the address that is on here.
So the name that you put, did you write down 34 Lakewood?
I came late. I was in the hospital. My friend wrote the name. My cousin wrote the name for me.
I'm sorry.
I came late. Someone wrote the name for me because I was coming late. But he wrote my nickname and he wrote his address. But
With
I've told,
his address.
yeah, he doesn't know my address. I just moved, so.
So the person that signed you up didn't know, doesn't really know you personal, doesn't know.
He doesn't know my new address. I just moved. I can show you that I just moved.
All right.
100 Shepherd Lane.
All right, go ahead. Just for the record, please, your address.
100 Shepherd Lane, Totowa.
Proceed.
All right, so I just want to state some facts about marijuana, besides the fact that I'm against you guys bringing it into Paterson. The U.S. Surgeon General delivered his first advisory on marijuana in 40 years, not too long ago. Sorry, I'll move away from the mic. Like the doc said before, the potency concentration is a lot like it was in the 70s. It's not 3% anymore. It's now currently 17 to 20% or more. I did research. I have a chemistry degree from Rutgers University. I did research in marijuana, and we did different studies and saw the side effects of what it causes. When it's a high potency, like it is currently today, we see signs of schizophrenia, we see more mental and developmental issues, and we also see that people have more anxiety. I have patients that take medical marijuana, and they're more anxious than ever before. We're seeing a youth rise at the most alarming rate in the US. Big Tobacco told us cigarettes are medicine. Big Pharma told us opioids are medicine. Cannabis companies are telling us and saying the same thing. But you know what follows all of those is a lawsuit. The industry is trying to make social justice a profit by a profit ploy, making millions and billions of dollars on the backs of minority groups. All right, in Colorado and California, for example, there's a pot shop for every 42 residents of color. All right, I live in Totowa. They're not bringing marijuana into Totowa. I lived in Clifton. They're not bringing marijuana into Clifton, as long as I think so. I was born and raised in Paterson. Paterson is dear to my heart. I come into Paterson maybe every single day. I work in St. Joe's. So I see things on a daily basis. Not too long ago, last weekend, there was a patient that came in, broken jaw, jaw fracture. We had to suture the jaw shut. And guess why? He had a DUI, he was drunk, and he was high on marijuana. So there is a higher incidence of different types of incidents, and these incidents occur when you mix the two together. When you're seeing the marijuana industry, you know, you could look online, it's going to generate billions and millions of dollars via tourism, via banking, food, construction, transportation, etc. In contrast, we're seeing a struggling cost for society, including ER visits, like I just said, medical care for uninsured, and crime and impact of secondhand smoke. When you look at the numbers of how much marijuana would bring in if you have it in the city, you also have to compare it to the number that you're going to put into reminding people reminding people that it's not a good drug to take when you're pregnant or when you're a kid. So when they did a study on tobacco and alcohol and how much money it brought into the city, and then they compared it to the amount of money and cost that they actually had to put into annually to put those labels on the back of cigarette pouches to say that this will cause you cancer, that actually ended up costing $417 billion in prevention. So I'll just respect that my time is over. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Rayshawn Morrison. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rashawn Morrison. I live at 412 East 38th Street, Paterson, New Jersey. And I'm actually in support of cannabis. I'm actually have a company that's actually trying to get a license. And I think a lot of people are misinformed and uneducated. When it comes to cannabis, for some people, they may think it's a gateway drug, but it's not a gateway drug for everybody. Everybody's not home, sleeping, not doing nothing. There's a lot of productive people in the world that smoke cannabis. We had a previous president that smoked cannabis. We had an Olympic gold medalist that smoked cannabis. To be quite honest with you, it's not the worst thing in the world. I do understand the difference in religious beliefs because I'm a religious person myself, but to be honest with you, cannabis can help with depression, anxiety, helps out with cancer, helps out with elements as back pains, knee pains, and other different elements, as well as it would bring money to the city. And me being a Patersonian, and if I do get a license, I will donate money other than the 2% to recreational programs or any community center or anything like that. Because to be honest with you, I'm from Paterson and I want to benefit Paterson. I want Paterson to get better. And to be honest with you, yeah, I understand. But to be honest with you, people are going to smoke.
Let him speak.
People are going to smoke either way, right? So at the end of the day, it's legal in the state, so you can't stop it. So at the end of the day, there's other going to be, put it like this, you rather Patersonians go to Paramus or somewhere else to get it because they're still going to smoke the marijuana. If anybody's going to benefit, might as well let the city benefit than these other cities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Carlos Bruno or Carlos Brown? Carlos Bruno. Okay.
Good evening, Council, Council Vice President, Administration. Beautiful to be here in my home city of Paterson tonight. I am a cannabis patient, and I just want to say cannabis has saved my life. I wouldn't be standing here in front of the council tonight if it wasn't for that 1 gram of cannabis that I have to smoke every 2 hours to be able to walk, to stay away from the four pills, 4 30-milligram Percocets that they used to give me. All right, so cannabis did save my life. I'm happy that there's a medical person in the building. I'd love to invite you to Mount Sinai with me so you see the study of opioids that we've been doing for the last 3 years, which reverses the effects of the brain in cannabis and opioid use, sir. Tonight I am here to talk as not only a patient, but somebody who's vying for not 1, but 2 licenses, one in this great city of Paterson and another in the New York City area. I am here as an advocate and a patient, and I am here to bring and help other patients like myself. Right this moment, I should be in a wheelchair in front of you guys speaking about cannabis and not standing the way I'm standing here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Cannabis has meaningful medical use, not only in opioids. And if any of you guys have never visited a dispensary, I'd love to invite you. There is no kids or anybody under 21 even allowed in a dispensary because there's security measures in place. Our industry is the largest compliance industry that exists not only in the United States, but now in Mexico, Canada, Puerto Rico, and all parts of the United States. For you guys to sit here and say you don't want medicine to reach its patients is absurd. I want you guys to know, even if Paterson says today, we don't want cannabis delivery drivers will be delivering medical to their patients from other parts of the state. So think about it. We can do something great for our city. Last week I spoke about turning cannabis seeds into diesel fuel that works for your ambulance, your fire trucks. I've spoken about this with a couple of council peoples for the last 3-4 years. I've sat with your director of economic improvement and spoke to them about different projects for the city. I beg you guys, please take my number, talk to me outside, educate yourselves about this plan. Educate yourselves about what we could do here in the city. I don't only operate, in Colorado. I'm in St. Vincent, I'm in Barbados, I'm in Puerto Rico. Educate yourselves about this plant and this industry before you go doing something that can do something great for our city. And I'm born and raised in this city. My name is Carlos Bruno. I am a cannabis patient, and cannabis saved my life, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Diab Mustafa. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Yes, good evening. My name is Diab Mustafa. I live at 111 Washington Avenue in Clifton, New Jersey, and I serve as the chairman of the Palestinian American Community Center. I'd like to start by addressing Carlos. When we speak against marijuana, personally, we're not speaking against medical marijuana, we're speaking about recreational marijuana. And the second thing, he really said a very good point, and that's actually my whole, what I wanted to talk about today, is that I wish that the council do educate themselves more on the harm of recreational marijuana. There's 6 licenses for vote today, and there's 2 resolutions in front of you. I don't think that the council has enough information to make an informed vote today. I plead with you, I plead with the council today to opt out, and that will give you the time to do it right. There's no need to rush. There's no need to rush. The law says if you opt out by August 21st, you could revisit this issue again anytime. You guys need time. We need time. I don't even know how marijuana looks like. I never smoked marijuana. I don't know what marijuana is, but I hear that it's bad. So I need to be educated myself on that issue. One thing that really caught my attention is when Councilwoman Lilsa Mims called for a meeting with her constituents, with the people of Paterson. I went to that meeting thinking I'm going to hear a huge discussion on both sides of the issue. There was 20 people on that call, and it was open to everyone. Every single one of the 20 people spoke against it. I urge you, dear council people, meet with your constituents. People, I went to one, I was attending your meetings when it was Zoom before you opened it to the public. I remember, I think it was Councilman Rivera, he said that we should do a Zoom or online because nobody comes to the public portion. Now you're complaining there's a lot of people coming. What's the reason? People are concerned. This issue is very, very important, dear. It's the most important decision you will vote in as your position as a councilman. Don't take it lightly. Please think about it. You have 2 resolutions today. Support the opt-out resolution. Take your time to get it right. I do appreciate the fact that the other resolution opted out of recreational marijuana, and that's a positive step. But do we have enough time, enough information to say yes to the others? I don't think so. Please, I urge you, I plead with you for the kids of Paterson, for the future of Paterson, so you could go to sleep at night with a clear conscience that, like Councilman Ala said, 20 years from now, when you look back, you will say you made the right decision for Paterson, the city of Paterson. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Charmaine, is that Jackson? Yes. Jackson? Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi,
Thank you.
my name is Charmaine Jackson. I live at 15 Linden Road, and I'm here because of the school that they're putting in place. I lived there for 7 years. It's a decent neighborhood, and you know, I don't know how a school could occupy this neighborhood. It's a one-way street. It's very tight. I don't know how a bus could come through there. A garbage truck have a hard time coming through there doing it on garbage day. So this is going to be a huge problem. I know that they may have to have something there, but I don't see a school being occupied at you know, that address. If I knew that this was going to happen when I was purchasing my home, I would have looked in another area instead of going, you know, to purchase my home here. So I'm asking that you guys just look into our favor and you know, help us out, because this is a decent area that we're living in. Not saying if a school is there, it wouldn't be decent. That's not what I'm saying. But it's not fit for a school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Daphne Caffey. Please state your name.
Daphne?
Daphne.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Tariq Elsman.
Tariq?
No, Tariq. You look like Tariq El-Saman.
I'm sorry?
Okay.
Good evening.
Good
Your
evening.
name?
Council President, my name is Tariq El-Samna, T-A-R-E-Q, last name El-Samna. I live in 9 Oak Hill Drive in Wayne, New Jersey. I am a board member of Palestinian American Community Center, and at that center we have been working hard to preserve the well-being of our youth and children. At that center, ever since we started in 2014. So our goal to preserve the children, the kids, guide them to the right path in their future. We provide educational, tutoring, all kind of help for them to get better in the future. And meanwhile, we give them some kind of guidance about their life and the future. We care about them. We care about their future. You are, as a lawmaker in charge of this city, we thank you. We trust you that you have the vision and the wisdom to take the right decision to output the marijuana. If you stop and think for a moment, what will you see in the future, in the next 5-10 years from now, if you approve if you approve this law? You will see. I'm sure you will see a skyrocketing of crimes rate, skyrocketing of broken homes, and skyrocketing young people using drugs and marijuana. Allowing marijuana and hemp growing and selling and distribution will create a wrong environment for our children and youth to lead our future. Statistics show that the city will benefit from the tax revenues about $1.5 million a year. About $1.5 million a year. But on the other hand, it will cost the city $15 million or maybe more to fix that 1.5 million has damaged and distracted. Finally, please put the future of our children ahead of your money and material gaining expected to be gained from that marijuana. And for the people who are insisting to using it, and they need to use it, they can use it as a medical prescription, which is they're using it as now, right at this moment. So again, put the children and their future in your front of your decision, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Michelle Kinchin.
Right before she comes up, I keep hearing the word that we're legalizing. We're not legalizing. It's legal in the state of New Jersey, and 76% of the people in Paterson voted to legalize it. Please state your name and address.
All right, my name is Michelle Kinchin, 310 East 27th Street. I'm in the 3rd Ward. I'm here to speak against the cannabis coming to our neighborhoods. And I'm also an educator. So when I think about that, I think about our children. And we teach our children in the beginning, do not do drugs, do not do drugs, do not do drugs. And now we want to legalize a drug. Well, it's already legal. Now we want to bring it here. You know, something that we always taught our children not to do, to stay away from. And now we want to open it up to them. And we'll say, well, they're going to be 21. Even alcohol has effect at 21 years old. We have our alcoholics on the street. You know, it affects them. And I believe that this drug also would affect them. I hear people say they use it for medical use. I believe that that's a totally different entity, that they're using it as far as they need it for medical purpose. But a lot of times these children are not using that for medical reasons. They're using it to feel good, and I think that you should think about it before you come up with a decision on what you want to do. Get more information about it. It says one out of 6 people will become addicted. 1 is too many. And that's the way I look at that. One person is too many to be addicted to a drug. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Next speaker is Dalal Abusi.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dalal Abouasi, 102 Bloomfield Avenue, Paterson, New Jersey, 07503. And I'm here today to speak about, I'm totally against bringing marijuana in the whole dispensaries in the city of Paterson. And I'm commenting on 2 points. One, as a sister here just said, I'm a teacher, a high school teacher. So as an educator, we've been educating our kids about marijuana. We give them booklets and brochures, say no to drugs, say no to marijuana, no hope in dope. Now, I would like everybody to open eyes on the contradictions over here, bringing dispensers on one hand, and don't touch it. Hey, don't touch it. I mean, our kids can put their hands on it, and they're very good at that. I mean, I've been, out of my experience, we cannot teach drugged up students. And then, again, they can put their hands on it. There is no restrictions on the streets. We can follow all the rules and the regulations, but the streets has its rules and regulations. The other point I would like to comment on today is the amount of money that this issue will bring to Paterson, and using that money to bring jobs and create recreation centers for the students. And I would like to say this: once the students and our children are drugged up, there is no before school will help, there is no after school will help them, and there's no recreation center will help. We can have hundreds of those centers, but they will be empty. In conclusion, please make a wise decision. Think about our future, our kids, our future, because your decision will make effects for generations and generations to come. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
McIntyre.
Akbar.
Good evening, everyone. I sat here and I listened to a whole lot of people talk about medicinal cannabis use and the benefits of medicinal cannabis use. I wanna first let you all know I represent the community. I'm a survivor of every war that's been waged on urban America. I come to you speaking as a recovering addict. I also come to you speaking as a community social worker. And I also am here to speak to you as a licensed clinician working in mental health and substance use. A fact that I want to state before you all is that SAMHSA, which is the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration for the United States, is the organization that dispenses federal funding to local programmings for substance abuse and mental health treatment. And what I want you all to know about SAMHSA is that it does not recognize medicinal cannabis use as an isolated issue when you go into for seeking mental health or substance use treatment. What you have to do when you enter into a facility that receives federal dollars for substance abuse and mental health treatment, you also have to include your cannabis use into your treatment plan and to begin to demonstrate a method by which you intend to come off it. So I want you to know that that's a fact. All right, so what's happening here is that the federal government is regulating the cannabis use on one end and taxing it on another. And another thing I want to share with you as it relates to the African American community, I witnessed for so many years individuals from my community who had the same idea that these individuals who intend to come into our community and monopolize on a business venture that has criminalized and decimated an entire generation of people who went to jail for distributing, cultivating, retail, wholesale. I've seen people went to jail and was deported back to their countries, right? The 88,000 people cases that they intend to vacate in the state of New Jersey don't compare with the hundreds of thousands of felony convictions, of which mostly incurred by African Americans and Hispanics. People who are still languishing in prison right now to this very day, are lingering in our streets right now, dealing with the collateral consequences of being labeled a drug felon. So what we're talking about doing here in the city of Paterson as it relates to being able to tax it, right? I'm here to share you something. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It does not compensate for the damage that the African American, particularly the African American and Hispanic community, incurred as a result of the war on drugs. We're still impacted right now to this very day, and is long overdue for a second chance investment in our community that we never received. And we allow this to come in, we'll never be able to give our young people any moral correction. Thank you for letting me share that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akbar. Madam Clerk,
Madam President, there's no other speaker for this.
have a
special-
motion to close.
Move to close.
Move to close the public portion of the special meeting by Councilman Abdulaziz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion for the special 8 o'clock meeting. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Just before my vote, Madam Clerk, let me just address some of my constituents from the third ward that came to speak about this new charter school coming into this location, which is something that it's really disappointing how things like this happening in our community. This went to the planning board, and all of a sudden it's approved. I would like to let you all know that I'm gonna fight this all the way to the end, because there was a charter school here and it was a chaos, it was a mess. They say on the application that they have 18 parking spots. That's a lie. There's no 18 parking space on that building. And also 250 students, K through 12. That's something that, I don't really understand how this was approved. As a councilman of the third ward, I was not informed, I was not aware. And I find out because of one of the neighbors in the area, and I've been doing my homework about this situation, and I promise you that I will get to the bottom of this. And this is what happened in the city. It's who you know and how things happen. Just they don't care, how that's gonna affect the quality of life of the resident of that area. That area is gonna be a mess if this school with 250 students open on that section. So with that being said, we'll leave it at that. My vote is yes. Madam Clerk, thank you.
Councilman Mims, we're closing the public portion.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public portion for the special 8 o'clock meeting is now closed.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Madam President.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes, there were some of the constituents came with some concern, and I would like you to hear from the administration about this concern, or what, we're just gonna close the public portion and move on?
Councilman Khalid, what concern would you like her to address
For
right now?
example,
Because there
about the
was
school-
30 speakers and everyone
Yes.
had the right to.
For example,
and-
the school issue. Is there anything administration would like to add about that planning board approval?
Council President and Councilman Kalik, I don't have any information on that, so I would have to look into it just as the same as you. 'Cause again, the
Councilman
planning
Khalid,
board
just
is
so
not-
you know, that anything that goes through the boards, they have 30 days. And if this passed, they have 30 days to address the council, okay? That's something we can look into. I have the statute, so we can definitely, because I'm going to work very closely to find out, how this.
Council
Obviously,
President?
it went through a board. went through the planning board, but they still, the constituents can move forward to put in,
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
So I just want to put it on record as well, because that the planning board is absolutely horrendous. I have gone before that board myself as the sitting, not only as a sitting council person, but as a resident. I've gathered residents, and you've seen it because I've done it before for council meetings. I went on to Coral Street, and we had a number of about 14, 15, 20 some odd residents that went out there, and they disregarded everyone's commentary. And here's another tactic. If there's a great deal of residents that come in opposition, they table the item, and they know they don't have to repost, they don't have to republish it. So they're not required to republish the meeting, and then the residents of Paterson normally get disenfranchised and they don't show up. But I wanted to definitely make sure I put it on record. The planning board, including this chairwoman, is absolutely horrendous. The number of items that have been passed within the past several years. This is why you ride around throughout our city and see the condition that it's in. And that, just for a point of clarity, every single one of those members on that board, outside of the one sitting council person, is appointed by the mayor. So the fact that the administration and the BA have no idea about what's going on lets you know what the intent is about the community.
Thank you very much. So council members and Councilman Kalik, definitely we're gonna look into this, all right? I have the statute that, we can address the constituents and how they can move forward to address the council.
Council President, just to give you a recommendation, I just dealt with this with my constituents on Maryland Ave. I would recommend you and legal knows have legal draft the strategies that needs to go place for an appeal. We just did this for something on Maryland Ave. The councilman from the 3rd Ward, legal should draft the steps, give it to the residents, and then it should be in front of the council.
Thank you very
what we
much.
did.
Thank
You're
you.
Council
So
President.
at this time, no.
Council President.
I'd like to
I just want
Councilman
to
Velez.
request you, please, to that board, update their list, who represent who in
Councilman
1 year.
Velez, I already put it on record.
I just want
When
to
the
put it
gentleman
clear.
was indicating, all right, I already put it on record that you are not the person who sits as a council representative,
Thank you.
okay? Madam Clerk, I'm going to take item number 1 for first reading.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 1 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance creating Paterson Code Chapter 172 to be entitled Cannabis Licenses and Operating Administration. The motion?
I need a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Rivera. Discussion?
Yes, discussion, Council President.
Okay, Councilman Abdelaziz, discussion?
No, that wasn't him, that was Councilman.
I'm sorry, Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam President. This ordinance, I see we are approving 6 licenses of each.
The language is up to. I actually, and maybe on that note, Corporation Council, I thought that we had had a discussion to opt out of retail and move forward with
Council President?
Councilman Abdelaziz.
I make a motion to amend this ordinance.
A point of order, Council President.
Opt out. Council President, have the floor?
Hold on a sec.
No, he's
No,
still got the floor.
Council President.
Let me finish, then.
One
Please.
second, council members, I know this is gonna go crazy. Councilman Kalik, finish your statement, and then I'm going to allow Councilman Abdelaziz. Because it's where I was going with this.
Council President, Council President.
And then I will
point
allow
of-
Councilwoman Mims, who asked for the floor, and then
No,
Councilman Velez.
what happened is, Council President,
Councilman
have the floor
Velez,
right now,
Councilman
please.
Kalik has the floor.
I understand that, but Councilman Mins asked for discussion, and I think if a Councilman
He
Abdelaziz.
asked for it first.
I know,
Right,
but
so-
then Councilman Mins asked
Okay,
it,
but
and then
I
asked.
did not call her out, so I have not, I called Councilman Kalik on the discussion, and then I was gonna continue, so I did not. So I understand what you're saying, but
Correct.
she's going to speak, everyone's going to speak.
Okay.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
No, he's not.
Councilman
Council
Kalik.
President is some call on your side.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes, thank you. Madam President and the council colleague, I think is not only, forget about Paterson, New Jersey is not even ready for this to roll out. That's my personal opinion, and I think we should, for time being, we should opt out. Then, like one of the speakers stated, in future, anytime, we could opt in. So there is no time limit. We don't have to wait 5 years. That's just my opinion. I think we should think about it, putting up to six of each of these categories in city of Paterson. I think whole city gonna smell like marijuana.
Councilman, I'm sure that you read, right, that, no, that is not exactly, that's not what's going to happen. It is this body that will choose. If the language is up to and it comes before us, we vote on this. We say no, we say what we want, and we say what we want. This is what I started saying, that in our conversation with the administration, you know, there was a recommendation to opt out of the retail because the state is not ready.
Correct, but
Okay.
it is not on the ordinance.
Okay, so.
Okay, that's one thing.
Okay.
And one thing for the resident, we are not legalizing. I would just want everybody to clarify this. This council is not legalizing marijuana. It is legal already. If we even opt out, the resident of Paterson go to another city. For example, I saw it on the news on Route 22. There's a huge cultivation center. They built it on a Kmart. They could go get it from there or some other places. So we are not legalizing it. We are just giving permission to have those companies grow in Paterson or sell in Paterson. That's about it. The council is not legalizing it. I just want that to be clear. Thank you.
Council President?
Okay, Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Council President. Council President, I'd like to make, and I have the floor, thank you, Council President, for recognizing me. I would like to make a motion to amend this ordinance to opt out of the Class 5 cannabis retailer license.
And I'm going to second that motion.
Discussion.
No, we still got discussion.
Hold on, Council President.
Point of order, we have a motion and a second on the floor to amend, Council President. Now we have a discussion on the amendment. That's Robert's Rules of Order, and then we vote on the amendment for the ordinance.
So we are in a discussion, so Madam Clerk, so now, and so Councilwoman Mims, just so for you to understand, the Council President addresses you, then you can speak. I never mentioned your name. That is why I'm saying that, okay?
Well, it's obvious, Council President, you
I'm
only
gonna
mention the
allow you
names
to
of the
speak.
individuals that you work with. But let me say this, because we said it.
Councilwoman Mims, I do not want to make this a shouting match.
I'm not. You call my name to
There is a motion on the
speak,
floor.
so-
Councilwoman Mims, you are going to speak.
Okay, you just want me to speak, so I'm
There's a motion on the
speaking.
floor, and there's a second, Councilwoman.
I
You will
understand.
speak. We're going to do discussion, and you're going to have the floor.
You just called my name, so I'm speaking. It's my turn. Let me-
Councilwoman, you are not, no, Councilwoman.
You just called my name to speak.
No, I said I'm going to allow you to speak, but let Madam Clerk, let us finish. There is a motion and a second.
Okay, so after
Madam
is she
Clerk.
doing roll call?
See, you got, it's,
No, we're in discussion.
No. Madam Clerk,
Yes, Madam President.
there is, for item number 1, there is an amendment, and there was a second.
There's an amendment by Councilman
Right,
Abdulaziz.
to
second
opt
by-
out of retail.
I think he said 5.
Yes, which is Class 5 in the ordinance. It's Class 5 cannabis retail.
Now,
He said now, okay.
discussion?
So now we have a discussion, okay. Councilwoman Mims.
Discussion?
Okay.
Councilwoman Mims.
Oh, okay.
So, there's a motion to opt out.
yeah.
My recommendation is this. In the language, it specifies, there's a few things that are in here. The feet, it talks about the feet between. I would like to put on the floor that the feet in between needs to be increased maybe to 500.
For renewal?
No, distance from places, let me be
I would say
clear.
1,000.
On page 5 of 11, it says distance from places of worship, school, or legal residence. No class of license or cannabis business shall operate within 300 feet. Legal walking distance as defined above from any place of worship or a school providing education for grades K through 12 or of any legal residence as
1,000.
defined.
It should be 1,000.
1,000 feet.
Right, so it can be 1,000 and it should say no residence.
No
Not of
residence.
any, no, there's no certain, of any residence. That's one amendment since we're amending on the floor. And I'm gonna add to that. It also says a new licensee can come in and they only have to live in Paterson for 1 year. It should be at least 3 years.
Right.
Or it could even be higher than that, but 1 year
I
is
believe
too
it's
many.
also business, so people who have businesses they don't live, but they.
We can do 3 years, 5 years, but that definitely needs to increase. I know someone currently that just put an address to move in Paterson so he can run in the May election, so that needs to be changed. That needs to be changed to 3 or 5. Also, I know that we have in this language, that it will go through economic development, but we would be the panel. There will be a panel with the director of law, and then there will be the council president and one council at large member. I also think we should add to this that there should be similar to the ABC board when it comes to renewal. So it will be a cannabis renewal board that will do, this is in addition to that coming to us.
So Councilwoman, those
Because
are
that's for the
definitely-
first
but
license.
that doesn't come in this, all right? That's a separate resolution that's gonna be
Well,
done.
I'm putting it on the floor. That's something else. I'm gonna go back to it because we have another item, so I want to put it with this and I'll add it again to the other item. As far as setting in place language for the filter, what does that need as far as what the regulations are for filters? For the odor issues, because there was a concern in Flemington, New Jersey. So we definitely need to make sure that the language specifies what is needed to mitigate the odor concerns that possibly will be a concern. And then the last part is locations for usage, whether there are lounges or specified areas. Since we're going to say that it can't be in public places, there should be certain areas. Not saying that we have to do that, but there has to be something, and that could be something later. But these are some of the things that I would like to put on the record that are not included in here. Also, my last point, and I might come back later, but the other point I would like to make, I don't see anything about micro businesses. Micro businesses is something that some of the other entities are doing. Newark, Jersey City, it's in their language. Those are for entities that can't stand on their own. They have to partner with other people because sometimes because people cannot get their licenses, they are considered micro businesses and they partner with others. That language needs to be in here. It's in mostly other municipalities. It has nothing is in here that talks about micro business. I also want to finally put it on the record, there is nothing wrong with the council person who represents the city of Paterson hosting a community forum to educate the community. It's not unethical. You can ask legal, you can ask corporation counsel, anything you like. It is not illegal to do that. You can host as many community forums that you like. As a matter of fact, in other municipalities, the mayor and their teams are hosting them to educate the community or to get their concerns. There's nothing wrong with us asking. We're not giving data. We're not telling them what we're going to do. We're just trying to find out from the community what their thoughts are, and they're the people that elected us, and we should always be in a place where we hear from them so that we can make an educated decision. So I want to put those things on the record, and I would like to add those two things of the amendment that are added already, the feet to be increased from 300 to 1,000 feet, as well as the residency from 1 year to maybe 5 years. That way we can have some real residents of Paterson be able to get some of the license if that's what you're going to approve.
Okay.
Council President.
Thank you. No, wait, 1 second.
Council President.
1 second, because I know Councilman Rivera asked after Councilwoman Mims, but just to say something. I don't know why the mention of your forum. You are correct that any council member can hold a forum. As a matter of fact, I believe that the chamber held something for cannabis, I think it was today, at 12 o'clock, and that was a forum as well. So don't know where the statement came from and why it's being addressed that way, but you are correct that any of us council members can do any forums.
I was first.
Ca-
I got witness here.
Councilman Rivera, then Councilman Velez,
Thank you.
then Cotton, and then Mendez.
So in my case, it's not just about the money. And it was a common pass about we want to hear from the people that elected us. That's true. But also 76% of the people that participated in the election that decided to vote on this matter voted in favor. So we're not voting here to legalize it. Let's make that clear. Let's make that clear. None of these licenses that are here are bringing it into Paterson, because the ones that are cultivating it, they cannot sell it here. Only retail could sell it here. And even retail, one of my colleagues had a great idea to put it in the outskirt where there's not residents. Just put it, in the outskirt. We continue to see, with all chemicals added to it. It's been here. I'm more concerned with the black market that we would create, right? It's already legal at the state level. They're already selling it as it is in Paterson. Imagine if we don't have, if the only way to obtain it for some people, never use, marijuana, but it's a choice of people to do it or not. It's already legal. People were using it when it was illegal. Even if we vote no on all of this, it's still going to be in Paterson.
Right.
All of these licenses that are here, except the dispensaries, none of them are going to bring it to Paterson. They're just cultivating it and shipping it out. So, us voting on this, I don't see how it changes the situation in the city at all. At all. I listened to all of you, and I had meetings with some organizations before, and I've taken everything that was said to me into account. But all I'm saying is, you're just creating a stronger black market. You're going to have people out there fighting for spots and corners. Because now the punishment, if they catch you with, a certain amount, is just going to be a fine. Just like if they catch you outside selling alcohol, it's just going to be a fine. Without a license. If they catch you selling alcohol without a license, it's just a fine. So what do you think? Now that it's legalized, you think you're going to have less cannabis in the streets? You're going to have more. And we're not voting here to legalize it. So I don't know what the outcry is about us voting on cultivation and the other licenses. They could have deliveries bring it here into Paterson. Didn't they approve one in Heldon in our border? So they could probably deliver here from Heldon, deliver it here. Whoever wants to consume it would consume it. Just like alcohol. If you don't drink alcohol, then it wouldn't bother you where where the liquor stores are, because you're not going to go consume it. You don't have to consume it. It is your choice. Just like when you go into some restaurants and they offer you tobacco, you don't have to smoke it. And again, 76% of the people already spoke. We're not voting here to legalize it. And I don't want to offend anyone, and all I'm saying is that what do you guys need from us? Like us voting on this, voting yes or no, it's not going to change the situation in the city. It's not going to put more or less cannabis on the streets. It's not.
Thank you very much, Councilman Rivera. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Madam President, sorry. I don't want to downgrade your salary.
Actually, hers is way higher.
I know, just
Go ahead.
kidding.
Go ahead,
See,
Councilman.
ladies and gentlemen, we all have clear that the state, through a referendum, approved this, but give us the right to regulate it in our city. Way back in the month of May, I sent to legal a opt-out from the legal municipality sent me to be able to take action. It was put in our tables, we never entertain it, we concentrate in the one that we have here, the number one. So I keep on pushing for be able to entertain the opt-out of all 6 licenses. Right now, Councilwoman Mims sent an example of what we're talking about. Why rush it? Why push it? Why do this so fast? She read page by page how this have to be operated. And that's what we want. Making sure that it's done smoothly, with precaution, and then the residents of Paterson will get benefit in one side of healthy choices and the other side of revenue, whatever the administration is looking for. Right now, I requested the opt-out of all license until we get a clear picture of data, how it's gonna work from the point of 1 year from now in the whole city of Paterson or in the state, whatever it is. Right now you have other cities complaining of odors, complaining of this and complaining of that. That is gonna happen in Paterson if we choose it to do it in Paterson, all 6 licenses. Now, I'm not gonna say that they did it intentionally. Right now, instead of entertaining number 1, if we entertain number 2, this one would not even be entertained. Why? Because if we opt out of all of them and set up a real plan on it and make sure come back, because right now, they haven't studied the whole zoning situation. And let me tell you something. If something do not work in my ward, why should I send it to the 3rd ward? Why should I send it to the 4th ward? Why should I send it to the other wards? Listen, I look at this, okay? And when I sit here, I do my own discovery out there. I had a few conversations with individuals that have medical marijuana license. And I asked them, without violating their HIPAA law, do that get you high? They say, yes, but not enough. So what you do? I pump it up. All right? So what that means, still they're going to look for other type of drugs to make sure that they are satisfying that. Now, and I had a conversation with a lot of individuals, and those and they fall into my concerns. I have a big population of seniors in the 5th ward. I have a big population of children's and pedestrians in the 5th ward. I have 12 schools and 5 charter schools in the 5th ward, plus 99.8% of the residents in the 5th ward are not marijuana users. So probably they're not gonna have 1.1% of the individuals that use it. And you know what ages they are. So you're gonna expose, okay, children inside their homes, an environment of a marijuana situation, that those kids are gonna be suffering for other things. And everybody knows what is the effect of marijuana. You could use it, that's your choice. Councilman Rivera just stated, it's approved. Recreation is approved in the state. What I don't want is that traffic of individuals coming to Paterson high, trying to buy that legal marijuana, have accident, we don't have enough cops, we have situation of people getting high, and you never know how many pedophiles we have using marijuana out there and use our kids. So let's think a little bit broader outside the box and making sure that we are giving the best of the best to our residents. Right now, somebody told me, Councilman, but you smoke cigarette. So let me tell you something. Yes, I smoke cigarette, but the cigarette don't get me high. Oh, Councilman, you drink liquor. Yeah, yes, I know how to control a cup of wine. But everybody knows the effects of marijuana. They see it. Or you had a related family that went through it, or you had somebody that used it, and you see kids out there using it, whatever. You know the effects. Personal experience. This individual here had 3 spine surgery. You could ask my doctor how many pills I drink. If I drink 2 was enough. So to say that marijuana saved my life, I respect that. But only because I had a condition of spine, I had to recure of something to help me out to walk and this and that. Listen, everybody had their own experience. But I could say this. If we will be entertaining number 2, all right, all this amendment that my colleagues want to do, okay, probably they could do it down the road when they come back and we put it on paper, we do it the right way, and then we move forward because, ladies and gentlemen, 99.8%. And I question the ballot.
Councilman?
I will wrap up. I question the ballot. 68 probably, I had the number. It's like 48 ballots, 48,000 ballots came in on this past election. Someone can clarify that, Madam Clerk, how many came in on ballots?
Sorry, Councilman, I can't answer. I don't know the answer.
Okay, so I look at the data I had in my office, but I was going to bring it. I compare the ballots that came in, and I compare the yes and no.
Okay, Councilman?
36,000.
Councilman?
I will wrap up, Council President, because I know probably later on I cannot speak. But 36,000, and I divide those 36,000 in the number that came in the yes and no answer. Wow. People had problem to know who they're going to vote for in this election, and those questions came all answered. So nobody investigate how those ballots got answered. Okay, so that's facts. A lot of people have problem to know who candidate going to vote. But yes, all the question came back answered. So I respect those voters, whoever it was, because the vote is secret or whatever it is. But one thing is that number 2 should be entertained. Now, in number 1, if they want to do amendment and
Councilman,
have more
we're on number
pages or
1 right
whatever,
now.
they could do it. But hey,
Okay.
good luck, Paterson.
Thank you very much, Councilman. You continue to refer to number 2. We're on number 1, all right? And it's about the prohibition of zoning, if I'm not mistaken, this is the one,
Right,
oh, this
no,
is the full opt-out?
No, the
No,
full
this-
opt-out is number 2.
No, I understand. I thought number 2 had to do with the resol that you had
No,
requested.
number 2 is because they already had an ordinance towards entitled cannabis provision medical.
Okay. I got it.
they amended that,
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Council President. I've been looking through this ordinance, and I can say that I have visited other states where the cannabis is there. The only problem I'm having now is, well, what's in this ordinance now that we have to vote on? As Councilwoman Mims has said, I know for a fact I want 1,000 feet at least. I know for a fact that I want them to be at least 5 years residents. I already know that's what I'm looking for. I already know for a fact that we're looking for more minorities to be owners of some of this cultivation, manufacturing, to be put in business here. I know that they have to go before the state, and the state then will issue the license. But you know, they still have not separated it. And looking at this ordinance that we have in place now, it's really going to affect the 4th Ward. It's really going to affect the 1st Ward. It's really going to affect the 3rd Ward. Now, they haven't put in place yet where, even if they put it in here, it's not in there yet, where the locations. I personally is not putting it because I got 3 stores on one street and I got 5 houses that I can put it in that street because they got 3 stores, because they got retail already there. That's not where it should be going. It should not be going in the middle of the cities. In this ordinance doesn't say where it's going. I said 4th, 3rd, and 1st Ward, where majority of whatever, we're not sure how many the state's going to issue yet. We don't even know that.
Councilwoman,
But at least, let me finish.
No, I just want you, because you're referring, and you know that.
It's not in here.
No, the authority is on the council. we can vote it down. We have no say in terms
Well,
of
what
who
we
gets
vote,
the
well, what we
license.
voting on this for?
No,
Why are we voting on this paper?
This is to be able to opt in, and you know what?
Right,
really
I
don't wanna
understand that.
this.
Let me
The
just finish.
administration needs
Yeah.
to do a better job in coming
Right.
and answering some of these questions that.
I can answer, Council President, you know, we never interrupt you when you're speaking. We
No,
never
no,
do
no,
that.
I want to, I'm actually, I want
never-
for you to have the clarification that we
Right, but
need.
right now, you know, people say that, and you know what, 10 years later, they'll say, well, you know what, Councilwoman, you voted for it. Because nothing, they didn't change nothing out of here. You voted for this. Now, no, I know when they come before us, we got to vote again, but you vote for what's is written in front of you, or what they're saying that is in front of you. That's what we're voting on. And I'm saying there's certain things, like I said last time, and you know, I wish we would have done it differently. I wish that we would have had someone to be the lead in the city council, to be the lead. Councilman Jackson, tell me what you're looking for. Councilman Khalik, tell me what you're looking for. Councilman Miz, tell me what you're looking for. So I can write all that down and write everything down what each council member is looking for in the audience that we need to present to the mayor. This is what we're looking for. All other 8 council members can put in. That's what we really should have done to be able to do that. That's what we should have done. You know, we're getting bits and pieces and we look in here and we see that we need certain things not done. Making sure that minorities are approved for these licenses. Making sure I requested 75% of Patersonians be employed. Whoever comes in here. I don't even see that in here, and that was requested. There were so many items that was requested, and I'm saying that's when I see now that a council person should have said, you know what, tell me each one what you're looking for in the ordinance that we need to pass. Because in some of these licenses, some of these 6 licenses, you wouldn't even know that they're there. But we still do not want them in the middle of 12th Avenue. I don't want them in the middle of Governor Street. I don't want them in the middle of Broadway. You know, I know what retail look like. I've been to retail in Nevada. I've been to retail in Colorado. I know what they look like. But you're looking at a different city. This city doesn't really look like my city. So you know there's certain areas that you really can't put things in, and there's areas that you can put stuff in. That's all we're looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Put it in here so when I'm voting on it, it's in there. The 1,000 feet from a school, from a church. 1,000, you know, residents, 75% of the residents are going to be employed by whatever company that we got coming in. Making sure, you know what, let's give them pointers. Let's give points for businesses that are minorities. If you're a minority and you've been a resident of this town for 5 years, you know what, you got extra points because you know, you already have a stake here in the city with us. So those are the things to me that needs to be there. And each council member should have wrote something down, which was never asked. No, it was asked, because we've been talking about this 2 meetings already.
Thank you.
2 meetings. We've been talking about this for 2 meetings, and we done said a lot of stuff. What I'm saying now, I said it last time. I asked for this stuff to be put in here, and it's not in here. It's not in here. When are we going to put it in here tonight, or when are we going to put it in?
So.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilwoman,
Yeah.
you are correct in saying that that we've had various conversations. I think in our last meeting also we stated to address the requested things. Now, I am gonna say this to you because, you know, I wanted actually the administration to answer. What is the reason why it can't be 1,000 feet? Why is it 300? Okay? The other is, you know, why is it that the 75% that Councilwoman Cotton had requested, why can't you put that in the ordinance? Okay? What's the reason for that? Why? No. What I'm trying to say is that there were things that were asked the last meeting. There's been various meetings. So I'm saying, put it on record, the reasons for it. The way I see the 1,000 feet,
Council President.
Okay.
We still have a lot.
I want to know who from the administration is going to answer the questions. There's been various people here already made statements. Who is going to answer those questions? Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate the opportunity to address some of the questions. I don't know that I can address all. I can say that there has been some dialogue between the administration and certain council members to address Councilwoman Cotton's concerns. I know that she specifically requested that the language up to 6 licenses be placed in there. That's in there. The request, Councilman Cotton also requested 75% of the employees be residents of Paterson. We put that in page 8 of 11. Additionally, there was already in the ordinance that we read and went through the first time, a preference for award of licenses. We strengthened that, even though it was already in there the first time, to make it clear that the hiring of minorities, women and or veterans would be given priority. Current and future people that reside and work in Paterson will be given priority. So many of the things that were requested are in here already, and we did the best that we could to address, you know, a variety of voices and opinions and requests throughout the City Council, and hopefully that addresses some of it. And then lastly, on the issue of 1,000 feet, that's not necessarily my expertise, but I believe the thinking is that if you say none of these businesses can be within 1,000 feet of a school, a church, a residence, then given the number of schools, churches, and residences in Paterson, you would essentially be banning these anyway because no business could really locate. Or you may have the unintended effect of locating all these businesses in one particular area. So that was some of the thought process that went in there, and like I said, I do believe it was based upon, you know, individuals in economic development and administration talking and working with the members of the City Council to try to come to a package that worked.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam President. I think that went back to my original notes when we started this conversation way back, and the residency required was one of my recommendations. When I saw the 9 month or a year, less than a year, I was very clear and specific about the time window between the 3 and 5 years. I think that the administration should do a better job in trying to, you know, work this out. I know the mayor is in full support of marijuana. He should be sitting there having the discussion with us because he's been pushing this all the way. So he should be sitting there having this conversation with us. I think that when we start this conversation, and I got my note in the beginning about all the concern that our resident has in terms of the homelessness situation that we have, drug addict in our community, crime, garbage. This city is very dysfunctional. And the problem that I see, that the fear of the community is that this administration is not enforcing any law in the book that we have. Now, that is the biggest problem. What's going to happen? And we all have to be ready, because if you look into this legislation, the delivery license in the city, we cannot stop delivering. They could come in and out. There's no restriction. They could come into Paterson to deliver, you know, legal, 21 over, so they could do business. This is very concerning to me, and that's the reason why when I saw this, I told the Corporation Council and Administration, listen, I have no faith in this administration, and I don't trust this administration by holding and handling all the amount of money that they're gonna receive, because this is all about money. There's gonna be a large amount of revenue coming into the city, and this administration, they're gonna do whatever they wish with this money. That's the reason why I said in the beginning, we got to put 50% of the total amount of revenue directly into recreation, to have the recreational center that we need, to have the, you know, the stuff that we need for our youth, because there's nothing for our children. Now, let me talk about GTI. GTI is in town, and there's a multi-million-dollar business, and they here, they got cultivation, Bunker Hill, in the, you know, and they have medical in the third ward. And I know they're getting ready to go recreational because they move T-Mobile out, and they got the entire building. So I know where they're going to. Now, I told the administration, listen, they talking about minority, give opportunity to minority. But quite honestly, the reality is that those big companies, they're the ones that are going to take all the business. And I told them, listen, you want this to work out? Why you don't stipulate on the legislation that people like GTI that have multiple license, they cannot have retail license? that have to be specified in here. So I think that the administration should have, should do a better job into try to selling this out. I'm just, concerned, but the reality is that I hear all my colleagues, 76% of the people that approve it, and the delivery license, nobody's gonna be able to stop it. So this is the reality that we're facing here in the city of Paterson, and this is the conversation that we must have.
Right,
Because guess what? It's coming.
right.
And either we say no, we opting out, the delivery is gonna keep coming. So my fear is having this administration, the way they handling business in the city, we have a big problem.
Thank
I'm
you
just gonna leave it
very
at that,
much.
Madam President.
Thank you. I know that,
Yeah.
one second, please. I understand that, there's this conversation is gonna go longer. But there is something that we have on the floor, and I know Councilman Abdulaziz, you have the floor
Thank you.
next. But, and I know that there's a motion put in place, and, everyone here has the right, yes, there's a motion and a second, so we're gonna
So I'm just for clarification, so I'm just questioning, so we're voting on only what Councilman Abdelaziz, and we're ignoring what every other council president has said?
No,
I just want to clarify.
Point of order, we have a motion.
Councilman Abdulaziz.
I'm just asking for clarity before we vote.
Councilman Abdulaziz has the floor.
Thank you, Council President. So to the residents and to the public. Today, we've heard many different things from many different people. As elected officials, we also speak to residents that don't necessarily come to our meetings. And at the end of the day, we're saying this or that. We need to take action on this item or another item. The clock is ticking. We need to take an action. We need to make a decision. Those are the facts. So if we don't vote on this, we have to vote on opting out. There has to be something, because if not, that means it's going to be open. All licenses are going to be open. No restrictions, no anything. It's August 4th. This has to get through 2 readings for it to be passed before August 21st. That's only 2 weeks away, 2.5 weeks away. So we need to take action, to my colleagues. One way or another, regardless of what I'm saying, something needs to be done. So many people are saying, why my motion? As an elected official, I try to meet in the middle. I don't go far right, I don't go far left. Most of the concerns I heard from residents today is the accessibility of marijuana to our residents. Everyone said that. We don't want people coming into Paterson and purchase it. And I agree with you. I agree with you. That's why I made that amendment right now on the floor to ban retail. Ban retail until we strategically look at and our opt-out as persuaded to state statute right now, so we have to take action. But I also heard a lot of the concerns we said. We have heroin, homelessness, and then we say, why Paterson? Because we are in a fiscal nightmare. Many of the residents that came here from other towns, your towns are not in the fiscal crisis that we're in. Maybe if we move into our city and come in and take these houses, maybe we won't be in this fiscal crisis. But when you get 20-something million from the state, and it takes one governor, one legislator to pull transitional aid away, and then we have to pay $30,000 in taxes, that's the reality. That's the reality. But you want to meet in the middle. My colleague from the 3rd Ward stated, we could ban it today. We could opt out, ban everything today, and your tenant, your neighbor, your cousin, your brother could have somebody deliver it to their house. While they deliver it to your house, guess who captures that revenue? Another town. The money goes to another town. That's happening. Now I look at it like this. Every person that called me has talked about the retail component, the accessibility, and I'm going to go on this. The factories generate revenue, generate jobs. You can't go in there and purchase it. I want to ask every resident, go to your local factory, do you know what's going on in there? 85% of you don't know what's being distributed in and out these factories in our areas. We need to be smart and strategic about this. We can't be a cookie cutter thing, yes and no. I put this amendment on the floor to my colleagues because the biggest issue is the retail component. That's the biggest concern everyone has said. We don't want it in our neighborhoods. We don't want our kids having it. But when factories, I heard, I didn't go to the cultivation site. I guess there is a cultivation site in the city of Paterson. And I have no, hasn't been one concern. Any council person received a call from that cultivation site? I haven't. I don't represent that area, but I haven't. But I did see people that have jobs. But we need to take action today. The clock is ticking because I know what's going to happen. It's going to be too late, and then it's going to be open to everything. So my motion on the floor, Council President, is to opt out as pursuant to state statute on the retail component, allowing the other ones that will not be open to the public, that will allow for job creation, and it allows time to go there. And I'm hoping that's a middle ground that we can move forward. Because when I speak to my residents, they give us issues about their services. And when you want to increase and enhance services, the first thing you talk about is, where's the money? This is what's going to generate the revenue. Marijuana is here. It is legal. We're not voting to legalize it. I wish everyone was here going down to the state capitol and testifying when they were creating all this stuff. No one went down to Trenton from Paterson. No one. We're not legalized. It's legal. It's going to happen. And I stated, you can put it anywhere in the city of Paterson. I already spoke to the mayor of Garfield. It's opening right on Route 46, on the tip of Garfield, that goes to Elmo Park, and then Elmo Park touches Crooks Ave in Patterson. He says, that's where we're doing it. You guys ban it, we'll welcome all Patterson over there to come down there, which is 1 mile from the 6th Ward. That's where to go. So
they could go.
I hope, Council President, if we vote on my motion to opt out as pursuant to state statute, and we'll move forward from there. Thank you.
I got a legal question.
So it is, the motion is on the floor, and the
I got a
Robert
question.
Rules of Order, we have to move forward to vote on that.
I got a
Now,
legal question,
Council President.
Council President, I
One
have a legal.
second. I am, and I do have certain concerns. I didn't hear anything concerning the 1,000 feet, all right? I'm sorry?
Who said?
So,
Council- This is frustrating though, sometimes.
the city of Paterson is 8.1 miles squared,
Small footers.
okay? I don't see us expanding. We can't expand out, right? So when we do expansions, we go up, right? Okay. I'm looking at this ordinance, right? And I am in agreement to opt out of retail because even at the state level, there's still a lot of questions unanswered, right? So we should opt out of that, right? If you were to ask every council person here right now, how will you bring revenue to the city? Okay? It's not happening.
I've introduced multiple.
Okay? No. Listen
You asked me, I
to
told
me. Councilman Abdelaziz says something, and it's about coming to the middle. So if you're far from one side or far from the other, guess what? You're not gonna get things done. Okay? And we already see council members that get blocked with great ideas, okay? And with other projects that they want, and guess what happens? You push back on everything, and guess what? You get nothing done. So I'm the type of person that says, okay, let me look at this. All right, I am not, and I don't want us to be behind the 8 ball with this. It is legal, it's here. Just listen. We opt out of everything. We are not doing anything. And guess what happens? The next town over will go ahead, and when I hear Toto is gonna do it, they don't need it. They don't need revenue. They have revenue coming in. You got other municipalities that don't need it, don't want it. Okay? So I'm not saying, look, what I'm saying is, I don't want us to be behind the 8 ball. Okay? We should be right now saying to ourselves, let's opt out of retail. A lot of the concerns is with retail and accessibility, but you have cultivation, you have manufacturing, you have wholesale. These are things, look, I didn't realize that we had a cultivation site in Bunker Hill. I heard Councilwoman Mims, and I'm gonna address it because you were specific to stating about filtering, right? And about an article that was put forth, right? That was a huge site, a Walmart, huge. I pulled up to the place. I said, what is this place in Bunker Hill? I didn't know. And no, I didn't follow my nose. I only smelled it as soon as I pulled up to the actual place. And then there was no smell. So all I'm saying is this, and you can't. So what I'm saying is this. I'm saying let's take an action, right? The ordinance itself, we took away the fact that the director of economic development is not the person who's going to issue. Remember, the state issues the licenses, not the city of Paterson. What we allow is how many of them that have the license from the state, just like an alcohol license, it's ABC, it's the state, right? That we say how many, if any, and what we want in the city of Paterson. This body is the body that would determine that. This body is the one that could say, no, you're not putting it in the 4th ward. No, we vote no, okay? No, Councilman, it's my turn right now. Because you know what, I'm tired of hearing all of the things, right? And nobody's really talking and seeing the bigger picture. That marijuana's here and the black market is here. And we're getting nothing for it. Absolutely nothing. We have a way now that we can be able to make some revenue, right? And put forth, okay, on some of the things that we need in this city. And jobs is definitely one of them. I've spoken to people that work in the industry, in the cultivation site, to say how they live in Paterson and how they have a 401k, how they have insurance, and how they could put food at the table. And they're getting paid not minimum wage, but more than minimum wage. So, Madam Clerk, I'm gonna vote on the motion.
Council President,
Okay.
I was in line to speak.
You know
after
what,
the-
you're correct, Councilman Jackson, and I apologize because you're the last person on this list. Councilman Jackson, and then we're gonna take an action.
Thank you, Council President. So, just the other day, I get a text message from a resident on Marion Street where they sent me a overflooded garbage container that the garbage hasn't been maintained there for over 2.5 weeks. It's bubbling over, it smells. It's definitely a quality of life issue. And the owner, who is the slumlord, George McLoof, who's owned that place and been derelict for many years, has received abatements on that property, 30-year abatements on that property, as which he has received on Van Houten Street, as which he has received on multiple properties in this community. He's gotten abatements and he's benefited, and yet the community has gotten nothing. This is not about revenue, because of course it's revenue, but who benefits from the revenue? This is about making sure that Paterson residents are benefiting from the revenue. And, you know, I'm right in between, as people have saying, they ride both sides of the line. I'd much rather see someone buying it from a controlled environment than buying it from somebody in the street who's gonna, you know, put crack in it as well. So, but at the same time, I have to say, this council, it just bothers me. It's upsetting when we're sitting here begging as the council, but I asked for this and they said we can't do this. The council determines what the legislation looks like. We are the authors. We don't ask someone to write the book for us. No, we're the authors. We write it and we tell them this is how it's going to be spelled out. Right now, I had an opportunity to visit the site, which I was very impressed by the site. They're doing some phenomenal things there. Out of 50 employees, they have 4 Paterson residents. That don't spell equal opportunity. Now, I was on vacation a couple weeks.
Councilman, share the reason why. Share the reason why there was only 4.
You care to share that? I don't know.
We were there when it was told, you know, out of the 40 people that worked there, 4, unfortunately, when they had the open house to hire a lot of Pattersonians, because they were not aware that you don't need a college education, you don't need a degree, because they have a training that they do specific to the job. So if you're gonna be the cultivator or watering, or whatever the case is, so that is the reason why. I like, you know why, Councilman Kalik? Because we should say the full story. We shouldn't say half the story. That's the reason why I'm making that statement.
Council President, I know the story.
Councilman Jackson, you have the floor, Councilman Jackson. And I apologize, I just wanted to put that on record.
So I have been told for as long as I have been able to walk that the reason there's not more black and Spanish officers in the police department is because they can't pass the test. But I can show you dozens of people who've been falsely accused of different things and removed from the list for various reasons. I can talk to you about many people that I know that have been there. So it's not about what the reason is, it's about what the responsibility is. If we, the legislative body, place on the agenda the necessity, then that means the organization, in order for them to do business here, they have to go out and find those people. So, with that being said, while I was on vacation a couple weeks ago, I took the time out and I wrote the legislation. I sent it to every council person. There was a meeting going on. Everybody was at the pool. I was watching the council meeting. I was sending council members messages, sent Charles messages. Brother Charles, please make sure everybody gets it. Sent the email to Corporation Council. I have yet to have a conversation with him about the legislation that I wrote. There's very key information in there and key wording. Attestation, which, by the way, is written into the state legislation, is written into many other municipalities, much like ours. The attestation requires them to show proof each and every year when they come for renewal that they have whatever we can set forward, whether it's 70%, which I love, Councilwoman Cotton. Yes, we should require them to hire a certain number of people from the community. We gave away $90 million at the stadium, $90 million. I can attest to one Paterson person working over there in that construction site. Just one. I was sending messages because guess what? That one person hit me up. I sent it to the person, said, listen, this brother's coming for a job. And he sent me a message saying, you know what? I'm here working today. Phenomenal. One. I went through the site, looked around. I don't see any other people that I know, but yet $90 million of your money is leaving the city on fire, is burning, is just up in smoke. So we, the legislative body, have to make sure that we put in place those fail-safes that our community sees a benefit. If anybody, if there is, difficulties from it, at least allow for the benefit to be here. Why allow somebody else to come in? They're reaping all the reward while we carry all the burden. And that's my only position. I'll be as straightforward as I possibly can. I come from a long family of drug-addicted people. I have lost aunts, I've lost uncles. My family's history is so bad. I don't drink, I don't smoke. I don't even know what marijuana tastes like. But I do know that there are people out here that's going to look for it to consume it. And I'd much rather, if it was going to be one of my children or someone, I'd much rather they get it from a controlled environment than somebody on the street corner. Because right now, it's legal. Somebody in the street corner could sell it to them. There's nothing that the cops can do. If someone purchases it, they have the right to utilize it. It's legal. It's completely legal. So there's nothing we can do. But what we can do is do our due diligence. I made a suggestion at the last council meeting. Let's do a retreat. Let's have a council retreat. Let's put our heads together. We're the ones that live here. The 90%, large majority of the people that's writing this stuff, sending it to us, because right here says, on page 8 of 11, which the Corporation Council just quoted off, business employing Paterson residents. Any business that can provide proof that at least 75% of its employees are residents of the city of Paterson shall be entitled to a 50% reduction in the licensing fees and annual registration fee or remaining fee. It doesn't, so they pay 50% of the licensing fee. That's the cost of doing business. If I'm gonna hire my boy's son from Franklin Lakes and have my guy from here coming in, I'll spend an extra $20,000 a year on $300,000-$400,000 worth of employees because I don't want to hire Paterson people. That's not what we talked about. It's called a requirement, or your license won't be renewed. This is how, when you rely on somebody else to write the legislation for you, this is how these things get slipped in. Oh, it's in there. It's not in there. That's not a requirement. It does say the language 75%. It will fool the average person, but that right there just allows them a loophole to say, well, you know what? We can get out of that. We don't have to be required to do that. Now, I'll say this in closing, Council President, because I'm not going to labor this very long. It seems as if everybody's pretty firm on where they stand. But there's already in place, which we talked about before, 1,000 feet requirements for drug-free school zones. And for us to minimize that, it just speaks volumes of where our concern is for our youth and the having an environment of school, because what we're talking about here is responsible adult use. My kids should not have to come outside of the school and 200 feet away and see somebody coming outside doing whatever they want to and just lighting up. That should not happen. Even though 1,000 feet isn't probably enough, but still we should not be reducing what already is in place and been mandated as 1,000 feet drug-free zone, and where we're requiring that liquor store establishments who don't which doesn't carry any odor, which doesn't carry any potential of transmission of fumes or things of that nature from a distance, they're required 1,000 feet, but then we're going to reduce that to yet again, this is the kind of disrespect that we continuously allow, and it's this body. It lies on the shoulders of this body. But I appreciate the opportunity, Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jackson.
Roll call.
So, Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 1 with the amendment to opt out of retail. I see that some of the things that Councilwoman Cotton stated to are there, but I still want to know if we are able, I want us to make an amendment on the amount of feet.
You can't, there's you have to do another one.
Okay, so, Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 1 with the amendment to opt out of retail.
So, okay, that's the amendment that Councilman Abdelaziz spoke about, the opt-out of that retail for license number 5, correct?
Item number 1 is being amended to opt out of retail. So it's number 1 with an opt-out to retail.
Okay. All right. Roll call on the amendment on item number 1. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I'm going to agree with Councilman Jackson here. You don't want kids coming to see that or gain accessibility. That's why taking retail out, you could move it 2,000 feet when you want to come and entertain retail. Right now, what we have in front of us with this amendment is your factories, is your industry where it's not open to the public, where there's things with signage. We don't know what's going on in the factories as is right now. I represent the largest factory in the entire city when you go down Getty Ave. No one knows what's going on in there. It's split up into warehouse, old Continental can, 8 blocks long. That's the largest warehouse facility in the city of Paterson right now. And no one knows what's going on in there. And it's across the street from a school. So what I'm saying is the retail component, my amendment, is taking the retail component out, addressing the concerns of the people that we heard today, but also addressing our revenue issue that we may be able to capture at this moment. We have no time to act. We have to get through 2 readings of either item in front of us, or they could put this next to a school if we don't act, or they could put this next to a house of worship. At the end of the day, we got to try to meet in the middle and do what's right for the city of Paterson. We have cultivation centers that are creating jobs and hopefully creating more jobs for Pattersonians. Unfortunately, when the medicinal marijuana was approved, the local municipalities didn't have much say. We didn't have much say. It was all ran by the state. Now we can have say of what they're of who they're hiring. This council gets the final say of who gets the license. And guess what? They don't hire when they come back for renewal. We say, no, we're not going to renew your license because you didn't hire anyone from Paterson. So we do have some teeth in this. There was additional items that I put in that Councilwoman Cotton put on the record, and they put in for her, and I'm glad they listened to her concerns. So let's meet in the middle. That's how we get things done. Try to be a consensus builder because we need to act. My vote is yes to opt out of the Class 5 cannabis retail on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
Are we voting all over again, or are we just voting to opt out the one item and then?
Number one with the amendment to opt out of retail.
Well, you know what, I'm not gonna go into no long explanation, as Councilman Allen over here said that Councilwoman Cotton got what she want. No, I didn't get, no, I didn't get what I want. Well, that's what you said, I'm just going by what you said, because I remember distinctly saying that we're gonna give them a discount, and I don't mind giving someone a discount when they hire Patersonians, but not 50% either. I just didn't, you know, and some of my other concerns was more than just about retail. So we still have to vote, Madam Clerk, on the whole resolution.
Yes, Madam President.
Right.
Yes, Councilwoman, we are voting
So they make it seem
now
like, they
on
made
the
it seem like
amendment.
Councilwoman Cotton got everything she asked for. No, I didn't get everything I asked for.
You didn't get nothing.
I didn't get nothing. I mean, I didn't get everything because I saw a couple things in here already that I should have gotten, but, you know, it's more than just opting out for retail, so it's more than that. I know I've been to retails in Nevada, I've been to retail in Colorado, Arizona. As I said, the cities are so differently. More than just opting out on retail. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
So the only thing that I'll say to you, Councilwoman Cotton, we're voting on the amendment right now, right?
I don't want to amend it.
Yeah, I know you don't want to amend it, but we have to be careful because if the item passes, that means if you don't support the not having the retail in place, that means there'll be a retail establishment that can open up right next door, 200 feet away, and that's from here to less than the bathroom out there. That's
No, it's not going to happen.
well, okay. That you don't think you don't have
Yeah.
confidence that the item is going to pass, then it's
No,
anyway.
I have the confidence that what Al wants, they're
Well,
going
all
to
right, Councilwoman, is
Okay.
you know, I got you. Just making the point clear. So, but you know, for the members of the public at home, I'll post for you the version that I wrote, and then the vote, and then this version. And it's not about I wrote, because I mean I did some research and collaborated. I would have loved to collaborate with members of the council, but I wasn't in town at the time, and it was a rush deal that we get this thing situated. We have to do more to guarantee our inclusion. We have to do it. It starts here. It starts here. It starts here when you make sure that even, I love the idea of having the micro businesses, which require you to have partnerships with micro businesses, like people who already have been in place, have been doing things, you know, with other types of businesses, where if you don't have a partner, then you can't do business here in our city. That's how they did it in Newark. In Newark, I'm not talking about this particular thing, but when Sharp James was in Newark, he made sure that his local people, he made millionaires in his town. You're not gonna come in here and make money off our communities without being able to fairly share that wealth. And we have to, it starts right here. That responsibility starts right here with this council body. And, you know, if it's not in place, that means this council didn't do it. But I'm going to support the amendment. It's very difficult, right? Because this is some of the things that was already written in. And it was told, in fact, prior to the meeting, it was said that we're going to move on this item without retail, but yet it was here. So that means there's either some kind of disconnect or a disregard of the council's wishes, and then we have to make this motion on the floor. Should not have even been required to make the motion on the floor. But Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just for some clarity, we're not voting on the actual item number 1. We're voting on an amendment, just to go into item number 1.
No, Councilman, we are voting on item number 1 with an amendment to opt out of retail.
No.
It's a separate vote. We're voting on the amendment, and then we have to vote on the item number 1.
Yes, as first reading.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, is that correct?
On first reading, we are voting on the amendment now.
And then we have to go on the action item.
If it's approved on the amendment, then we actually have to vote on the ordinance for first reading as amended. And if it's adopted, then it goes for a second reading.
Okay.
If this is the amendment, I will leave my comment for the actual legislation when it comes. So I'm just gonna say yes for the amendment, and I will use my time on the actual legislation when we vote later on.
You said, I think you said
Yeah,
yes.
I say yes for the amendment.
Thank you.
It's just the amendment, we're just not voting on the legislation.
Thank you, Councilman. I got it. Councilman Mims?
So this is the vote for the amendment, but let me put this on record, because I didn't say it before. The population that was heavily violated by marijuana, incarcerated, was the Black and brown community. When it comes to any legislation, it was a referendum on the ballot. 76% of the people voted because they were voting for it to be decriminalized. They weren't voting to say bring recreational, so we want to make that clear. They were not voting to say we want to bring it here. They were voting because a lot of their children were incarcerated and some were still serving time for marijuana. 300,000+ people have applied. There is a 3-step process of getting their records dealt with. It's through vacating, dismissing, and expunging. Only 88,000 people have been successful thus far. That's not even counting the people that have not even applied. There are many people that are impacted. So with whatever law that comes before us, the state, yes, it is legal, but federally, it is not. Let me tell you what that means. If this opens, and I'm gonna talk again for the next vote. If this opens a store, cultivation, delivery, if they go in the refrigerator or wherever and they pick it up and a child eats this because it's not approved on the federal level, DIFAS could remove children from the family's home. If they're in a Section 8 property or they live somewhere that is regulated by federal, because it is not legalized federally, there are many violations and they can lose their homes, their apartments, and so many other things. The state regulations are still not clearly defined. They're still working on them. That's why they're allowing the local municipalities to lay out some laws and reach out, and that's why I think it's so important to talk to the community. But I think it's more important to read the legislations that are currently out there and then listen to the ones that are still waiting for people on either side to say, I will vote for that or vote against it. There's still people that are still undecided, and now we're in the middle of making these decisions, which are very critical. Looking at the language, I've been through it. For the last couple of weeks, we've talked about it, and my conversation is not new. It is the same. We know people that are smoking, absolutely. They were smoking before. We have a concern. We have it now as a law statewide. You can't even, if they have up to 6 ounces in their possession, there's nothing you can do. That is the state law. So we have to be careful that we don't do anything that goes against what has been regulated by a state law and what is not authorized by a federal law. We got to be clear to that. So and I agree, someone was at the mic and they said that the educational piece is important, and there were some educators here, and I think that's very important because they deal with these situations each and every day, 180 days out of the school calendar year with our youth and those that are growing. And so this amendment on the floor, this is only to say no retail, for us to opt out of retail. So for me, I'm gonna vote for this particular item. I'm gonna vote yes to opt out, and then I'm gonna come back and vote for how I feel on the actual item itself.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So this discussion we're having tonight is not unique to Paterson. You know, you have Jersey City, you have Newark, you have a lot of other towns that are contemplating this. But I just have one question before my vote. I'm not going to prolong the meeting. How could you it's pretty hard to decriminalize something that is not legal. I know people voted, but that's what you get. You had to make it legal in order to decriminalize it. So the fact is that it's legal, and we have to make a decision on it. We're not encouraging people to consume it. We just have to make a decision like everyone else in every other town. My vote is yes on the amendment.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Once again, we are voting an amendment to opt out of retail. But let me put something clear. This ordinance still has gray areas in the zoning. I don't have I-1 zone or I-2 zone, but I have mixed-use zone. So even if we opt out retail, they probably could put a wholesale or a distribution in the mixed-use zone. Okay, so it still has gray areas. Still got gray areas. So, but I have another question. I don't want to prolong it, but I want to entertain number 2 too after this one. So, because that's supposed to be like that. 2 first, then 1. But my vote is yes for opt-out retail.
On the amendment. Thank you, Councilman.
On the amendment.
Madam President?
So Councilman Jackson, I know that you made a statement about the requests, because we were requesting it. There were 2 forms of doing this. One was the item would come to our workshop, which I believe it was there, but there was another way of doing it for us to be able to take action because of the timing. So doing an amendment on the floor would be able to happen, although the other one was prepared for a workshop, but then that would extend it to sometime in September after the August 21st. So I just wanted to bring clarity to that, because I know that that was something that I kept saying, and I reached out to the Corporation Council about, doing a separate one specific to opt-out. A lot has been said. There's more conversation to be had. Heldon's taken action. They're literally, like from the first ward, where does it start? The division is the Burger King? Or is that still, or is it just a little up? So they can put their dispensary there, right? And we're like, we don't want it in Paterson, but guess what? You just walk to the dispensary and go buy your stuff and come back. That's just an example. We also have other municipalities as well. I know that right now we're not voting specific to number 1, but to the opt-out, I am in agreement to opt out at this time so we can get further clarification. But I am going to say this when we go back to item number 1, is that we continue to talk about the zoning, which I had a lengthy conversation about the zoning. The verbiage in the language here pertains to the council and the council's approval. So regardless if we said we just want I-1 and I-2, if we decide that, guess what, no, it's not going in I-1, because I understand Councilman Velez and when he says mixed use because of his zoning, I doubt very much that you have place for a factory in the heart of Paterson.
They will knock down a building.
Okay, but anyway, with that said, I'm gonna go ahead and move forward and vote yes on the opt-out, of retail, on the amendment. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Item number 1 on the amendment is hereby adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I want the roll call on item number 1
Right,
with
so-
amendment.
Right. So roll call on item number 1 as amended. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Thank you to my colleagues for supporting that amendment. I don't know how this vote's gonna go, but I think this is a compromise, meet in the middle, try, and Council President said it right. there's a lot of teeth in this item that gives the council power. Just like if it comes into your neighborhood, the council will have the final say of where it goes. It doesn't necessarily go into that area. I just want everyone also to a reminder, all these towns that we say are opting out could easily opt in. So I'm ready, I'm prepared. I try to think 5 years down the line, I'm ready for Clifton to opt in. And guess where Clifton's gonna put it? Right along the 6th Ward and right along Passaic. I'm waiting for Elmwood Park because Elmwood Park's gonna do the same thing. Woodland Park, for sure. That if you read his comment, I heard the lady from Woodland Park. He says, we're looking into this, we're gonna opt out for now, we're gonna come in. And guess where Woodland Park's gonna put it? Right on McBride Avenue. I want this recorded because when those towns opt back in, all those locations I said, I'm going to say I told you guys so. So council colleagues, I think this is an opportunity. We meet in the middle. We ban the retail, ban the accessibility, but allow for jobs to be created for Pattersonians, gain some revenue that can help us out with our services, and hopefully we can move forward and meet the state deadline of October 21st. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk,
You're welcome.
you know what? They're saying that they're giving us to August 21st to make a deadline. You know, it's like, like you're choking us. That's what you're doing. You're choking us to make a decision and there's still a couple of things in there to me that they need to still address. There's a few more things in there. I'm looking at my calendar. The month of September, we got 4 meetings. We got a meeting each week. And what did I say before? If we all would have had the opportunity to tell the administration or to tell a council person what we really was looking for in the ordinance. Yep, I see my 75% city employees, Paterson resident. But we gonna give him a discount too because we gonna let him bring 75%. Why should we still give him a big discount? Because he gonna be making millions. He's still gonna, whatever company comes in here is gonna be making millions. They're not gonna be making 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. They're gonna be making millions. And I, you know, I hear everyone saying that, well, if we don't opt in now, everybody's gonna stop opting in, and put it on the outskirts of our city. But if we went one more month, would that make a big difference? Would that matter if we waited one more month and say, let's do some more stuff? What does it, I mean, would the state say to us, will you opt out? And now we're not letting you have no license. I don't think that's what the law, I don't think that's what it's saying. We can opt out, and then if I want to opt in next week, council members, I want to opt back in. Let's go opt back in after we done seen everything that we need to get done. The month of September, July and August for us is 2 meetings a month, workshop and a regular meeting. I think that we need to, I'm looking at some of the stuff, the 75%, we give them a discount. I don't believe they should have that. We're constantly, you know, you look at your area, and I said it, you know, people talking about warehouses and stuff. The way some of these fires are going, I don't know what's happening. You know, fires are all starting up all of a sudden all over this city. Like, buildings are getting burned down, like, quickly. Something is wrong. I don't know what's happening, but something is happening that's wrong. So I think that we can wait and we can talk about it next week. We can talk about it September 7th, September 14th, September 21st, September 28th, of putting in really, you know, they're saying, and I done sat here already where I voted for something and didn't realize what I had voted for, and then somebody came to me and said, well, you voted for it. See, your name is on there. It's a yes by your name. And I'm just, and people will bring that back to you. They've done it, they've done it. But this is how you vote. So to say because we don't make a deadline on August 21st that we're gonna lose out on everything? We're gonna lose a lot of what revenue if they got to build a plant first. A plant has to get built first. And see if they got one, no, the plant still, for him to wait 1 month or whoever's out there, I don't know who it is, I don't know. But to wait a month to see what other stuff that we can easily get or what we can easily do, I don't see why it would be such a, I mean, sometimes, and council members would sit here and say it, we always push back against the wall and then we gotta vote like real quick and do what we need to, have to do something. So I think another week or so of talking will not hurt. I just, of getting more stuff and opting out on retail and then you got cultivation, manufacturing, delivery. And yeah, I understand deliveries, they're gonna be coming to my neighbor next door, maybe, I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna be doing that. So I think that we need some more. I think that other council members need to say more of what we already know what some of them are looking for. Administration, everybody already know. You out there already know what some of the things that we're looking for. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, I'm voting no.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm a little bit more simple on it. I mean, it's very simple. I have no problem with you coming into my community making money, but you need to share that with the community. Make sure there's, and not give anything away and sponsor a couple teams. Make sure there's fair employment. And this doesn't spell that at all. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik, we approved the amendments and now we are voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
I heard a lot of recommendation today as well. And voting this down doesn't mean it's end. And we could come back within a couple of weeks with adding all this recommendation and moving forward with it. At this time, I cannot support this. I'm for opting out. Come back within a month or so. And with all the updating the legislation, with all the recommendation the community put in, also the council colleague put in. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just based on all the comment that I hear, I've been putting all my effort into trying to make the administration understand that things have to change in terms of when we receive revenue to the city. Once the administration get those revenue into the general fund, they use those revenue as they wish. And that's the reason why you see that we don't have the recreation that we deserve for our children. And from the beginning, I've been fighting for it because I know that sooner or later, this is going to come back to, and I'm going to continue advocating for 50% of the total revenue to recreation. Our children are getting lost in the street, and it's because they have nothing to do in our community. It's easy to get lost in our community. There's nothing. We don't have any rec center, state-of-the-art facility that they could go. Many of the city around Passaic County, there's so much stuff for our children to do. There's so many activity in Paterson. All they have is to go around Russell Park and to play basketball right in the middle of the street. That's very unfair. That's very unfair. And we're getting millions of dollars. And this is gonna come back to the council, I guarantee you, because once the state approve it, now there's a license, which is the delivery license, that nobody's gonna be able to stop that. So this is gonna come back to the council, but we have to make sure that the administration put the money where they need to be put, and it's in our children's hand with recreation, with activity for our kid. Until I don't see that, I'm not ready to vote on this. I don't see. I want to make sure that our kids get the recreational facility that they deserve. I'm abstaining.
Okay. Councilwoman Mims?
Okay. So I've been consistent from the very beginning. I haven't wavered. I've done my homework. I remember the gentleman that came and he said, if you're the doctor, you speak from that perspective. I'm not a medical doctor, but let me tell you something. When it comes to what impacts our community, what is in the best interest, and what we're not receiving, I'm going to definitely fight for that. I've heard 4 entities tell me, we came 3 years ago and we've spoken to the mayor and these people, they gave us letters and they chose RISE. So if that has happened already, what's going to happen with this, right? These people are still vying again. The same people that were told you will get it, look, you get one, they get a pass, you get it, and nobody got it, except for who they chose, right? That's neither here nor there. 2%, Paterson. Out of 100% of a total, we get 2%. So if they make $10 million, we get $200,000 only. 2%. And we're talking about jobs. Oh, they're going to give you jobs. Oh, we're going to get a lot of money. No, they're going to make money. We're not going to be the ones getting the big bucks. They're going to be the ones making the money. And here again, somebody else wins and Paterson loses. Everybody, take a look out your window. Go down by the train tracks. Sit there. Act like you're walking into Kentucky, but walk through the train tracks and see what's going on. Walk up and down different streets. You have people sleeping in the swings of parks overnight. So much stuff. I don't have to say it, Paterson. You already know what it is. At the end of the day, when it comes to where this will be zoned, based on what is written here, because it was stated, and I've said that in the past, if it's written, it's become binding. And in this, what's before us, it said it will be an I-1, light industrial, I-2, heavy industrial, and MU. That allocates what Councilwoman Cotton talked about, which wards will be impacted. She's absolutely correct. It's written in this language. It don't tell you the locations, but if you get a zoning map, you can see I-1, I-2, and mixed use where it is. They're absolutely correct. The footage, not having different things in place, for me, I have to stand with the community. My vote, Madam Clerk, is for the residents, is for our children, and for the future. And I want to also put on the record, we have time, because recreational is not happening until the first quarter of 2022. Even though we have to vote and have something on record by August the 21st, we have time in our opt-out. They're not telling you this stuff, so you got to read and make some phone calls. We have time to put language together from now until the first quarter of 2022. If you don't believe me, research it. It is fact. It is fact. Madam Clerk, my vote is for the community and for our children. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So I'm a team player, and the body as a whole has spoken. I met with a community group. Some of you are here. I met with some of you. And the only thing I asked you to give me was time to do my research. When we had this conversation, we was told that we had to act immediately because we have a deadline. But then we found out later on that if we opt out, I think you brought it up, Councilman Kalik, that if we opt out, that's why we have both resolutions here. We have this one and we have the one opting out. That gives us a little bit more time to get the consensus of the council to see what we're going to do. My vote is no at this time.
Councilman Velez?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have seen a result of trying to bring common sense and sense from the community to the council. And I got to clarify a question that Councilman President asked my colleague to clarify and the whole full story about why we have only 4 employees in that place that we visit. It was clear that the hiring process of any employee for that facility is controlled by the state. The state is the one that say, a Paterson employee, that individual is going to work there. See how the state controls us? But we cannot tell the state give them more money for recreation. The administration had to put an application and ask them for money, and they give us peanuts. But yes, they want us to take a decision. You know why? November is around the corner. So, it's clear enough. I could go on and on and on, and I stated it before. I know Councilman Abdelaziz don't like to give credit where credit is due, but we had the conversation. Councilman, do you have a problem with this? Yes, I have a problem with this, and also we retails. And whatever don't work in my ward should not work in the third, in the second, in the first, or whatever. Let's be clear. If I give an idea to any council member here, or they give me an idea, I stand proud to say, Councilwoman Mintz, Councilwoman Davila, thank you for the idea that you gave me. I know how to bend myself and give credit to others. But to shift it from one place to the other is like saying, I don't want this in my ward. My residents don't deserve it, but the 5th ward and 4th and the 1st and in whatever ward we have deserve it. And let me say something else. We're here to make legislation to make sure that our residents of Paterson receive the best. If Clifton decide to sell their marijuana or whatever it is, we could create an ordinance saying that the neighboring city in front of us cannot put that in front of our city. So simple like that. So simple. So simple. Especially the borders. Laugh, Councilman Abdelaziz, because you think everything is a joke. You think everything is, nobody knows more than you. But it's true.
Councilman.
So no, yeah.
You're voting.
Okay, Councilwoman, with all respect, did I laugh at his amendment?
No.
Did I say boo?
No.
About his
I'm
amendment?
saying that you have the floor. You're voting is what I said.
Let me tell you something, man. Respect. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, there's a lot of gray area in this, number one. Hopefully, they understand that what we're requesting is in number two. Let's bring in a year from now. Let's get data. Let's see what's going on in other cities. Let's see what's going to happen. And then we could say, like other individuals say, oh, it's working in Ohio, it's working in Arizona, it's working here. Let's see when we're going to start saying if it's going to work in Paterson. Who responsibility is to get the real crew revenues in the city of Paterson? The administration. All of us over here in the city and the side of the bench, right? We give them ideas. We tell them where to get revenues. We put ordinance in place to make sure the quality of life is take a place in the city of Paterson. The administration is the one that's supposed to do it. Now, I could tell you what I could do to make revenues bring down, but I'm not going to do their homework. My vote is yes. No at the yes. My vote is no at this.
Voted yes.
No, hold on. My vote is no. Point of order. My vote is no at this ordinance number one, hopefully number
One that's here is very obvious, that this measure for first reading with amendment you have to make some difficult choices. And I can't sit here and talk that we need to increase ratables and bring revenues and that we need to stabilize taxes, but there is no plan. I can't say, and I'm in agreement, so just so my colleagues know that some of the things that were put in place, I question. I did question the 1,000 feet. I said, why 1,000 feet? And then I'm looking at our town and I'm saying, well, if we're opting out of retail and we're looking to put factories, where can you do it? But then I read on the legislation that indicated that we, the council, have the power to say yes or no. Even with this ordinance in place, we still had the power. I didn't want to be behind the 8 ball. I did not. There is another resolution that is going to come before this one, after this one. But I'm gonna stand on what I said from the beginning. Even if it was voted down, as you can see, I'm gonna stand and I'm gonna say this. To me, I can't talk about homelessness, drug addiction, dirty streets. I want a recreation center, a facility. I want all these things, right? But there's nothing, no other, let's leave it at that. My vote is yes.
Madam Clerk, I would like to
Thank you.
change my vote before
Thank you.
before you read the vote.
Yes, sir.
Actually,
Let me just-
I already voted, but
But after you vote, I have to wait before she read it. That's the way it have to be. I have to wait for you to vote. But let me just be clear. Let me take this opportunity to be very specific on my comment because I like to be clear and a straight shooter and not to get a twist. And I say from the beginning, I'm not ready to vote on this, plain and simple. Because what we're voting on is going to come back to us. And my statement at the beginning, it's been the same. We have GTI putting thousands and millions of dollars into the hands of the administration. What GTI has contributed to this community? Just mention one project. That money going to the general account, and the administration use that money as they wish. What do we have for our children? The biggest concern about this legislation is our children, is our youth, yes or not? It's not the adult, 40, 45, we already, it's the children, it's the youth, it's the future. I've been insisting into making sure that when we get this legislation back, we get a specific percentage directly into the recreation. Because if we leave that money up to the administration, our kids, our youth, they're not gonna see that. We're not gonna have in the fourth ward that state-of-the-art facility for our youth. We're not gonna have that in the fifth ward. We're not gonna have that in the first ward. And that's to make sure I'm insisting, because this is gonna come back to us in a different form, a different way, with factory, whatever the number of licenses is gonna come back. But trust me, if we don't specify on the legislation how the money need to be spending, our community is gonna be suffering. And those big companies, they are the ones that are gonna make the big money. So that's my recommendation to the administration. So when they come back, and we are the legislative body, don't tell me that we cannot do it. We could put percentage into the legislation to protect our children, to protect the community, to protect the taxpayer. And we know that that money is gonna go directly into some area that is gonna be a benefit directly to our children, to our community. So I use that time to be very specific and to say loud and clear that I'm voting no on this. Well, I just wanna make sure I abstain. It sounds as a no, but I wanna make sure that people understand my message loud and clear.
Thank you,
I
Councilman.
don't want no confusion.
So he's changing his vote to
Clear.
no. Okay.
Yeah.
okay, council members, Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am. The vote is 2 in favor, 7 against. Item number 1 failed on the first reading with the amendment.
okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 2.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 2 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance creating Paterson Code Chapter 172 to be entitled Cannabis Prohibition on Non-Medical Sales or Processing, and Paterson Zoning Code Chapter 500-5A to be entitled Prohibited Uses Opt-out Administration.
Move. Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 2.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 2 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President. So I guess we heard the rest of my colleagues. As I stated earlier, an action needs to be taken, right? We have to do something by August 21st. I heard from my colleagues that there are some items that they want to revisit and look, and we're just, we'll revisit it next month, and I stand firm. I can't speak from both sides of my mouth also, Council President. I can't talk about that we need better services, I want to stabilize taxes, but can't bring in revenue. And I would urge, when we hear comments, and when we hear comments, we want to give raises and we want more equipment, but where does the money come from? So cultivation, manufacturing, wholesaling, these factories is what's out there, and this is an industry that the city of Paterson could benefit from, and the residents could benefit from. The rebate program that I spoke about, that money could go back to the residents. So I hope we do revisit this, and all the concerns that my council colleagues said, that they should meet with the Corporation Council, hash it out, and we will revisit this. And we have some time, but we have to take action before August 21st. And that's where we're at. I don't know, Corporation Council, if there's an ordinance that we could ban Clifton from building or putting anything, I had to laugh at that, because when you hear comical things from certain colleagues that have no idea what they're talking about, it does get somewhat amusing.
You want to get a jab?
So
bro?
when you call out my name specifically 3 times and then state that we could control the zonings of other towns, we have our director here. I don't think that's even legal, but if you do, I will sponsor that ordinance right away, that we could, everything on the borders of Hazel and Crooks Ave, director. So get that to us ASAP. My vote is yes on opting out and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With item number 2, opting out, because I know that we will be coming back soon to make sure that some of my main concern was with that misuse piece in there. I could put a store on 10th Avenue. I could put a store on Rosa Parks Boulevard. You know, I mean, they're gonna opt out, but I said it before. We all of a sudden are having so many suspicious fires. Meaning you're gonna have lots that's getting ready to get empty. So I'm not sure what all that is, but there's some things that I will make sure, but like I have said before, you know, we should always able to, from the beginning, ask us what we're looking for. We would never ask that, what we thought was the best thing for the city, going into industrial, going into mixed use. And I said last meeting, make sure you have a resolution in there in case we needed to opt out. So I'm glad that was done, because then they would have had to be able to do that. But in order to move forward, and it's about being fair, and I know that everyone here in the city council know about right and wrong, and making sure our people, the community, get first choice, and it's like getting everything. You know, we got grant money coming in here to help out with the homeless and the opioid problems and all kind of stuff. But if you don't have boots on the ground and go out and try to find and look for, you know, everybody don't have the internet. Everybody think Facebook's this, and you know, I still do things the old-fashioned way. I put it on your door if something's going to happen in the community. So we need to opt out, but I want to say to my other council colleagues, and I hear what Councilman Mendez is saying, you know what, we all got where we want to put some money. Whether it's going to be recreation, whether it's going to be for the homeowners, because everybody is important. The children, the seniors, the adults, everybody's important. So I think we as council people have to say, we're going to negotiate. Like 20% will go here, 20% will go here, 30% will go here. You still got to try to put some in the general fund, but we all going to negotiate where we want to really, where it can touch everyone. Recreation, senior homeowners, where it can touch everyone. So that is something that I think we as council members have to be able to work it out, to figure out where we want to be able to put some of the money that would be coming in here, into what pot we would like to see it go into. Otherwise, everything will go into the general fund, and I think that we need to, you know, he said it first, Al over here said it first, but we have to be able to put it somewhere. So I think that they had us, you know.
Councilwoman?
They think that they had this, you know, opt out, the state gonna come in here, and they gonna tell you what to do, and they gonna put it where they want it. That's what they had us all believing. And it was nothing like that. Because you know what? To put this away for another month,
More.
ain't no building gonna be built yet. They ain't issued no license yet. They ain't gonna be able to do that in no 1 month. They're just not gonna be able to do it. So it's gonna give us some more time, all council members. You know what, if you want me to take the lead in writing down what you want, I'll write everything down what everybody is looking for in this resolution, this ordinance. I'll be happy to be the writing person to put in everything that's so important, that we need to put in this. So with that being said, we're gonna opt out. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So Councilwoman Cotton, I'll re-forward that email to you
Okay.
again with that piece that and you can sponsor it. I don't care who sponsors it. But just a point to all of my young people out there, when a snake serum salesman comes to your door and tries to rush you to make a decision, you need to be cautious about making rash decisions without having an opportunity to thoroughly vet them and think them out. And I think it's not that we're against this, but this is about making a firm, rational, well-thought-out decision on behalf of our constituents, making sure that we make the right decision and do it in a manner in which protects the best interests of Paterson first. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are not behind the 8 balls. We're just trying to come correct. When we start playing, we play correct and we win. We want the residents to win. We want the city of Paterson to win. We just want, it's gonna be a month or two delay probably. We just need to hash it out with the Corporation Council and the administration. So make sure all the recommendations are in the ordinance. And, you know, it's probably going to be, my council colleague, we're probably going to do this within a month or two when everything is correct. That's all I'm going to say. For now, opting out is the best option, I think, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Sure, thank you, Madam Clerk, and I really want to thank Councilwoman Cotton for just promoting also that message about general fund. As you all hear, some of the council member mentioned that this is going to come back, this conversation is going to come back to the governing body. We have to be mindful of that, and I'm just keep repeating that, and I would like to invite you to just find out how much money GTI has paid into the city of Paterson. We already have, in Bunking Hill, they have the cultivation, they have the medical on Route 3, it's already here. But just take a look at it and what the administration have done with that money that improve the quality of life of the resident. Just nothing, zero. So this is going to be my position. I'm going to continue fighting for recreation. I'm going to continue fighting for our youth. And there's a lot of other things that we could do. Some council members spoke about rebate for the homeowner, to help the homeowners in the city of Paterson that pay high taxes in our community. But that have to be stipulated into the legislation, and we could make it happen. Once we do that, the administration, they're not gonna be able to run away with that amount of money with the additional revenue, because this is a billion-dollar industry, and they're not gonna stop. Once they come back, if we don't put that into the legislation, we're making a big mistake. So for now, my vote is yes for opting out, and looking forward to see that happen. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, Councilman, your vote is yes?
Yes to opt out.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Mims?
So I think it's already been stated, all the concerns. One of the things we have to learn how to do is to talk to all of the council members, have dialogue, hear their interests, hear their concerns, because we hear them from the community. So when the community is speaking to us, we're giving them, or if we have a concern and we're saying it, it's not based on us, we've had conversations. So I think it's important that we do that. I think there needs to be a separate account set up, not just a fund, a separate account where that money goes directly into the account and is allocated to places like New Jersey Entry Program, school-based services, people that deal directly with the black and brown community that was heavily impacted by marijuana. We should be looking at those entities to say, they're gonna help these people get back on track and become productive citizens. They're gonna help them get back on track, drug court, different programs that we have that assist in this capacity, and that's something that should be looked at as well. So I'm gonna continue to push. I've given my items on tonight, so I pray that they have been written down and taken. If not, I will definitely make sure that they are given to the administration, but we have to make sure that we listen to the community. We have to make sure that if we're going to do it, if that's what's gonna happen, then you make sure that Patersonians get first dibs. But people that have lived here for 5 years, 3 years, people are moving here. It's duly noted, people are moving here because even for an election, they move here in May so that they can run for an election next year. That's what they do. So we have to have them put some skin in the game. You need to live here for 5 years. 5 years so that we know that you are really a resident of Paterson. You didn't just get an address just so that you can get it and then we never see you sitting in that house because it's abandoned or whatever the case is. So there needs to be clear language for that. So many other things, the feed away and all types of stuff. We are 8.4 square mile community, but we have to make sure we protect everyone. Everyone. I've been by the cultivation. And you may not be able to smell it far away, but when you get up close or you go inside, it's a different story. It's a different story, so we have to make sure that we protect everyone. Everyone's interest is protected. There's safeguards, there are policies and parameters that are put in place because a lot of times, and I've heard this since we've been talking about this, there's so many times people say they're for us, but they're not with us. They say they are for us, but they are not with us. And by the language that's written, it clarifies, it solidifies the thought. So Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to opt out. We're not ready.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, I'm not gonna go rebuttal with my colleague, but I'm just gonna put a little simple example. If North Bergen has an ordinance that there's a resident parking in North Bergen, West New York cannot park in North Bergen. It's a border. So we could do ordinance to prohibit something. And it's a shame that the administrator from Clifton came to one of the board meetings to be objected of one of the projects that they was gonna do in the border in his ward. So, you know, I'm an involved individual. I don't sit in the school and get money from the county or whatever, but I do what I have to do. Ladies and gentlemen, this ordinance came to me late April, early May from the League of Municipality, and they know what they was doing. I didn't have no remorse to send it directly to legal to draft out the opt-out of all licenses in the city of Paterson. It came to us, but it was a big discussion on it, and it was ignored from the council. We had a lot of stuff to go in there, but it's again here. So hopefully, I'm not gonna put like Councilwoman Cotton say we could revisit this in a month. Still, a month will not send a clear message what we really want. We're not in a hurry at all, and if this comes in front of me again, trust me, I still gonna opt out of all license in the city of Paterson. I will stand in my principles. I will stand what I have learned. I recall one of the speaker once came to the chambers and say, Councilman Velez, sometimes you have to forget about your principles. If I forget about my principle and what my mother taught me, a single mother since 30 years old, when she became widow, I would not be the man that I'm here today. And if I have to deny my principle and what I have learned, ladies and gentlemen, then I move out of myself as a chair. If I gotta deny what the community needs, I won't be in this chair. The administration is responsible, ladies and gentlemen, and this is on and on, we could say it. They are responsible to get the resources to have clean streets. They are responsible to low the crime. They are responsible to address the homeless. They are responsible to have a fair salary for our employees. They are responsible to get the hazard pay that the employees are looking for. If you look at the campaign in 2018, Council, it's my time. When Adelsy was speaking, everybody was speaking.
No,
nobody cut him
Councilman,
off. So let me finish. I will wrap up, Council President.
Thank you.
When 2018, the mayor didn't campaign saying, I'm going to be revenue bringing canopy into the city of Paterson. He say, I will lower taxes, I will bring more revenues, I'm going to do better for Paterson, and I'm going to represent Paterson the right way. How he want to put us on the wrong map. We want to make sure we send a message to the other city that Paterson knows how to legislate and Paterson knows how to protect the residents of Paterson. That is a closed case. My vote is yes to opt out.
Thank you. Madam President?
I wish my mother was alive. It's been 6 years since she passed away. I was born and raised in a Christian home. So no one can tell me to go against my morals, my values, my principles. No one. I cannot impose my religion on anyone neither, but I respect other religions. Now, there's something called church versus state. I was elected by a group of people, and I thank you every day for that. I was re-elected by a group of people of the city of Paterson. I was elected to vote not on a certain group of people or a certain religion. I represent the people of Paterson. And so I can say that the constituency that has called me, the conversations that I've had, they are for. So that is why I continued with what I said in the first item that I voted yes. We now have something where we have to take an action. And this council here spoke. We had constituents come that are not from here, but that have businesses or families here. Their concerns were heard as well. Taking this action is an action, opting out. Councilwoman Cotton, I know you said that you would be the note keeper, right? But I think we have a reporter who is writing down absolutely everything that every person has said here. We also have our clerk, our assistant to the clerk who writes down. No, I know. I just wanted to make a point that there are various ways where they can get this information to know. And in addition, also, I have to say, Councilwoman Mims, you are right. Every council person should be reached out to. I've been saying this to the administration. You don't let me lie. I have said every council person has to be spoken with. I know through Corporation Council, I know that you told me you spoke to everyone, or at least to a certain extent. I want to see that from the mayor, the BA, and so forth. To the Director of Economic Development, I see you make your phone calls as well. It's not just about a committee, it's about getting the council, at least the majority. And again, we understand that we will not please 100% of the people. We will not. But with that said, taking this action will at least put us at coming back to the table. I would hope. And the reason for the other item was that, yes, the state did set a date that we had to take action. This is why we're here now. But I would also hope probably that, maybe when they meet and convene, that maybe there is an extension to that as well. So who knows? Let's see what happens. But with that said, when I speak to high school students about what the next step is, one thing I always say is doing nothing is not an option. So in this case, this is an action we're taking as a body, and my vote is yes to opt out on item number 2.
Okay. The vote is 8 in favor, one absent. Item number 2 is hereby
Council
adopted on
President.
first
Thank you very much.
reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of August 17, 2021 at 7 p.m. along with a public
Thank you very much.
Council
So this
President.
is the way we're going to do this, because council members, I was very specific in saying that we had a very long agenda and it's specific to the special, which we've only done 1, 2, 3 items. So Madam Clerk, I want to move forward. I want to do 8. I want to do 10, all right? So let's move forward. These are the Okay, very well. Thank you very much, Ming.
Number
All right, so
8.
Madam Clerk, item 8
Yes,
for the
ma'am.
record.
Next item is item number 8, resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaars, addressing a license for East Side Neighborhood Association 2.0 to conduct a festival. Finance Resolution 21404.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 8 for approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 8 for approval. Councilwoman Khan? Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That's going to be a great event, Jazz in the Park, from Eastside Neighborhood Association. I'm looking forward to have a great time with my constituent in the third ward. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear Craig Redmond. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
We're gonna have a lot of events in Eastside Park, the Jamaicans and this one. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna enjoy.
We have
this.
over 150,000
Yeah, I know.
residents in the city.
I know, that's right. So, my vote is yes, of course.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 8 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, item number 10.
Next item is item number 10, resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaars, addressing a license for Jumpstart/Paterson Community Policing to conduct a festival. Finance Resolution 21406.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll
Council
call, Madam
President.
Clerk, on item number 10.
Roll call on item number 10 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes. What I gotta do?
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Rivera? Yes. Councilman Velez?
This is a event with Jumpstart and community policing. Listen, I support it 150%. I will recommend that if it's possible to bring one to the 5th Ward of the city of Paterson, that we could do one in the Roberto Clemente Park. Okay, you doing one? Please get in contact with the Heart of Paterson, Councilman Velez, and I will contribute anything I have to do. So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yep. Yes. I said yep. Yes.
That's okay. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 10 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I want to take item number 4.
Number 4. Next item is item number 4. And item number 4 requires a public hearing and resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 223-225 Graham Avenue, Block 3506, Lot 42, Economic Development Resolution 21400.
Second.
So move.
Recuse myself.
We need somebody.
Recuse myself.
Councilman,
I have to recuse
okay, so
myself.
who moved it? Councilman?
And I second.
Okay,
Councilman
hold on.
Kalik.
1, 2, 3.
You get a quorum, you get
We
somebody?
can't, we need somebody to come back.
Well,
So,
we clarify the. on
Okay,
one
this
of the
was moved
meeting.
by Councilman Kalik.
Councilman Velez doesn't have to.
Yes, I
recuse
do.
Yes, he does.
Yes, I does. Yes.
and second by.
Okay, this was moved by Councilman Kalik, and it was second by Councilwoman Mims.
Okay.
I understand if a council member wants to recuse himself for whatever reason, we allow that, but where's the rest of the council?
A police officer, can you go tell one of them people out there to come in?
Yeah,
Thank
tell
you.
them they under arrest.
Come on. Thank you.
Councilman Rivera, we are on item number 4, the deed restriction for Graham Ave. Councilman Velez would like to recuse himself. So it was moved by Councilman Kalik and second by Mims. The public hearing is now open for item number 4.
Seeing none, move to close.
Seeing none, move to close
Second.
by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 4.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing, item number 4, Councilwoman Khan,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman
Madam
Mims,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Public hearing is now closed for item number 4.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 4 for approval.
Right. Roll call on item number 4 for approval. Councilwoman Khan,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes, item number 4, yeah, I don't see it.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Let the record reflect that Councilman Velez had recused himself from item number 4. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent, and let the record reflect that Councilman Velez had recused himself from item number 4. Therefore, item number 4 is hereby adopted.
Item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 3, resolution confirming this city's continued compliance in calendar year 2021 with the 2012 US EEOC guidelines regarding considerations of arrest and conviction records in employment decisions where such confirmation is required by the local public law administration resolution 21399.
Motion?
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Mims and and Councilman Kalik and Mendez. If anyone doesn't have any questions,
Is this for, only question I have.
Councilwoman
President,
Cotton?
Is this for the background check and so forth? This resolution?
I believe it's a resolution passed by Governor Christie in 2012. It's just to make sure that we follow the guidelines of equal employment opportunity.
Oh, why they got arrest and conviction records in there? What that means?
I think that's part of the guidelines.
That's the title?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a question.
Councilwoman Mims?
In the past, we had an affirmative action officer that was employed by the city. Are we looking to bring someone, to hire someone for that? Because I think this will correlate with this item. Or maybe it's a recommendation to the BA. I'm sure the mayor is probably watching, but just a recommendation. We had one in the past. It has not been filled. But I think when you have these type of items, it goes directly into the affirmative action officer, or if there was a diversity and inclusion department in the city. Just a recommendation for the administration. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 3.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 3 for approval. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Councilwoman Mims, for bringing that up. The affirmative action officer now is in the legal department. I personally don't believe that it should be in the legal department, that we need to have our own affirmative action officer outside of one of the lawyers in the legal department. So I'm glad you brought that up, Councilwoman Mims. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez, we are voting on item number 3, the US EEOC guidelines.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 3 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 5.
Madam President, this resolution, there's a page for all the council members who are here have to sign.
Has to sign.
She will bring it around. Thank you, after you sign.
Okay.
Next item, Madam President, number 5?
Item number 5.
Yes. Next item is item number 5. And item number 5 is a public hearing on the amendment of the calendar year 2021 municipal budget. And number 5, we have to open the public hearing on the amendment.
Okay, the public hearing.
Seeing none, move to close.
Second.
The public hearing now is open. There is a motion on the floor to close the public hearing by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on the amendment of the calendar year 2021 municipal budget.
Seeing none on the public hearing, no one is there for the public hearing.
Move.
Mims?
Councilman Mims and Councilman Khan.
Yes.
I mean,
No, it was already moved and second to close.
Okay, so roll call to close the public hearing on the amendment of the municipal budget. Councilwoman Khan,
Yes.
Councilman Khalid,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Rivera,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
Madam President, I have a
Okay.
question.
Okay,
The
so
vote is
hold
six,
on.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Public hearing is now closed on the amendment of the municipal budget. I'll read the resolution for adoption. Resolution number 5, resolution on the adoption of the amended municipal budget for the calendar year 2021, Finance Resolution 21401. So at this point now, we are voting on the budget with both amendments, the one that took place early at 7:30, and then the amendment that we had in the past, I think that was July 21st. So now this resolution is for us to vote on the budget.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, I need a motion.
1 second. So you read it into the record.
That's the
Do I have a
adoption.
motion and do I have a second?
So the
No,
motion,
I need in order to have the discussion, I need a motion and a second.
Just a second.
I need a
Yeah,
move
right.
and a second.
Yes, correct. So, to have a discussion.
Can't have a discussion on something.
Okay, move it.
I asked for
Okay, so.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman Kalik. Discussion by
Discussion.
Councilman Kalik.
Discussion too.
Right, Councilman Kalik called a discussion.
Okay, yeah.
Council
Khalid.
President, Madam BA, so this is the final budget that we are voting on?
God, it shouldn't have said amended up there.
If we are adopting the budget, I see number 6, we need to have a temporary appropriation as well.
No.
No, that's just in there in case the budget doesn't pass.
Okay.
Yeah, so we won't have to vote on that.
So I was
otherwise.
just confused about
Yep.
seeing that result as well. Thank you so much.
Council President.
Okay, Councilman Velez?
Madam Clerk, through the Chair, President, to whoever want to answer this one.
Where's it?
This municipal budget that we could adopt if it passed, it represent a flat tax increase?
Give me a copy tomorrow of that.
As you know, the property owners have different portions that their tax bill comes from different areas. So for the municipal portion is flat, but some of the other portions are increased.
How much is that increase of the municipal portion?
Municipal portion it's a 0% or it's a flat tax levy.
So what will represent that flat tax increase?
No, I think you're talking about the fact that there's going to be other that your tax bill also has school portion and so on. So there are going to be some increases to people's property taxes.
So can you give an example, what the taxpayers going to expect in the increases in this tax bill coming up?
For the school, it's 20% from the year before.
So can you repeat that?
From the school is 20% from the year before. For the county, I believe, is a 12% increase.
According to my resource around here, it says that the county not increase their taxes. So, the what?
Hold up. So did you
this-
just say, hold up, did he just say
20.
that there's an increase of 20% from last year with the school board?
Correct.
Just for the school.
And then there's a
That's
12% increase from the county?
according to their percentages. Yes. They have a smaller percentage than we do.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this
So-
this represent what I'm talking about when they're gonna present a budget that represent a tax increase to the property owners of the city of Paterson. Saying that it's not gonna be a municipal, increase, when we have a 2% cap at any budget that we pass to represent that we had to increase taxes. So,
But
I will not feel comfortable in voting something that we misleading, saying the community, no, there's no tax
But,
increase on
Councilman,
it.
I want to be clear here that that we're talking about the things that we can control for the municipal portion of the budget. And that is essential, and I think that is something that, you know, we have to be honest about with the community.
Okay, so you know what? Listen, when I see that the service in the city and the city, the way it looks, you know, I feel a little uncomfortable. I'm gonna yield my time to the finance chair, and he probably could elaborate a little bit more with 1 and plus 1, it will be 2.
My dear, you don't have to yield
Yeah.
because he was speaking next.
Oh, okay. I took the note from the
Okay.
federal level.
Please, let us look at the time. It's almost
I'm
1
not,
o'clock
yeah,
in the
I'm
morning.
not going to elaborate too much. All I'm going to say is, you know, we've done many things here as council members, but one of the initiatives that I took to fight, and I took that fight to the end, was getting rid of that company that was doing the reassessments. Just so you know, the county has not increased their levy in a few years now. So if our portion went up for the city of Paterson, that means that either two things happening. We increase, you know, there's a lot of development going up here, and we were being affected when that company was increasing our assessments. We were being affected from the county side. But like the administration stated, there are certain things that we can control. We can't control the school district. And the county portion that went up, again, they didn't increase their tax levy. They can't control the portion that came to us either, because their total levy was flat. That means that another town saw a tax decrease, and we saw a tax increase. And that's it. I'll let you guys continue with the questioning, and I'll let the administration sell their budget.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims?
I just want, is it 20% or 29% from the school?
20.
It's 20%. What increase is that from last year? So they did 20% this year. What was the percentage that the school district did the previous year?
20 for about the average home, it's about $200 a year. For the average assessed home, it's about $200 a year.
And that will be what?
$200. The average assessed home is $197.
Well, you know.
Just for the school portion.
For the school portion.
It makes me itch my neck when I hear us say it's only, right? Like we carry the pocketbook or the wallets of taxpayers. We don't hold their purse. So we have to let the community know it's not that we've done it, but it's the school district that has made, or, you know, when they voted, the increase. I'm just saying 20% is what they just approved. I would like to see, and I don't know if you have it in front of you, what have they done over the last few years, and like, is it 5% over what they've done the year past, 10% from the year past? What does that look like? Because 20% is a lot. If we're trying to stabilize here, the county is stabilizing, there has to be some way that we can collaboratively work together to say, we gotta give the residents a break. We're still in the pandemic, and so, you know. Did they go from 40 to 60? Almost 60?
In the last 3 years.
So that's a, yeah.
Last year they were at 50. This year they're at 57.
So yeah, last year was 50, and this year was 57. What was it the year before that?
Off the top of my head, I want to say 45, maybe.
Oh, so they started off. Yeah.
Council President?
Wow. Wow.
Council President?
Okay,
Wow.
Councilman Abdelaziz, and then Councilwoman Cotton.
So, I like to stick to messaging and keeping things positive. What we can control, I'm not going to talk about the school district, I'm not going to talk about the county. I'm going to say I'm proud to support a budget that gives you no tax increase on the items that I can control as a council member. That has not been done in a couple of years from this body. That's what we should tell the taxpayers, right? I will be sending an email, hopefully this budget passes. I will be sending an email to my constituents and informing them that this budget that the municipal government has adopted and passed has no tax increase, which is a big win for this municipal body, right? I understand what's happening in the school district or happening in the county. We can't control that. We didn't go to, you know, that's on the school board and that's on the county, and I don't know what, but I'm proud to stand here today, or sit here today in front of all of you and say that we're delivering a municipal budget without a tax increase. So I commend the administration. I find it, Council President, I find it very odd that this year we get permission. Actually, to my ward council people, remember this in 2 years when we try to ask for permission not to raise taxes when we run for office. And let's see if the DCA gives us a green light not to raise taxes. This year, as Madam BA said, the DCA said that you don't have to raise taxes 2%. So I'm going to hold you to this in 2 years when we want to keep the levy flat. So
Councilman, I think, and DCA mentioned that in the MOU as well. It was because the council took the action for the calendar year reversion, which had a lot of strong fiscal benefits to the city. So that's why they allowed the flat tax for this year.
We'll lock that in for another 2 years, please.
I wish we could do that every year.
You just have to remind them, Councilman.
Council President,
It's my turn.
that's what I was going to say.
Councilwoman
I
Cotton.
know. Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say to Javier, the city tax, the school board and the county tax comes to a total of 20%? Or 20, like Councilwoman Mims was saying
That was the
something.
increase from year to year for those particular,
For those.
for county and for,
It would go up 20%. So by us adopting the budget tonight, that's when we can send out the tax bill?
Yes.
We can't send it out until we.
no, if we don't adopt, I can send estimated bills.
Oh, we don't have to wait? Okay. But, so this year, we don't have to increase the city portion of it 2% like we normally would have to do.
Correct.
And why you think they did that, Madam BA? Because we just did everything they said?
In particular, it's because of that we did the calendar year reversion, and so
Right.
it allowed us to be able to build some reserves, and they said that, okay, this could be a one-year flat tax
Right,
because of
right,
that.
Right. All right, but let me ask Javier again. So, I don't remember what the increase was. The county hasn't increased for a couple of years now, their tax piece.
Right, but our assessed value went down. So if our assessed value goes down, then the county portion increases.
It went down?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So so all of this is really school board increase?
Both. Both school and county.
Oh, okay, but you said it went down.
The assessed value went down.
Oh, the value?
Yeah, the assessed value of property home.
Oh, okay. Oh, they made the property value go down. So with this, at least I can say now, you know what, we had been, for the last 6 quarters that we have gotten, we hadn't gotten no tax increase for those out there who pay tax directly. I'm one of them that pays tax directly to the city. So we haven't gotten any tax increase for the last 6 quarters is our 6 quarters are up now? August will start a new quarter, right? So for those that pay directly, you may not see it because if you pay a mortgage, you may not see it, but we have had no tax increase. So with this one here now, trying to put this budget together, having the increase from the city and not from the city, from the school board and from the state county. So I just hope that we can be able to do that again from going from calendar, well, now we're in calendar year, which is the better way of going through it, calendar year.
Council President.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councilwoman, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. I just have a question to Corporate Counsel through the chair. The mayor of the city of Paterson, can he challenge in court all these increases that the school district vote on it to the city of Paterson?
Yeah, they vote.
Can they do that? Because that's why he's the mayor. Don't we have a big team of legal that could challenge every tax increase that comes from the district? If we want to get out of the transitional aid, in 3 years, more than 50% of tax increase, that tells us that the outside world of Paterson say, okay, they want to get out, but we're going to increase, they're never going to get out of transition aid because we're going to impose more taxes to the homeowners in Paterson. That's one question. Second, to Madam BA, does this budget that we approve, if get approved, represent salary increases to the second floor?
There are a lot of people that work on the second floor. What do you
Okay,
mean?
administration.
Because it does-
Let's go this way. Your office, your position,
No.
directors, et cetera, et cetera. So
Councilman,
let's-
I think you know that the salary ordinance has to be managed for any changes to be made. And then as the budget as it stands does not reflect that.
I just want to put it on the floor.
But it does reflect
Remember, there's a lot of
raises
people listening to you.
We will
When
revisit it very
contract
soon.
negotiations
yes.
are done.
Councilman.
So last and not least, last but not least, and you threw me
got a
off on
meeting.
that, but it's maintaining the budget. The situation of, and I know he had to answer that one, probably come back with the same question, but I would like to know if the mayor of the city of Paterson could challenge in court or tax court those vote for increases on taxes, especially from the school district, or anyone that want to raise taxes here for us. Madam, Corporate Counsel, can you answer that question?
Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilman Velez, for your question. Theoretically, if there was some illegality with the raising of the taxes, we would be able to challenge it. I know that your colleague, Councilman at Large Rivera, had also brought up this issue previously about the increases from the school board, and we had looked into that. And they were entitled, I believe, to raise taxes a certain amount because for years they hadn't raised taxes, so they had a certain amount of percentages left to raise. I believe that was one of the things that was uncovered. But to answer your question generally, absolutely, if there's an illegal tax or levy somewhere, that would be challenged, or that could be challenged.
So thank you, Madam President.
Council President.
Let's keep this clear in one point. The municipal portion is not going to be raised, but you know what they're doing? The assessed value of the property is going high. So they still, in the back, they had to pay more taxes, okay? So let's keep it clear like that.
Okay,
Last
but
year-
Councilman, those are certain of those things are things that, you know, we have no control over. So let's also be very
Yeah, we had control
direct,
in one
because
point.
we don't have the control over the increase in.
We had
school board.
control, yes.
Okay. So
Councilman,
I'm gonna have.
Councilman Rivera just stated about the assessed value company that was going around
All right, so,
assessing properties.
okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Rivera?
So I have a question, because I remember when Councilwoman Mims and I were on the board, and the board, not even us, the district, was contemplating an increase. I remember that, you know, we had to come here before the council, right? My question is, can the mayor and the administration call for an audit of the school district? I'm sure they could. I think the former mayor did it before. Something has to be done, because we cannot continue, like for many years, you know, now people are gonna ask, what was the benefit of getting local control? Right? You're still getting, the funding was not cut from the state. It was not cut. But now, there's a mentality that because we got local control and we've been underfunded for a long time, now we have to continue to increase taxes. That's 50% over 3 years. And for many, many years, there was no tax increases. All the years that I spent, and Councilwoman Mims, we spent on that board, every time there was a proposal for an increase, I would tell them, and I would have the support from my colleagues, tell the administration to cut the fat, and I will point out where. So at the last moment, they will have to pull back and say, you know what? Because they didn't want to make those cuts. They will find money somewhere else.
Okay.
Hold on a minute. Somebody's got to put up the fight for the residents. I understand they are elected, but someone's got to do something about it. Now, I'm going to ask a question to the CFO. I got a text from someone that wants to know. What is the increase on the average assessed home? With everything included, municipal, county, and school district.
$450
$450
For
on the
a
average.
year.
What's that?
for the year.
Okay, on the average assessed home. And you recall what was the year before?
No,
I think it was probably maybe around the same every year, probably. Because
check.
we've seen big increases on a yearly basis. So that means in the last 3 years. Could you bring that to the next meeting?
Sure.
I want to know what has been the increase to the average assessed home in the last 3 years, because this is ridiculous.
Okay.
Council President?
So,
Just
just quickly,
very
because I'd like to
briefly,
move
yes.
forward, and Madam Clerk to roll call.
So
Councilman
I'm not an education expert. And Councilman Rivera, I did take plenty of classes in school law for my master's degree. So once we received local control, we had a referendum as which way this city wants to go. If you want to go local elected board, which gives them control and autonomy for the municipal budget, or a mayor appointed board, which will create a board of school estimate. That's what towns have, and that's where the budget will go to board of school estimate, and the mayor will appoint it. Many towns do have that. I think Montclair is the one that's closest to us that the mayor appoints. The referendum, that's why when we did local control, they gave you that option, and the referendum passed overwhelmingly for a local board. Secondly, when it comes to municipal budget, when it comes to a budget for a school district, the legislature passed the statute moving your elections to November. Moving your elections to November. But once you moved your elections to November, that took away the power of passing the levy for the school budget. If the elections were in April, and when you have local control, you vote, and then you vote for the budget. PSEC is like that. If the budget fails that referendum, that budget comes to the council to cut. So Garfield does it, North Bergen does it. Google North Bergen. They are famous for shooting down the municipal budget, I mean their school budget in April, and then the council cuts what they have to cut. Garfield does that, but once we move to November, that change takes away the power of the residents to vote for the budget. Paterson never had that opportunity because we never had local control. So that's the way you control, that's the only way that municipal governments could have a say on their budget. Right now, they're their local board that's elected by the people, and they're elected by the people and they answer to the people. That's how our government is formed right now. We had a referendum, and it's not. I'm just telling you that's the research. On that.
Councilman, duly noted. I want research to be done because, from my understanding, didn't they just get like $159 million? Also, there is caps, right? Limitation on increases, tax levy caps, right? We're held to that, right? 2% cap. We need to contact the state, and we need to put up the fight. If we cannot fight going to the district, a conversation needs to be had with the state, because the same way the local government services monitors the finances of all the municipalities, we need to have a conversation, whoever's in charge of school districts, because our taxpayers cannot afford it anymore. And at the rate they're going, right now they're at 50, almost 60 million. At the rate they're going, I think they're thinking of going to 80 or 90, just so you know. I don't know if anyone else heard this here.
Yep.
But the conversations that I have with some people, the goal is to go to maybe 80 or 90 million dollars.
Wow.
So they went in 3 years. We went from 40 to almost 60, and they're planning to go in a few more years to almost 80 or 90 million dollars. I think that's the statement that I heard from someone. The tax levy, the amount that we're sending our homeowners, the taxes that we're sending. So this increases, for example, $450 this year, just in 1 year, is without us increasing much at all, right? Increasing the minimum, right? And every year this has been happening, and it's going to continue to happen, so we got to find a way to put a stop. This is what I'm saying. Be proactive. After they raise it to 90 million, we cannot do anything, or 80 million. We need to have the conversation with the state now. ASAP.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Kalik, and then Madam Clerk, roll call.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. Councilman Al Abdulaziz brought up a great point. Do you have any role in moving the Board of Ed election from November to April? The council? I'm just asking the Corporation Council. Can the council put a resolution or referendum forward to move back, so we could have at least this city council have something to say in their budget, like Passaic and Garfield?
Yes.
Corporation Council.
Thank you, Council President. I believe that answer is yes, but we'll certainly look into it and have a definitive answer for you.
Please do.
Okay.
Please do. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
If we have something to say in it, they're not going to increase the taxes as their wishes.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, roll call, please. And please, your statements, we've had...
Or to change that from April to November, I thought that they can opt back in after 5 years, so they can opt back in. You're sitting over there telling us now that we could have done this 3 years ago, and you didn't say, nobody said nothing? That's how I'm looking at it. When they told the people who opt out in April, you go to November, you gotta wait 5 years before you can come back in to April. Meaning the board has to wait 5 years. Our Corporation Council is saying, oh, we might can do it for them.
Okay, so,
That's
okay,
all.
we'll
And he's
address
gonna
that.
find out.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Cotton. Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call
Yes, Madam President.
on
Roll
item
call-
number 5.
Roll call on item
1
number
year, right?
5 for the adoption of the budget, and this resolution requires 5 affirmative votes. Councilman Abdelaziz.
This is a win for the taxpayers. I can only comment on the things that I control, that I was elected to this board, or this council, in the municipal budget that's in front of me. I'm glad that the DCA has allowed us to, the verbiage in the MOU to stabilize and not raise the tax levy 2%, and I hope that continues from them. So please keep advocating. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say also, too, that the other 2 items that we really don't have any control over, which is the county and the Board of Education, for us to be able not to have to increase our portion of it. So this way, some of the things that we were able to put in place that helped us at least save the 2% on the city part of the budget. So with that being said, I know there's some answers that we want Corporation Council to look into for us, especially when it comes to the school board. As of now, there's really not much that we can do with that. So, Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Less service, more taxes. There were a lot of new position was created as well. I think I received that email, and it was highlighted. Some of the new position was created, and if the board taxes go up, it affects the same taxpayers. So I think we work as a whole pie of pizza. If one side is affected, that means another side is affected as well. My vote is no.
Your vote is, Councilman?
My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Mims?
When I talk to taxpayers, they don't know that there's a 3 component to increases. We get blamed for it.
Yeah.
And no matter what we do, there's still things that still need to be done. I presented to the administration a competitive pay scale analysis showing that 457 employees of the city are making less than $20 an hour, and there has been no movement at all. When I look at this budget and I see all these salaries at 80, 92, different prices, we have employees that probably will never get to that amount, and so forth and so on. I gotta vote with the residents. My vote is no.
Councilman Rivera?
So the only concern I have, Jersey City also went through the same phase that our school district is going through, where after getting local control, they started to increase the levy, but they're doing it gradually over the years. Our school district is doing it, the portions that they increasing are too big. So the conversation needs to be had. I already brought this up months ago and nothing has been done. We need to have the conversation with the state and with the Board of Ed to address this issue. To be mindful that we're a struggling city, we get transitional aid, we get what in the past used to be called distressed cities aid. So we're getting this assistance from the state, but at the same time, they have the green light to increase, a tremendous amount. Let me just give you an example. Some council members here that are no longer here said that it would be a long time before we get off transitional aid. Well, guess what? The transitional aid that we have for this year is $21 million. The district has increased over the last 3 years, almost $20 million. So we would have been off transitional aid if we would, and I'm not suggesting we would increase to the homeowners, but let's say we would have increased to the homeowners that $21 million or 20, we will be off transitional aid. So yes, we're getting this $21 million from the state, but at the other end, we're sending, the taxpayers are getting a bill for the same $21 million that we're getting from the state. So I just want to put that on the record, but again, we can't control that. My vote is yes on this budget. I cannot control what the district does at this time.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
What is the vote, ma'am?
3, 2, and 2 absent. 3 in favor so far, and 2 against. And I need 5 votes to adopt this resolution.
I agree with
adopt the
Council.
budget.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I agree with Councilman Flavio Rivera that we cannot control what other agency or department, the board and county do. But yes, we have a budget in front of us that we could control. I remember, I don't know if Councilman President that time, Flavio, when we were discussing the budget, there's some things that we could do, not do.
Did he leave?
Huh?
He left?
Who?
Al.
He's part-time.
I mean, like, this is horrible, like,
I
you
know,
I mean,
know.
I sit here every meeting, TV land, you never see me get up and leave.
Councilwoman Cotton.
I am so upset,
We're on
like-
roll call.
Thank you, I'm sorry, Councilman
You know,
Velez.
no, that's okay. You saying it's true,
Yeah.
true and real. This salary and wages that, it's contractual, we need to pay salary and wages, and there's some responsibility that we have as a city to pay and catch up. Liabilities, insurance, et cetera, the expenses regular of the city. But, when I see other expenses jumping double, triple in some of this office, something's going on. There's no such cut in other expenses. And that's how they can move the money around and do what they have to do. And we have to make sure that we make this administration accountable. This budget does not represent really what I'm looking towards the residents of Paterson, so my vote is no.
Madam President,
Paterson, you're watching. You're probably not watching right now, but you will, because this will be on repeat. As you can see, this budget has failed. It needs 5. And what's unfortunate is we talk about our employees have to get paid. Contracts have to be paid because work has already been done. But then they've presented to us a balanced budget. And obviously with some of what my colleagues have stated, there are certain things that we cannot control. God. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. So,
not going to pass.
yeah,
Council
the only thing, and I know, you know what, you have not spoken and I just voted, but, you have all heard, go back to the tapes. Go back to the tapes. Madam BA, I think you were going to make a statement.
Yes, Council President, thank you. I know this was from budget introduction, and I just wanted to remind the council that not only is there a flat tax levy, but actually, to some of the council members' point, there is actually a 2.3% decrease from in the C21 budget back to the FY20 budget. So we're looking at a $244 million budget compared, when you take out grants, et cetera, comparing across the board, to 249. So we feel that it really is a responsible budget, yet still includes the raises contractually for employees, still is 25% increase to recreation and so on. So we hope that people might reconsider their vote so that we can adopt this budget tonight.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman.
I'll reconsider my vote.
Also me.
Okay. Madam Clerk, Councilman Kalik is reconsidering his vote to a yes.
Councilman.
And with that said, also Councilman Velez as well.
So Councilman Kalik is reconsidering his vote for a yes?
Yes.
And Councilman Velez reconsidering for a yes?
Yes.
Correct? Thank you.
They put it against the wall, as the council goes.
Okay, so I really want to thank you. I want to thank my colleagues. Madam Clerk, can you please call the...
Read the vote?
Yes.
Yes, Madam President. At this time, for item number 5, the vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 7, 2 absent. Item number 5 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, council members. Council members, I am actually going to, we don't have to do number 6 because...
No, we don't.
Okay, so
Number
that was...
7.
And then the number 7 is the grace period for the payment of the third quarter tax?
Correct.
All right, so Madam Clerk, number 7, that will be the last one.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we'll have to go into workshop. I think if you guys are okay, There's only a few items left. I will sit down with Madam Clerk and we will go over, I'll put whatever needs to go on regular, and then or consent, and then if somebody then sees the agenda, can move forward to remove an item,
That's
okay?
nice. Good.
So, Madam Clerk, please read into the record item number 7.
Yes, ma'am. Just for the record, item number 7 is taken off. Next item is item number 7, and item number 7 reads, resolution setting the grace period for the payment of the third quarter tax bills of calendar year 2021, Finance Resolution 21403.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 7 for approval.
Yes. Roll call on item number 7 for approval. Councilwoman Khan.
I'm sorry, but when is the bills gonna go out? Another week or so?
In about a week.
About another week, okay. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 7 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, council members, can I have a motion to close the special meeting?
Move to close.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Yep.
Roll call to close the special meeting. Yeah, this is a special meeting of Wednesday, August 4th.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the special meeting of August 4th, 2021.
Are we going back to the agenda now?
Yeah, we have to go back and then we
Okay.
close, we have to
Okay,
close the
then-
meeting.
then
We
I'll-
have to close this one first.
Okay. Madam Clerk, yes.
Okay, Councilman, yes, Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Rivera,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Council President mentioned something, and quickly, when she said, look who is here, the retaping this and that, when it comes, and Councilman Ruby Cotton is right.
Yeah.
When we had to make decision, I would like to see the whole council here, because when it comes up to voting up and down a budget, some people just walk away and leave the decision in the strand. So my vote is yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The special meeting of August 4th, 2021 is hereby closed.
Okay.
May I have a motion to reopen the workshop session?
Move, Madam Clerk.
Second.
I'm moving it, and second by Councilman Velez.
Roll call to reopen the workshop session of August 4th, 2021. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik? Yes. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The workshop session is now reopened.
Okay, so
Move to adjourn.
council members, as I stated, there's just a selected few items on the workshop agenda. I will sit down with Madam Clerk tomorrow. We will go over and we will move forward. At this time, I'll motion to close the workshop meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so move to close the workshop of August 4th by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the workshop meeting.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the workshop session of August 4th, 2021. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just have 2 announcements I want to make before I say good night. This weekend coming up in Barber Park, which is on Fair Street behind St. Luke's Church, I will be doing, along with Pastor Kids and Hearts of Hannah, we decided to try to bring, we are bringing miniature golf to Barber Park. I'll have a company that's going to transform that park into a miniature golf course. So if you're out there, it's a free event. We're going to be having hamburgers and hot dogs and little prizes for the community. The time is 10 to 7, 10 in the morning to 7 in the evening, and we'll be doing it for both days, Saturday and Sunday. So please, when I take my kids on vacation, we always play miniature golf, and I just wanted to bring this to the community so they can get the feel of it. Also, I just want to say thank you to everyone who participated in the National Night Out at Barber Park. It was in honor of Carney P. Braggs, who has been in the 4th Ward for 80 years. So we recognize him at National Night Out. He was a big supporter of National Night Out. But I also had some churches involved with me, and I just want to say thank you to Faith Chapel Church, which is Reverend Redmond, Christian Fellowship Center, Pastor Rudolph, St. Luke's Baptist Church, Reverend Clayton, and I had entertainment that night in Barber Park last night. We had the Faith Chapel Church, we had the Faith Chapel Power Playing Children's Drum Line led by Craig Redmond, and also we had the group called Anointing Friends, and they performed at Barber Park, and it was really wonderful. But you know, it wouldn't have been able to get this done if we don't partnership together. And I had a lot of partners in doing this, and I had Lee's Restaurant, Paterson Kids, Grandparents Resource Center, Connie P. Bragg's Funeral Home, Anderson Reed, United Access, Just Ball Academy, Pastor Donnie Walton, and Good Shepherd Mission. And I just want to say also, I believe now about coming together and joining forces together. Some of the communities in the Fourth Ward decided to come together to do this block National Night Out, and I want to say we have Faith in the Fourth, the Jump Start, we have St. Augustine's Church, Hamilton Avenue Block Association, Paterson Lady Brawls, Dr. Norma Cotton Housing Tenants Association, and Lion Street Association. And when you come together, you can do so many things, and it was absolutely wonderful. And I just want to say that, you know, you can say what you want to say, but I find that when we took a drug-infested park back from the drug addicts and junkies and whatever you want to call it, you can do anything. When you work together, you can do anything. That's
right.
what we must understand.
That's
we can
right.
do anything. Thank you, everyone out there. God bless you all. I'll see you in a couple of weeks, maybe before that, but I want to say God bless you all. Have a great day. And remember, please stay safe. Please
Amen.
stay safe. God bless you. Good night. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Good night, Patterson. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before my vote, let me just take this time to thank all the residents of the Third Ward for the great National Night Out that we had yesterday at Eastside Park. It was amazing. We had such a great time. We have a Jamaican DJ, the 3 or 4 DJ from all different nationalities. We definitely had a great time. So, but the most important thing was that the community came together to spend, you know, to talk and to just exchange information. Also, let me give a special thanks to Dr. Prasad and the health department, because they stayed all the way until 9 p.m. Vaccinating residents that attend to the National Night Out, and also doing the COVID-19 testing. That was amazing. Really, I would really want to thank the entire health department for the outstanding job. It was a great, it definitely was a great event. Also, I would like to let all the residents of the Third Ward from East 83rd and Broadway and all that section there, that I'm gonna stay on top of this. In Corporation Council, I need to go back to the bottom of this situation from the planning board. I need your full support and see how can we reverse this. It's impossible to have a charter school in that location. We used to have a charter school there, and that impact that section in a negative way tremendously. And I just see the document that they submit to the planning board. They're talking about 18 parking spots, when they don't even have 10 parking spots there. We definitely have to get to the bottom of this. I'm gonna have a conversation with all my constituents tomorrow around that section. That's part of the historic district. We're gonna have a meeting. We're gonna come together and we're gonna fight this pact. But we definitely, I'm in support of my constituents, and we cannot allow this charter school to open on that location. As I mentioned before, there was a charter school there.
It's
and
not
there
a
was
charter school.
It's a private school.
It's a
It's an
private Islamic.
Okay, the academy is the Academy of Greater and Excellent LLC. So that's the name of the institution. It's a private school with a 250 students on a building that is not designed for that, on a residential area with no parking whatsoever. So we should not put our constituent, our homeowner on this position, and I'm gonna fight this all the way. So with that being said, Paterson, good night. God bless you all. Thank you.
Your vote, Councilman?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So just a reminder, this Friday is the flag raising for our Jamaican brothers and sisters. here at City Hall, so please come out to be a part of that celebration. This Saturday will be Roaring Women Win, a women's brunch hosted by Minister Chandra Frazier at the Masonic Temple from 12 to 4, and the tickets are $25. You don't want to miss this event. Next week, there is, as Councilman Cotton talked about, having the miniature golf in the park, as well as jazz in the park, hosted by ESNA. I want to give my heartfelt condolences out to the young man who passed away. I know it's under investigation as to what is going on, but to all of his friends, his mother, his father, my prayers are going out to him. He was 17 years old, so we're praying for his friends and his family and for those funeral services that will be next week. Also to so many people that are still suffering with COVID and going through, we're praying for your healing, as well as a victim that was shot on today. So let's continue to pray for our city with this senseless violence. Let's continue to pray for the youth that got hurt today. Our prayers that we continue to walk in harmony, unity, and love. And let's keep moving the city of Paterson forward. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Good night.
Thank you, Councilman Rivera.
I want to wish everyone a good night. I also want to remind, we have gotten away from this for a while. I just want to remind the residents that if they know anyone that want to get the shot, for the COVID shot, it's being offered, I believe, every week in the health department. I think maybe from 9 to 3. Madam BA, correct me if I'm wrong. Am I correct?
I think it might be 10 now, but it's like
10 to 3?
Yeah, I think the morning
So,
shift is there.
Residents, free, COVID shots. I believe we got Moderna there. And that's all we have, right, Madam BA?
Yes, and we're launching the Pfizer as well with youth, which is great because that's children up from 12 and over.
All right, thank you for the information. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Councilman Flavio, I don't want to get a COVID shot, but I want to get a Moderna or Pfizer, that's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, today has been a long night, and today's morning. I want to thank, we had to applaud the council for the great National Night Out that individually did in every ward without resources, without the resources. So I commend everyone that did a National Night Out. People was happy, coming out of their houses, having fun, dancing the cha-cha side, and all of the above. Well, the Fifth Ward had salsa, so, we did a little bit of salsa over there. But I want to commend every councilman that did their National Night Out. One thing I have to say is the numbers of COVID-19 are increasing, ladies and gentlemen. And also we had the Delta out there. Please, if you could wear your mask, have social distancing, and try to clean your hands once in a while, do it, and get vaccinated, right? Make sure that you take the opportunity, not only at the Department of Health, if you go Walgreens, Rite Aid, everywhere in the state, you could go and take a shot. So let's see you guys on Friday on the Jamaican celebration and this weekend, and making sure that we at least stay united in that events that is around, but take precaution. Let's keep on praying for the Kuritumai family and the loss of his daughter, and also it's my understanding that this next Monday will be the viewing of our friend Nellie Selly at the Martinez Memorial. So let's keep their family also in prayers. And once again, thank you, Madam Clerk, for your patience as your friend. God bless you all. Thank you to Paterson Police for assisting me before out there. and also to the good and man and woman that works in this city of Paterson. So my vote is yes, but last but not least, God bless you all.
Thank you.
Right.
Madam President?
So council members, before I take the vote, it has come to my attention through the clerk's office and through the BA of the county. There was a situation, Passaic County Fair is set to be next week, the August 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. The entity that worked closely with them unfortunately had a situation in their office where they were flooded. They were not able to put in for the raffle application. So I was asked if we can hold a quick special meeting. It's the only way it could be done. And Madam Clerk told me that there needed to be a 48-hour. So that meeting would take place next Tuesday, right before their event. It would just be the one item. Nothing else has been advertised, just that. The administration can't put anything on, okay? So it is just specific to that. That can take literally 15 minutes to do. So it'll be at 6, so just make sure. I know Councilman, I'm sorry?
No. No. No, it's,
No,
the meeting is gonna be on
this
the 10th.
Tuesday is the 10th.
The 10th.
The event is on the 12th.
Right.
And the whole weekend. But once they can pick up their license Wednesday morning, okay? I'm sorry?
Yeah.
It's a raffle.
The raffle, they're doing the Great Falls Festival, but they need a raffle license. And
When
that's
did they put the application?
Councilman, that's the whole situation. The entity who was supposed to did not. Now the county has to come before
Okay.
us, which that's what they've been working with, Madam Clerk, all right?
Yeah.
But anyway, I wanted to let you guys know because I need at least 5 of you, okay? So I as well want to thank all the council members who held National Night Out. I'll be very honest, on that day, I hosted one as well with Councilman Kalik. It was very big and nice. And I started to go to the others, but having worked that day all day, I stood, just like some of my colleagues did as well, to attend to the constituency of where you were serving. So I saw everything looked so beautiful, the involvement, the supporters, and unfortunately, the city was not able to give the normal 100 hot dogs or water for whatever reason, but I want to thank all of those that said present, that said, here you go, here's a help out, bringing a case of water, cans of soda, whatever it was, and we made it happen, so I'm appreciative of that. To La Familia Norberto Curitomay, it is with great sadness that I give condolences to the entire family. I went to the wake at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Unfortunately, I won't be around for Monday. My condolences, as I've written and I've told, Nelly Selly's passing has shocked many people that worked very closely with her. And so it is sad, so my condolences once again to them. And to anyone that has lost a loved one, anyone, I mean, from the person who committed suicide, who jumped, on Presidential Boulevard, to the baby, my God, the baby that fell out of a 3rd-story building. There's just so much going on. So listen, let's put prayer. I want to thank each one of you. I am going to say this directly in front of the individuals that are here. I will no longer accept a 60-item agenda because it makes it also, and I know that we had almost a 2-hour public portion. We could have been out of here earlier. We had some major agenda items that needed to be discussed, but we can't do business this way. Madam Clerk, I want to apologize to you because you and I were working on that agenda, and I know, and you know, what we had to go through, and to Sophia, to everyone in your office.
Yeah.
All right, we can't do business like this. All right, it's 1:30. I swear we would never have a 1:30 meeting again. All right, and I hope that we don't. All right, so with that. So Councilwoman, since.
I
so-
want to go home too.
So Councilwoman, I am in agreement that we are all elected and we respond to our constituency, and that we should all be sitting here taking the same actions. Unfortunately, I'm gonna use a line from the previous council president. I can't babysit. I can't. You know,
No,
I
I'm
have
not
to,
saying, but I just
as
Yeah.
council president, it
Yeah.
is required, it's requested, but, you know, I can't make you sit down and, you know, you take 10 breaks, you take 10 breaks. Like, I cannot do that. You respond to the constituency.
No, but
When
no, after
voting
what-
time comes,
Yeah.
you all will decide if your representative is representing you the way you want. That's what I'm gonna say. I cannot come here and, you know, it gets frustrating. But with that said, thank you very much to everyone, and I'll see you this weekend, you know, with the flag raisings and the events throughout, you know, the trail in the city of Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The workshop session of August 4, 2021 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Mañana hay un teteo